Hey everybody. So I wanted to bring to you some interesting things today from the Gospel of Thomas. Now, most of you who know me know that I am not a religious person in any sense. What I value more than anything is philosophy. And I found a lot of philosophy that makes a lot of sense without a lot of the metaphors and parables that exist a lot of times that you see in the Bible. Some of these things do exist in the Gospel of Thomas. But what I'm going to show you today are a couple of things that are really interesting. If you have not read the Gospel of Thomas, first of all, in the early Christian writings page that I'm on here right now, you'll notice that the Gospel of Thomas is only one out of all the stuff that you see in here that was left out of the Bible by the Catholic Church. Okay? But I'm going to show you that there's so much value in this one Gospel of Thomas that it should cause you to come out here and take a look at some of these other things as well. The Gospel of Thomas was found in 1945. It was discovered in Egypt in a town called Nag Hammadi. In 1945, 13 papyrus codices buried in a sealed jar were found by a local peasant near Upper Egyptian town of Nag Hammadi. 11 of these were in the original leather covers. This collection of codices in Coptic bindings, called the Nag Hammadi Library, comprised 52 most Gnostic tractates or treatises documenting a major side stream of early quasi-Christian thought, formerly attested only by the anti-heretical treatises of Orthodox Christianity. The best known of these works is probably the Gospel of Thomas, of which the Nag Hammadi codices contained the only complete text. They also included 3 works belonging to the Corpus Hermeticum. Now, if you're not familiar with that, the Corpus Hermeticum basically contains dialogues in which a teacher generally identified with Hermes Trismegistus, or thrice greatest Hermes, enlightens a disciple. So if you're familiar with Hermes, Thoth, which is also the same as Hermes, then when you look right here in the early Christian writings, and it talks about works inside the Corpus Hermeticum, now you can finally understand that these works were kept from you for a reason. Okay? These are early Christian writings, and they actually talk about that the Corpus Hermeticum was found inside these things. And what's interesting is they were found around 1945, which is basically around the end of World War II. So we're going to take a look at the Gospel of Thomas today, because this is information that was left out of the Bible, I believe, on purpose by those who do not want you to have the information. And with a couple of the sayings in here, I'm going to prove that to you as well. So what we see here is that the Gospel of Thomas, along with the Corpus Hermeticum, I'm going to also show you that Jesus taught hermetics. He taught hermetics. He understood what hermetics are. Let me introduce you to the 7 principles in hermetics. Now, right here I'm on the Kabbalion.org. This is where you're going to find hermetic philosophy. Not religion, philosophy. And of course what it says is the lips of wisdom are closed except to the ears of understanding. If you read the Gospel of Thomas, you'll also find that Jesus says in there many times, let them hear for those who have ears to hear. He says that a lot. He's basically teaching hermetics. So when you take a look at the 7 hermetic principles, they are a principle of mentalism, correspondence, vibration, polarity, rhythm, cause and effect, and the principle of gender, not to be mistaken for male and female, but to be understood by the active and passive parts of your mind. So let's take a look at some of the things that he said. The very first thing that he said is, and he said, whoever discovers the interpretation of these sayings will not taste death. Number 2, and this is one that you should compare with yourself. He said that those who seek should not stop seeking until they find. When they find, they will be disturbed. When they are disturbed, they will marvel and reign over all, and after that they will rest. So how many of you have actually done the seeking that you're supposed to do in order to find the truth? Or have you just been given what you were told and stopped there? See, the church tells people not to seek. The church tells people to only stick with what they have been told and not to go looking anywhere else. So, this is something Jesus said. Number 2, just not stop seeking until you find. Number 5, this one is very, very important. He said, know is what is in front of your face, and what is hidden will be disclosed to you. Know what is hidden in front of your face, and it will be disclosed to you. Well, does this look like it's in your face or not? Do you see what is being shown to you that has been hidden for hundreds and hundreds of years? And yet no one has looked at this, and no one has put the pieces together. Of course, not that you really could until like last year, which is really interesting because in Revelations is when they tell you that things will start being disclosed. It wasn't until last year or the year before last when the internet started becoming so popular and when we were able to see things that we weren't able to see before. What's interesting is that these pictures that we see of Orion here have existed for several hundred years at least, which the quality of them matches that of the Spitzer telescope. So how is it that they knew what the Orion Nebula looked like so many hundreds of years ago? But they did. But now is the only time that we are able to see this stuff. But know what is in front of your face, so it will be disclosed to you. It's now being disclosed to you, folks. Take a look at what's in front of your face. Spread this information around. Okay? I don't know why that my site doesn't have more hits on this extremely valuable information. This needs to get out to everyone. Know what is in front of your face. Okay? Jesus said this. Get this information out so that other people can see what is being hidden in front of their face. And we can all have this disclosed to us. Priests cannot answer this question. I've had several people go and ask their priests, what does this mean? And they cannot answer it. So know what is in front of your face. Now let's tie something interesting together down here on number 13. Jesus said to his disciples, compare me to something and tell me what I'm like. Simon Peter said to him, you are like a just messenger. Well, now let's hop over here to the book of wisdom. Okay? And the book of wisdom was also another book left out of the Bible. And what does it say here on 2:18? For if the just man be the Son of God. So if he's a just messenger, then he is a son of God. And if you're a just messenger, you are the son of God. We are all sons of God. And this is also mentioned inside and outside of the Bible. So yes, he was a messenger. He was a just messenger, just as each of us should be as well. Because all of us have the same ability to be just like he is, just like Jesus was. And we can do that by looking for truth, by seeking truth, as we saw up here, by knowing what is in front of our face, and by being a just messenger, showing people the truth. Let's take a look at number 3 real quick. I told you that Jesus taught hermeneutics. Okay? If he says, if your leaders look to you and the Father's kingdom is in the sky, then the birds will precede you. If they say to you, it's in the sea, then the fish will precede you. Rather, the Father's kingdom is within you and is outside you. As above, so below. As below, so above. This also matches the principle of correspondence. As above, so below. As below, so above. Okay? Now let's take a look at one that is basically, he says, when you see one who is not born of a woman fall on your faces and worship, that one is your father. Okay, what he's talking about is mental gender here. Let's take a look at something. Now I'm going to skip down to where I know there's a passage that I want to read, and it basically says, the strong men and women of the world invariably manifest the masculine principle of will, and their strength depends materially upon this fact. Instead of living upon the impressions made upon others by their minds, they dominate their own minds by their will, obtaining the kind of mental images desired, and moreover dominate the minds of others likewise, in the same manner. Look at the strong people and how they manage to implant their seed thoughts in the minds of the masses of the people. thus causing the latter to think thoughts in accordance with the desires and wills of the strong individuals. And this is why the masses of the people are such sheep-like creatures, because they never originated an idea of their own, nor used their own powers of mental activity. So if you are just being fed stuff and you are not using your own masculine principle of will, which is what he's talking about right here. He's not talking about somebody who's physically born by a woman. He's talking about someone that exercises the active part of their mind and is not impressionable by everything people feed them. That's what he's talking about. He's talking about hermetics. This is one so many people fail to do, and that is, they asked him, how will our end come? And he says, have you found the beginning then, so that you're looking for the end? You see, the end will be where the beginning is. So he said, the end will be as the beginning is. The serpent eating his tail is what comes to mind when I read that. This is very interesting. Snake eating its own tail represents eternity. And if you can take a look at the triangle here, and it looks like there's a Yahweh symbol in the middle of that. I'm going to have to save that image. That also looks very old as well. Alright, down here, more hermetics. He said, they're talking about basically, he sees some nursing babies, and those are like the ones that enter the Father's kingdom. And then they ask if they should enter the Father's kingdom as babies. And listen to the hermetics that comes out here. When you make the two into one. Now, as I've said before, when consciousness came down in order to manifest on the physical plane down here, it split itself into two, duality, positive and negative. So when we make two into one again, which is what he's saying, then he says when you make the inner like the outer, law of correspondence, the outer like the inner, law of correspondence, the upper like the lower, same thing, and the male and the female into a single one, which I just showed you, the positive and the negative into a single one, so that the male will not be male nor the female will not be female. When you read this, so you have to understand the interpretation of it, and what he's talking about is he's talking about the duality. He's talking about the male and the female, when these become one again, you see. That is how you enter the kingdom. And the kingdom should not be externalized. When you understand that everything is interconnected and we're a reflection of the universe and the universe is a reflection of us. Now here's something that backs up what I've been saying about the King James Bible. Jesus said the Pharisees and scholars have taken the keys of knowledge and have hidden them. And they have not entered, nor have they allowed those who want to enter to do so. As for you, be sly as snakes and simple as doves. Right here on this picture, what you see is you see the throne of St. Peter. But what you also see St. Peter always holding, and if you take a look right here, you can see there's a key here, and there is a key here. And you always see, even in the logo for the Vatican, you always see the logo for the Vatican is basically these two keys, these keys that they're holding, that we are not allowed to have. The knowledge that I've just showed you. What they're always pointing to. You always see them, I don't know exactly what the connection is to the Orion Nebula as opposed to the center of our galaxy, but I can tell you this is what they're pointing to, and they're holding the keys and they don't want you to get there. But the keys that they also hold is to understand yourself and to understand the Hermetic philosophy that they've also kept from you, which is the knowledge of the ancients. The knowledge of the ancients that comes from the Corpus Hermeticum right here, which is from early Christian writings as well. So we have learned to not stop seeking until you've found. It doesn't mean that you take on what other people give you. It means you seek for it yourself. It means to know what's in front of your face. It means to know to make the two one again, to lose your duality. Hermetics is being taught here. So folks, these are the things that they've hidden from you. Hope this helps. Y'all take care. So regardless of the images that we've seen that have matched all these things up, we now see that there's some clarity behind the scientific part of this stuff. And we can also see there's some clarity behind the association of what we call cosmic electricity, and what we even see when they point us to Kundalini, and they've already pointed those two, and associated those two together, and we can see that the path of electricity with a Fohat, or cosmic electricity, seems to be the same as what we see with Kundalini. There's also the metaphysical side of this that goes beyond the scientific, and the scientific guys are going to have to eventually, we're going to have to begin to push beyond the boundary of just the scientific, everything is dead and materialistic, everything is mechanical. They're going to have to begin to push beyond that. Hopefully, some of this stuff that I've been bringing out will begin to help them do that a little bit. Because as we've seen, for example, Michelangelo painting the brain, and the brain being this area that sits outside of the solar system, just like the esoteric text described, and him painting the Orion Nebula, and the Orion Nebula being the image of a human brain, and all of the Kundalini images, and all these things that we see matching up to all of this stuff cosmically, as well as what we see in man himself. We can't be denied. I mean, it can be denied, but not with integrity. It can't be denied because what we see these particular images, and they are all backed up by what we see in the esoteric texts. So although some people might have thought I was crazy a long time ago by showing that the Orion Nebula was a brain, in fact, what we see in these esoteric texts is exactly that. And this was the area that was being pointed to. This particular thing with the eye and the triangle. I want to point out something that's really important here. You know, the mainstream guys out there, the guys that are afraid of everything, you know, like Mark Dice, for example, every one of his videos that he comes out with, in the title of it has the word Illuminati in it, okay? And after a while, you kind of get tired of seeing this whole thing with Illuminati. What I've learned over my time of looking at this stuff is that there appears to be some group of people, some faction that has been trying to scare us away from the very symbolism that you're looking at right now. They appear to be, for whatever reason, trying to scare us away from these things so we won't go look at it ourselves. So what do they try to scare us from? They tried to scare us from the swastika. And where is the swastika on this cosmic Buddha? It's right where the heart is, and this represents the sun. And you see this other vortex up here in his head? That vortex up here in his head represents the pineal gland, and this is a cosmic representation of the same thing that I showed you earlier. So we see these two areas right here. This is the point, and this right here powers our sun. Our sun powers the solar system. So when we see this image right here, you see the same swirl that you saw on Buddha's head. This area right here, which corresponds to the trapezium of the Orion Nebula, we know why. Let's take a look at this read real quick. The group of wedges which we read, Asari, is minus equal I. This is the actual cuneiform character text here. The first is the well-known meaning of tent, which is what we see right here, or dwelling or resting place, and the second has the meaning of I and is placed inside the sign for tent, which is what we see right here. The two signs by which these are transcribed in Egyptian are a seat or throne and an eye. Now the sign is followed in the text by two other cuneiform characters. These form a title of Asari and are read in Sumerian Ludug, and they mean good man or being. Thus we have Asari, which the good being, but we find in the Egyptian text that one of the principal titles of Osiris is Nefer, that is, good being. And it seems clear that this is the title of the Egyptian translation of the cuneiform characters meaning good man or being, that there is little doubt that the Egyptian Asar, which is Osiris, is the equivalent of the Babylonian Asari. Now this was translated by E.A. Wallace Budge. He lived from 1857 to 1934, and he is the main guy who began to decipher much of the Egyptian hieroglyphs. And if you see right here, the trapezium of the Orion Nebula, which is our central and visible sun, has the same slopes as the pyramid. The reason the capstones were missing on the Great Pyramids, they were trying to show us a couple of things. They were trying to show us the area, the location, because the pyramids are structured in the form of Orion, the belt stars of Orion. But the missing capstone what they were trying to show us was they were trying to show us the apex of the pyramid of creation, which is this area right here. This is where that man came into being. Now, interestingly, also the other things that we see for Osiris, let me just show you this real quick. This is Osiris' hat, and we can see here in this old carving right here, notice where that hat is and where this little sun is right above the two ears, because that is where the pineal gland is located. So Osiris, the eye of Osiris, and Osiris is representing the pineal gland. You can see this little hat, the way it comes in and pinches right here, is also what we see if we take a look inside the X-ray of a skull as well. The same kind of thing occurs with the little ball sitting on top of it right where the pineal gland is located. This is significant because the eye of Osiris, that triangle surrounding the eye, which that eye is some kind of a vortex, when we actually take a look at the Orion Nebula itself, the triangular area is also the same area that we take a look at if we're looking at a sagittal view of the brain. It's also the same thing as the pineal gland area of the brain. So here's another one where we took the same thing, and this is this is Solomon's temple right here, and it plugs right in, as you can see. And these ancient temples were designed after man. But they were designed after man not just because it was just man they were looking at. They were also looking at the cosmos as well. Because those Egyptian pyramids of Giza, those Giza pyramids, they were actually pointing us to our invisible central sun. That's what they were pointing us to, and that's what Osiris was representing. Remember, it says in the pyramid text that the construction of the pyramids is Osiris. That's the reason why we see them in the same slope of the pyramids, representing the same slope as the trapezium of the Orion Nebula, the same area that powers our sun. But the deal is that in all of this, what we see is that these certain factions out there have tried to scare us from looking at this. I hope that this helps people understand that these symbols, the Illuminati has nothing to do with. The Illuminati is some huge imaginary bucket that we throw everybody into that is in a high power and is not out for any good in this world. And then what they do is they try to associate the symbolism to the Illuminati, but there isn't a real Illuminati group or what have you. And these symbols that they associate to that imaginary group of bad people that really do exist, all these bad people that are out there, they're not members of any group called the Illuminati. That is some kind of a bucket that they throw everybody into that they don't like. But the problem with it is then they begin to take these ancient symbols and associate that to these people. It's a complete mindfuck. And what it does is it causes people to associate these symbols, like the swastika that we see on the Buddha and stuff like that. And so what that does is that when this is it is a psyop, so that when people see things like this, they get fear that runs through their body rather than exploration that runs through their body. And then they don't find they don't want to find out what's really behind all the symbolism. They just immediately think Illuminati, bad person, fear, and stuff like this, and then they forget about everything else that goes along with it. But if they would look into the ancient symbolism, but see, people just don't normally do this. The average public, they just don't normally go out and look for stuff like this. But when they do, they find out that this ancient symbolism, all of this symbolism is extremely important. And by looking at the symbolism and by looking at the art and stuff like this that we find in all these places, we get to the truth. But they knew this. See, whoever's trying to keep us from the truth, they knew this. So what's the easiest way to keep people from the truth and keep people from exploring stuff like this? Scare the hell out of them with it. If you don't want people to look at stuff, you hang hell over their heads and you scare the hell out of them and you tell them not to look at stuff. Because if you look at stuff, the boogeyman's going to get you. And so it works. It's worked for centuries. And so now we have the mainstream out there and we have Mark Dice. And we have all these other stations out there, all these other channels out there, that they flash the triangle with the eye in it, and they make it seem like it's something bad, when in fact it's probably one of the most important symbols we could imagine. Let me show you something real quick. We know that this right here refers to Osiris. It refers to the central sun. Let me show you a piece of art right here. This is called Supper at Amos, Pontormo, and this was done in 1525, a good, 80 years before the King James Bible was published. And here's Jesus, right under the eye with the triangle. So does this mean that Jesus was an Illuminati? Does this mean he was an Illuminati, Freemason, all this other kind of stuff that they've come out with? And by Freemasons, by the way, have put out all kinds of good information, and they're just another thing demonized by the church. I suspect that it is mostly some faction in the church that's trying to keep this stuff from coming out to people. I don't know why. I can't figure it out why. But I can tell you that, like all these things that I've found in these cathedrals and stuff, they weren't supposed to be. They did this art in such a way that the church wouldn't catch it. But they knew that eventually someone would figure it out. So what they did was they put it all over the churches, like Michelangelo's painting, and like what we see in the Mother Jesuit Church and stuff like this. But just like anything else, folks, we can't just say, oh, well, if it's in the church, then that must mean that it's something bad. No, folks, you have to investigate. You have to explore. You have to say, well, this is interesting. Look at this piece of information I have. And then you have to go out there and you have to start looking in other places and seeing if there are different things that are connecting the dots. That means going to ancient texts. That means looking at symbolism. That means especially going across culture, looking at the various texts and stuff like that. And when you do that, it doesn't matter whether that first person you think was bad or not, whether the church was not, all the other data out there that's inside, that's whether it be the ancient texts or whether it be the pyramids or ancient Egypt or whether it be the Buddha or whether it be all these other places that you look, they will confirm or deny what you've seen and the importance of it. That's why it takes good investigation. So you can't just say, oh, well, you can't trust what that guy said. He was a Freemason, or he was a Jesuit, or he was a Jew, or he was a, because you can do that with everything. And if you do that with everything like that, if you can always take somebody and what they are and whether they are, what a membership they were with or whatever, and you can just knock it down to where you'll never look at anything, because every time you look at somebody, they're always a member of something that you think is not right. So the only way that you can do it is you have to begin to take a look at the information and then start confirming across culture. That's the only way you really find the truth in all of this stuff. So does this mean Jesus was an Illuminati bad guy who was trying to rule the world? No, it doesn't. But no one's going to look at this. First person that sees this normally in the mainstream is going to go, oh my God, I can't believe that they painted a Jesus with an Illuminati symbol on top of him. But that's the mainstream, folks. But we're above the mainstream, right? We realize that there are deeper meanings behind this. Some of these meanings are extremely metaphysical. Some of these meanings have layers of meanings when it comes to the symbolism. But the mainstream hype that's been put out there to scare everybody from this stuff, that's not what we're interested in. That's all mainstream hype. And so although Mark Dice can put out stuff like Illuminati in every single one of his videos in the title, and that may grab the mainstream common man, people that can look beyond that and understand the symbolism for what it is, both cosmically and what we see it in man as well. We know better. But it's time to stop being afraid of all this stuff and start digging into the esoteric information of what it all really means. We can clearly see people have been hiding stuff from us for a long time, and they've been doing it with fear. Scare the hell out of people and they won't look at it. Scare the hell out of people and they won't go explore. Hang hell over their heads and they won't go explore. That seems to be what the church has been doing. But the church has been found out in a lot of ways. So what do we see here? Well, we already know that this represents the Eye of Osiris, but we also know that this is a vortex. It's also the trapezium of the Orion Nebula. There are different understandings of Jesus and Christ and things like this. So we see Jesus standing under Osiris. Well, we know this is the same thing as Jehovah as well. And when you start looking around in all these cultures and stuff, you start finding out that
all of these various things are usually talking about the same thing, just like Osiris is the same as Jehovah. So anyways, I want to thank you guys for the subscribers that I recently got for 20,000 subscribers. The scientific stuff is now going to start becoming important in all of this as well, because the scientific, I hope, will start getting the attention of the folks like the Thunderbolts projects and stuff like that. But also, my hope is at the same time that we will begin to start seeing the metaphysical that also exists in all of this as well, rather than just the material, mechanical part of all this. So, and stop being afraid of all the symbolism. This symbolism is where the truth lies. And those people that have tried to keep us afraid of it have done that so we wouldn't get to the truth. So you guys take care, and thanks a lot again. Talk to you soon.
So I want to read something to you guys, and I've said this a million times, but I want to say it again because it is extremely important right now with everything that is going on. The masses of the people, the majority of the people, are sheep. Okay, we know this. They just follow along with what they watch on TV. And if what they watch on TV is only what is being allowed to be on TV, which is what is starting to happen now with all of these globalists censoring everybody, then that is how they will be conditioned to be. Colleges and universities are indoctrination bubbles. Schools are doing the same thing, just like this walkout that we had. Probably half the kids or more, I would say probably the majority of them, just wanted to get out of school. But the optics of it are that everyone sees a large presence of kids out there, half of them standing around doing nothing, just happy to be out of class, and then just a few that have been chosen to get up there and speak are supposedly representing all of the students. There have been reports of students that are getting in trouble for expressing their own views that might be opposing what the narrative is. And this is all part of the conditioning process. So I want to read something to you from the Kabbalion really quickly, because this is something I've read a million times, but I want to read it one more time so that everybody can understand. These globalists will they will pull your heartstrings. They will always mention things such as, quote, the children, in order to pull at your heartstrings and get your heart to control your mind. Your heart should not control your mind. Your heart should steer your mind, but your mind should control your emotions. People who think by their emotions always end up losing in the end. Your heart should steer you in the right direction to do the right thing, but it should not control what you do. Your mind makes sense of what's going on, and sometimes what makes sense doesn't necessarily mean what feels right at the moment. So let me read this to you real quick. The strong men and women of the world invariably manifest the masculine principle of will, and their strength depends materially upon this fact. Instead of living upon the impressions made upon their minds by others, they dominate their own minds by their will, obtaining the kind of mental images desired, and moreover dominate the minds of others likewise in the same manner. Look at the strong people, how they manage to implant their seed thoughts in the minds of the masses of the people, thus causing the latter to think thoughts in accordance with the desires and wills of the strong individuals. This is what the globalists are doing to people when they pull their heartstrings and everything. They are trying to take you away from what makes sense and take you away and pull you into what feels right at the moment, because they know you're good people and they know you have a good heart. And so what they do is they use it against you. And this is why the masses of the people are such sheep-like creatures, never originating an idea of their own nor using their own powers of mental activity. I hope that resonates with you guys, because this is exactly what's going on. And you have a lot of people with their emotions flying out there with no sense flying to go along with it. And when
when a certain narrative is pumped over and over into your head in these universities, in these classrooms and so forth, and they don't allow any critical analysis, they don't allow any questioning, any going against whatever the narrative is, or questioning why something is right. And if you don't say what they want you to say, then you are ridiculed or sent to the principal's office or given a bad grade or what have you. Well, this is exactly what's happening in our society right now. And it's a form of incrementalism. And incrementalism is a form of taking a series of steps, one by one, basically pushing the line to a point to where something becomes normalized. So at some point, these crazy things that we keep hearing coming out of these globalists will eventually become a normal way of thinking for people, which means they now have your mind. So don't lose your mind. You must have mind to balance your heart. This is the Hermetic way of understanding the way you have to reach higher levels of enlightenment. You have to balance the heart with the mind. It's not all heart. If it was all heart and people that live by their emotions and think by their emotions and things like that, they always crash and burn. People that think only by their minds and things like this, they crash and burn too, because they live by just cold misunderstanding. They don't know what's right and what's wrong. Okay, they just go by calculations. So you have to use your heart to steer your mind, but your mind must control your emotions. You must do what's right. You must think things through instead of letting it be the other way around. So that's my message for today. You guys have a great day. I'll talk to you soon. Hey everybody. I wanted to clear something up really quick with everyone out there. You know, a lot of times I get questions from people. One of them are, well, Danny, what is your religious views? Or did you really think Jesus existed? Or what do you believe? Or what have you? Well, you have to understand where I'm coming from. Okay, I'm an analyst. All right, I am. I think I fall into a very unique position because, from my perspective, what I see is I see these two extremes that are always fighting with each other. I see that we have the people that are scientific that call themselves atheists, and I see that they're always fighting with the folks that are on the very other side of the fence, the very religious people. And when I say religious, that's a very ambiguous term. What I really mean by it are these people that are completely indoctrinated. I don't mean religious in the sense of spiritual, in the sense of understanding a higher reality and things like this. And coming from the perspective that I'm in, where I see this kind of thing happen back and forth, I feel like I'm kind of in the middle of this stuff, right? So if I mention anything to these people that are extremely indoctrinated on the religious side, then they just have a fit and they go crazy, right? And they just start screaming, you're blasphemous, you're sacrilegious, and all this other kind of stuff. But then if I go on the science side and I mention anything from the religious texts or the mysteries or things like this, then those guys all think that it's all, the first thing that they think in their head basically is that, oh, you're just a religious nut, right? But these guys forget that most of the stuff that they've acquired as far as their ideas, as far as like the Big Bang Theory that they have right now, the Big Bang Theory actually came from a Jesuit priest, and that Jesuit priest, although he claimed it was his idea, the whole idea of the cosmic egg comes from ancient religions, all the way back into ancient Egypt. So what I haven't seen are too many people that fall into the position that I'm in. I fall into a very unique position because, first of all, I fell into all of this stuff by accident. It's not something that I wanted to pursue. It's something that grabbed my interest greatly because of the scientific facts behind what actually occurred. When you begin to explore things for yourself and nature and stuff like that for yourself, you learn. There is a learning system that nature teaches you. It comes through symbolism that's found in nature. It comes through geometry and things like this. I would have never discovered it. However, when you go and take a look at some of these old cathedrals and you see that what's happened is that these people are depicting a very particular place, such as the Orion Nebula. Now you got to remember, this is coming from an analyst's point of view, okay? So I see a church called Karlskirche, built in 1737, and I see that the high altar is showing the Orion Nebula in infrared. Okay, so we didn't even develop infrared technology until the 20th century, and probably in the latter half of the 20th century. So these kinds of things, and I find that the symbolism that is contained within the infrared version of the Orion Nebula, which includes the winged disk and its geometry, goes all the way back into ancient times. So as an analyst, I went and I began to, this is a surprising thing, right? It's one of those things that if you are extremely scientific, first of all, you're never even going to find yourself looking at this kind of stuff. And if you're extremely just subject to the dogma of the church and the way things have to be, then you won't accept it. Because everything beyond what you've been taught is blasphemy, heresy, sacrilegious, whatever you want to call it, right? So we have these two extremes going on here, and very, very few people fall right into the middle of that. It's almost kind of like left brain, right brain people, red and blue. You always see the red are the Republicans and the blue are the Democrats. And interestingly enough, you find that this red and blue occurs in a lot of the religious paintings, even on Jesus. You see old paintings of Jesus, you see one side of him painted blue and one side of him painted red. Very interesting synchronicity there. But my view on this stuff is that I approach it from an analyst's point of view. I don't find myself subject to any dogma. And I had someone on the previous video where I found that they found another Bible that says that Jesus wasn't crucified or what have you. These things don't bother me as far as whether he was or whether he was not. It doesn't mean that Islam is any better than Christianity, or Christianity is any better than Islam or better than Buddhism or better than anything else, because where I'm coming from is I see the common sayings, the common truths. I don't think these texts can be read like storybooks. I think they have to be read, understood allegorically as just in small sections. There's, in other words, the point of the story here, the point of the story there. What is the deeper meaning here? What is the deeper meaning there? And when you start doing all of this comparison, which I feel as an analyst type of person who has no bias, see, I had something that I could focus on. I had the Orion Nebula to focus on, and I've proven that this Orion Nebula, especially by Michelangelo that you're looking at right there, his painting of the creation of Adam, I know as an analyst, I know as a scientist, that the imagery that he painted the Orion Nebula. I know that it cannot be debunked, and I know this because I understand as a previous programmer and as a computer analyst, I understand what image recognition entails, and I understand the probability of what it would have taken for somebody to do that by coincidence. And there's so many areas, and when we zoom all the way down to even, God's ear and things like this, the point that I'm getting at is the probability becomes impossible. And considering this painting was done 100 years before the first telescope, and considering that I see this thing repeated in all these cathedrals, I was given a motivation to find out what was going on. And people ask me what my belief is. Well, my belief is that I search for the truth. It has nothing to do with a particular doctrine. Now, I've found that in many cases, some doctrines have easier to read and to understand things than others. For example, I find the Gospel of Thomas and the sayings that Jesus, whoever that archetype was, it almost sounds like Hermes Trismegistus to me, but whoever this archetype was, very, very easy things to read. They're all sayings, but they're still written in parables, and the reason why this happens, and the reason why you don't see them just come out and say something, is because a lot of times it requires a very abstract, deep thought and deep contemplation that has to occur along with it. There's lots of meanings that go into layers, and unless you actually think about it for a long time, that's the reason why they are written the way that they are. because you can't just come out and say something. That's not the way reality works. The way all of these religious texts are, to me, in my view, they're not religions to follow. I mean, think about it this way. God isn't a Jew. God isn't a Christian. God is not Islamic. You can't bound the mystery of God into any one book. What you find is that all of these different texts, this wealth of information that we see from all the way from ancient Egypt to the Assyrians to everything else. And you remember, you're going to have to understand that all of these, just about every religion I've seen out there, especially the Western ones, they demonize everything else except for theirs. Everything else is heresy. Everything else is blasphemy. And I see the same thing coming from the Islamic people as well. You don't see this kind of stuff so much on the Buddhism side or some of the Eastern religions. You don't see that as much. But for some reason, there's this need to say mine is okay and yours is not okay. What we haven't matured enough to do yet is we haven't matured enough to see the common truths that exist in all of them. Because if that were to happen, can you imagine? See, this is one of the reasons why theosophy is so cool, but yet theosophy has been demonized also, because that's what theosophy does. Theosophy and people like Blavatsky, they have actually gone out and they've compared and they've said, well, this is what the Jews think, this is what the Islamic people think, this is what the ancient Egyptians think, and they are very well read and they understand what they're talking about. And they have that personal experience and a way to prove that they know what they're talking about to back it up. This is the reason why I enjoy it. And I've learned a lot of this kind of stuff from Manly P. Hall as well. There's information. There's to be found in all of these. Where science goes wrong is science takes the credit for a lot of things that have been provided for them already in these religious mysteries. For example, we can take a look at Hermetic philosophy. Hermetic philosophy tells us about the principle of vibration, that everything moves, everything vibrates. But yet in the 1960s, the scientific folks said they came out with something called string theory and told us the same thing and took the credit for it. Just like I said, the Big Bang Theory, the Jesuit priest that says he came out with it, he didn't. Came out with this kind of stuff was been around for a long time. And yet, all of these mysteries, okay, that exists inside these ancient texts, science is too arrogant. They feel like if they go and take a look at a religious text, then that means that all of a sudden they are following religious dogma, and that the religious folks are going to jump at them and say, see, I told you so, you guys are looking at our religious text. See, I told you so. And so science doesn't want to give them any credit whatsoever. And so what happens is science is stumbling around on a lot of things that they could have already solved. The whole idea about the electric universe theory has been around forever. And now that finally people are starting to understand, I mean, you can take a look and you can read in Blavatsky's Isis Unveiled. Talks all about the electric universe theory. It's even in the Bible. The Bible talks about it as well. All these ancient cultures talk about it, see. But what I would like to see more from people like Thunderbolts, the Thunderbolts Project, is they are now... See, what they did was they gave the credit, just a little bit of credit to these guys as far as this electric universe theory. And then now they're all focused on anything that's provable and testable. And so they've basically taken a full turn now into the only scientific, and they've forgotten about where they got this information in the first place, which comes from the ancient religious cultures that understood this stuff a long time ago. And they've, of course, fabricated this whole idea about the way things necessarily used to look a long time ago, because that's the only way that they can explain that these people could see things the way that they could a long time ago. But yet we can see that people understood about the Orion Nebula, even the Mayans, all the way back a long, long time ago, and the ancient Egyptians too. They understood about the mirror that existed between the sky and the earth. There is a mystical part of reality that exists and comes up in all of the ancient texts, whether it be the Egyptian texts, whether it be the Kabbalah texts and the ancient Judaism texts, the Torah, what we see in Genesis. But until we actually begin to start taking a look across culture and see the common truths that exist in all of this. And that includes science also. Science needs to take a look. They need to include the whole idea of the religious subjects, not to worship things, not to accept dogma in all of these religions, but to extract the important mystical things regarding reality, because there is a level of reality that can be proven, as I have shown, a level of reality related to consciousness in this universe that science is only crediting to religious aspects. They're not seeing that. It has nothing necessarily to do with God or worship or anything else. In fact, my personal belief is I don't believe this whole thing was set up to worship anything. It's for us to understand the deeper aspects of reality, the layers of reality as they relate to man, his body, his inner part of himself, and the cosmos. And the ancients understood this so long ago. They understood that man was made in the image of God, but there's layers of meanings to that. Layers of meanings both physically, form-wise, and also the invisible, the spiritual side, and things like these. The things that science doesn't want to take a look at. There's the psychological aspects of the cosmos related to man as well. A lot of this can be found through geometry. But that's my take. My take is, I don't favor any of these religions. What I use them for is to extract the mystical data. What my focus has been on is to extract the mystical data surrounding the Orion Nebula, because everything seems to point to this area. It's found in all of these various ancient texts. It's related to our cosmos. It affects our sun. According to the alchemical drawings that we see 500 years ago, we see the triangle with the eye in the middle of it shooting a ray to our sun, and then our sun shooting a ray to the earth. There are very deep things to contemplate when we understand these types of things. And science is missing out on it because they're not paying attention to it. And the religious folks are not paying attention to it either because they're too stuck in dogma. So nobody's benefiting on all these mystical things. But they exist in just about every religious text that you can find. You just have to know what to look for. And until we begin to start comparing all of these things together, we're going to be stuck in this, I'm right, you're wrong, you're crazy, you're a religious nut, you're a scientific... atheism, the idea of atheism is just as religious as the opposite. To say that you don't believe in something means that you know that something doesn't exist. I think what science has a problem with is the label of God, because they think if you use the word God, it must mean that you must worship. But when I think of God, I don't think of God as some kind of thing to worship. I see it as this underlying substantial reality, which is the way I would be more aligned to what we would find in Hermetic philosophy. I see it as more of the underlying true reality of everything. You call it God, call it whatever you want. Call it spirit. Hermetic philosophy calls it spirit. Other people call it other things. But it doesn't have to be that dogmatic label that religions in the Western side give it. And so science needs to lighten up. They can call it whatever they want, but there are deeper aspects of reality that they are missing out on because they're not paying attention to these ancient religious texts. And these folks in these religions, if they would just see that all these other ones are talking about the same thing they are, all this fighting, all these holy wars and all this other stuff would go away. And the church would probably not like that either. The church is always fought to try to keep its stakehold. It's one of the reasons why they've given the Freemasons such a bad name. But anyways, that's my take. My take is I stand in the middle. I look at everything. I'm not biased with any particular thing. I'm scientific. Yet at the same time, I'm open-minded enough to take a look at the mystical side of things. Because I understand that all in all, it's really all about layers of reality. Layers of reality that exist that science just doesn't understand yet, and that religion doesn't understand really either because they haven't taken the time to look past their dogma. So that's my stance. So, stay with me. We're going to uncover, and as this channel, as it continues on, we're going to uncover more mystical things. But all I can ask is that everybody start looking at all of the various texts. You don't have to be a scientific expert to understand this thing. All you have to be is an investigator. Y'all take care, and I'll talk to you soon.
Good evening, everybody. So I decided to do a search for astrology and Catholicism at the same time, and I came across this site here called Catholic.com that apparently used to have a page called Astrology. As you can see up there, it's Catholic.com/library/astrology. Well, interestingly enough, the page is not found, but I decided to go on to the web archive to see if I could actually find out what was there. Right now I'm on the web archive page. I want to read to you what used to be on this Catholic.com site about astrology. Astrology. The Catechism of the Catholic Church states, all forms of divination are to be rejected. Recourse to Satan or demons, conjuring of the dead, or other practice of falsely supposed to unveil the future, consulting horoscopes, astrology, palm reading, interpretation of omens and the lots, phenomena of clairvoyance, and recourse to mediums, all conceal a desire for power over time, history, and in the last analysis, other human beings, as well as a wish to conciliate hidden powers. They contradict the honor, respect, and loving fear that we owe to God alone. The pagan world was dominated by the belief in astrology. Pagans believed that the stars were divinities, or that they were controlled by divinities. Apollo was the god of the sun. His sister Diana was the goddess of the moon, and the known planets were named after the gods as well: Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn. Because of this common pagan belief, the Old Testament contains repeated injunctions against star worship. In the New Testament age, astrologers have taught that all things were in the grip of fate, which could assign one destiny to one man, and another destiny to another. Fate was extremely powerful, and sometimes was even said to rule the gods. However, what destiny fate would assign to a man could be determined by reading the stars. Today, some Christians are influenced by the revived paganism in the form of the New Age movement. And now you know where they get this from. Some even suggest that Christianity originally held many occult beliefs, such as astrology. But the early Christians, like the early Jews, were vehemently opposed to astrology, even attributing it to demonic origin. The Church Fathers, willing to impose strong sanctions against astrology to protect their flocks, in AD 120, the noted mathematician Aquila Ponticus was excommunicated from the church at Rome for astrological heresies. In the quotes below, Augustine records that such sanctions were still in force in his day, 3 centuries later, and could result in a person being excommunicated. In the 13th century, the Roman Church began to collect and organize its canon law, which after a millennium of development had become a complex and difficult system of interpretation and cross-referencing. I wonder if it's possible that the Roman Church may have misinterpreted anything and may have been contradictory to what they were teaching. Remember, in the Gospel of Thomas, Jesus said, "The Pharisees and the scholars have taken the keys of knowledge and have hidden them. They have not entered, nor have they allowed those who want to enter to do so."
Over our recent years in history, we've had a lot of people come out with things in order to make money on books and things like this that clearly have not done the research, or if they have done the research, they have intentionally misled the public in order to either, one, serve the agenda of some higher power that wants to push whatever it is that they're selling for some reason, or two, they've done it to, because people generally like drama. They like drama, and there may be some reason why they are pushing these particular issues. The alien issue, which they have turned into being these things called fallen angels, these types of people, or the people that over the recent years in history, I guess all the way back and probably until the early like 500 or 600 AD or something, when when Pope Gregory the Great came out with the word Lucifer, meaning something having to do with Satan, which it doesn't because it's mentioned sarcastically in regards to a Babylon king, which is identified as a man later on in Isaiah. And since Lucifer is only mentioned one time in the Bible, it cannot mean anything associated to Satan. And these types of things have happened over history. The things that we're going to talk about today is the name Nephilim, and what it really means and where it comes from, because now we have people associating Nephilim to reptilians. Reptilians was pretty much promoted by David Icke and people like that, and it's turned into this huge thing, and now Nephilim means reptilians, it means fallen angels, it means any alien that you see in the sky. You know, you see some of these people that say all aliens are demons and stuff like that. These are the crazies that are out there that don't want to spend any time doing any research at all, but they want to make up these fabulous stories because they promote drama, and people just like drama. So we're going to talk about the word Nephilim today. But before we begin, we're going to take a look at this right here, which is called Strong's Concordance. And it's very important because what it does is it goes into the Bible and tells you what particular words mean. So if you use the King James Bible, for instance, as you go through the Bible, you can actually take a look at the meanings of the particular words that are used, because they are derived from Hebrew words. When we take a look in the Old Testament, for example, they are derived from Hebrew words. So here it is. So Strong's Exhaustive Concordance of the Bible, generally known as Strong's Concordance, is a concordance of the King James Bible that was constructed under the direction of Dr. James Strong in 1822 to 1894, and first published in 1890. Dr. Strong was professor of exegetical theology at Drew Theological Seminary at the time. It is an exhaustive cross-reference of every word in the King James Bible back to the word in the original text. Unlike other Bible reference books, the purpose of Strong's Concordance is not to provide content or commentary about the Bible, but to provide an index to the Bible. This allows readers to find words where they appear in the Bible. This index allows the student of the Bible to re-find a phrase or passage previously studied. It also lets the reader directly compare how the same word may be used elsewhere in the Bible. In this way, Strong's Notes provides an independent check against translations and offers the opportunity for greater and more technically accurate understanding of text. Strong's Concordance includes the Hebrew root words, and this is for the Old Testament. And it's important to understand that the Old Testament does not belong to the Catholic Church. They took over the Old Testament and they put it in their Bible. But the Old Testament belongs to the Hebrew a long time ago. And so when we take a look at the words and the definitions in the Old Testament, it has nothing to do with what the Catholic Church or the modern church believes. It has to do with what they believed when they wrote the Old Testament a long time ago. And these certain words that are used in there are derived from certain Hebrew words. James Strong did not construct Strong's Concordance by himself. It was constructed with the effort of time of more than 100 colleagues. It has become the most widely used concordance for the King James Bible. So there you go. So when we take a look, for example, in the Bible, we're going to be taking a look at the word Nephilim. For those of you who believe that you should only be reading the King James Bible, well, then you have nothing to worry about, because the word Nephilim is never in the King James Bible. In fact, the word Nephilim is substituted for giants. If you take a look here, we see the word Nephilim in the New International Version. And it says in those days, and for some time after, giant Nephilites. Okay. And then it says the Nephilim were on the earth in those days, on the English Standard Version. We see in the New American Standard Bible, the Nephilim were on the earth in those days. And in the King James Bible, we see there were giants in the earth in those days. So the word Nephilim and giants are used interchangeably here. The Nephilim were on the earth in both those days. The Nephilim were on the earth. So in King James Bible, specifically, folks, there is no mention of Nephilim. So then we have to understand, what does the word giants mean in the King James Bible? Now, in order to find the word Nephilim, and I'm using the eSword Bible application here. It's got all of the books of the Bible here. And you'll notice here up at the top, I've got Old Testament where it's being searched. We're going to search for Nephilim in the whole Bible here.
And we'll find that when doing a search, it's only in 2 places. Those 2 places are both in the Old Testament. So let's take a look here at Genesis 6:4. And what you see right here in green are the various definitions for what these things mean, what these various words mean. These are derived from the translations of Hebrew. So when they put giants here in the translation, we can actually see the definition of what they mean from the Hebrew when it was translated into the Bible. Right here we have a parallel. And we can see the various Bibles that I have loaded here inside eSword. And it says, there were giants in those days and also after, that when the sons of God came unto the daughters of men, and they bare children with them. But when we take a look at the other ones, for example, when we take a look at the other ones, and in those days and for some time after, giant Nephilites lived on earth, for whenever the sons of God had intercourse with women. So it's not putting the Nephilim in the same context as the people who actually had intercourse with the women. It says that they lived on the earth in those days, and also afterward, when the sons of God came into the daughters of man. So they're not the same as the sons of God. Otherwise, it would say the Nephilim came into the daughters of men, and they didn't. It's mentioning 2 different things in the same sentence. But I digress there. Let's take a look at the definition of what the Nephilim actually is. Now, since it's not listed in the King James Bible, we have to go with what they give us as their interpretation, and that is giants. And when we take a look at H5307, it says, from H5307, properly a feller, that is, a bully or a tyrant. So the giants that are being referred to have nothing to do with aliens, reptilians, angels, or anything of the sort. They're referring to giants meaning tyrants or bullies, kind of like what we're dealing with today, kind of like the large corporations and things like that. And it may very well be possible that they are trying to misdirect people in some instances so that they can't associate what's happening here to what is actually happening today. If you are a true Christian and you actually read the King James Bible and you are interested in really knowing what's going on, why would you accept anything different than what's actually being shown here in the Bible? If you enjoy the drama, then you're definitely not defining things correctly. And so what good is that for you if you're not going to trust what the Bible is giving you? Seems to me is that you're lukewarm, what they call Christians in the Bible. You believe what you want to believe when you want to believe it. The fact is that the word Nephilim means tyrant or bully, and it's clearly marked right here as the word in the definition using the Strong's Word Concordance. So there you go. I hate to break the news to you folks, but Nephilim has nothing to do with aliens or fallen angels or anything. Also, there is no place in the Bible whatsoever, in any of the translations, that you will find the word fallen angel. I type in fallen angel here, and we'll just look in King James, for example. We have in Revelation 14:8, and there followed another angel saying, Babylon is fallen. That's the only place in the whole Bible we have fallen angel, in the King James Bible. So all these are made-up terms. The fact that Nephilim are aliens or reptilians or alien greys. And by the way, if they were alien greys are smaller than the average person, so they can't be giants anyway. So even if you want to objectify it into some kind of materialistic type of thing and try to turn them into something that they're not, it still doesn't make sense because it's not logical.
Well, as far as the book of Enoch goes, there's no place in the book of Enoch that it mentions Nephilim. It mentions watchers, but that, just like Lucifer, you can't just all of a sudden take that and associate it to something in the book of Enoch either. So all of this is made up crap, folks. And if you are a real and true Christian, you would follow what's in the Bible and follow the definitions in the Bible and not follow the hype. You guys take care. I'll talk to you soon.
Hello. So today I thought what I would do is basically take a look at this whole Saturn thing that's going around, where everyone is afraid of Saturn. Saturn is an evil being coming to get you and everything else. Folks, if you don't understand that these planets just operate at different frequencies, it has nothing to do with an external being like Satan or anything like that coming after you to get you. And these kind of people that are out here scaring everybody are using the Bible to interpret however it makes sense to them so they can scare the crap out of you. And I'm going to show you what they're trying to scare you about is an ancient code. The ancient code is 666. The thing that everybody's been taught to be so afraid of. Now, you don't want to go out and tattoo 666 on your arm, right? However, it's time to wake up and understand that 666 is a very important code. They've hidden it from you for a long time. And the reason they've done that is because it tells you about just about everything in our universe and how it works. So first of all, let's take a look, and I want you to see the fear-mongering that's going on right here. And then I'm going to take you through a few slides, and I'm going to show you some reality. Okay, enough of this already. Now, what they're doing is they're totally scaring you to death. And what you're going to realize is that pretty much everything in our reality is made up of sixes. And so I'm going to take you through a few slides, and hopefully at the end of all this, you will lose the whole fear of this Saturn and this 666 thing, which is actually totally ridiculous. These people are going off the deep end with this stuff. Okay? And the problem is they only look at one text, they don't study anything else, and they interpret it however it produces the most drama. So let's take a look at what we got here. Carl Monk discovered that the ancient sites, including Stonehenge, had 60 stones that made a circle all the way around it. He found that these ancient sites were able to used just their structure and how they communicated by their structure and their geometry to point to other ancient sites. For example, 60 stones times 360 degrees is equal to 21,600. Well, 6 times 6 times 6 is equal to 216. And what you'll find is that this string of 216 plus harmonics of different zeros, you'll find it all over the place in the universe. And the reason 666 is a code of 216 to let you know. Okay? So basically 60 times 360 is 21,600. That's the grid latitude of Stonehenge. If you take 21,600 and you divide 51 degrees and then divide 10, you get 42.35, which is also 51 degrees, 10 minutes, 42.35 seconds. And then you have the same one down here. This grid latitude right here is 2160. 40 times 2 times 27 seconds is equal to 2160. Did you know that the diameter of the moon is 2,160 miles? 6 times 6 times 6, which is 216 times 10. Did you know that midsummer is June 21st, or 216, 21st of June? The tilt of the Earth varies anywhere from 21.6 and 24.5 degrees. Each age that you have inside a whole zodiac is equal to 2,160 years. 6 times 6 times 6 times 10. And if you multiply that times 12, then you get the whole procession of 25,920 years. 6 times 6 times 6 is equal to 216. If you multiply that times 2, you get 432. If you square 432, you get the speed of light in miles per second. See, 666 and 6 is the foundation for understanding the way this whole universe and reality works. So to tie everything to one specific planet and a shape is completely ridiculous. So here we go. The circumference of any sphere is 21,600 nautical miles because it's divided up into degrees, minutes, and seconds. You have 21,600 nautical miles. Earth's speed around the sun as it orbits the sun is 66,660 miles per hour. If you multiply 60 seconds times 60 minutes times 24 hours, which is 6 times 4, you get 864,000 seconds in a day, or 864,000 is the diameter of the sun in miles. You see, the 666, it's the 216, and the base 6, is basically telling us about everything in the universe. From nature on the planet Earth, to the way planets orbit in our solar system, the diameter of the moon, the diameter of the sun, so forth. The human frame is also based on 6. There's 6 openings into the skull. 2 eyes, 2 ears, 1 nose, 1 mouth. There's 6 bones in both arms. There's 24, 6 times 4 ribs. The male body can contain up to 216 bones. Most people have 213. 6 times 6 times 6. We're made up of carbon. Carbon 12, 6 times 2, having 6 protons, 6 electrons, and 6 neutrons. 666. Carbon 12 has a melting point of, guess what? 360 degrees Celsius. 60 times 6. These are water crystals. When water crystals freeze, they form beautiful shaped hexagons. This is also the basic structure in the flower of life, which is used to basically create anything in nature in our reality. The seed of life is what you're looking at here, which is a basic structure with inside the flower of life. If you'll notice, all of these are the same shape as what you saw them put on top of Saturn. It's water. Okay? Not that everything is water, but if water forms a hexagram or a hexagon, then there's many other things. We're talking about frequency here, folks. These are the 5 Platonic solids. The cube, for example, you can express it as a cube has 6 sides of 360 degrees around each side, making it a total of 2,160 degrees total. When you unfold a cube, guess what it is? It's a cross. And finally, when these people try to scare you, says, "Hi, the Saturn people made me up to scare you from understanding the true meaning about 666. It's a code that pertains to just about everything in the universe. So don't tattoo me on your arm, but for heaven's sakes, wake the hell up and stop listening to the church and see what's been hidden from you, folks." The common thing that I see is they place this Star of David or hexagram on top of this, and then they try to tie everything to being a Jew or any of this other kind of stuff. Look right here. This is called cymatics. When you hit it with certain frequencies, look what it does. So, lose the fear over the 666 unless you just enjoy drama. Okay? When they said 666 is the number of a man, you have to understand that we are all made up, our whole reality is made up of sixes. So, I hope that helps. I hope that takes away some of the fear, because who cares that it's Saturn is the 6th planet away? There's so many other things that deal with 6. The Earth's traveling at 66,660 miles per hour. Give me a break. This isn't all about Saturn. So y'all take care, and I'll talk to you soon.
So I thought we would take a look at the tarot cards today and Kabbalah. And it's important to understand that the tarot cards are directly tied to Kabbalah. For example, this is the Bota deck that you're looking at right here, which is a very popular deck. The card we're going to be taking a look at is the Fool card and its symbolism and its relationship to creation and astronomy. According to popular opinion, and popular opinion is usually wrong about things, they assign this meaning of fool to the card, thinking that it is just a foolish person. And what they're missing is that all of creation, from the very top all the way down to the bottom, is all one being. It is all one being that branches out all the way down into physical reality. So there is no separate fool compared to something else. There is no separation. But what Fool tells us about is it tells us something about creation. Because what actually happens, just as Manly P. Hall describes, is at the very top you have this manifestation that happens. And so God, the Godhead, projects creation and then inhabits it. So it's not just it's not separate from creation. All of creation is part of it, but it projects it from itself and it inhabits it in everything, whether it's the universe or you and I or everything else. And so when we take a look at we can take a look at this right here. This kind of gives us a good understanding of the way this works. So all the way up here at the very top, when you see this tetragrammaton, this is where everything starts, and then it branches out and it moves down this triangle. So the very top part, this point that you see here, and you got to remember that it's almost like you have 4 trees of life. You have one here, another one stacked on top of that, another one stacked on top of that. This one down here is where physical manifestation happens. So if you can imagine 4 men stacked on top of each other, just like what you see right here, this is what you have. But this part up here is where everything projects from. And as it projects, it inhabits this whole tree that you see right here. So when we take a look, also, we see point, line, plane, and then the tetrahedron, which is the first solid, which is associated to physical manifestation. Also, when we take a look at
these charts right here in just about every ancient religion that you'll find, whether it is Kabbalah, the Egyptian mysteries, Hinduism, Buddhism. And what you'll notice is that in each one of these, you'll see that they are numbered from creation, and it kind of moves down this tree. And what you'll see is that in this first one, 1 corresponds to Kether. But before that, you kind of have pre-creation. And pre-creation exists in what we see in the ancient Hindu religions, and as far as creation goes. You have a creation that exists that starts with mind. It starts with a spiritual nature that's invisible, something that you can't see. And then that moves down into something that's called mind, and you still can't see that either. And then from there, it moves down into creation, which is something that's manifestation of itself. And in each case, it goes from the more subtle to the more dense or the most solid. And so when it comes to physical creation, what we kind of see is we kind of see a mirror of what's actually happening in the invisible worlds, but coming into manifestation in the physical world. So if you want to get an idea of a mirror reflection of what you're actually seeing in the invisible world, then you would take a look at the nebula, and the nebula would kind of give you a hint as to what you would be seeing just beyond the veil. So for the Egyptians, when we take a look at these, the tree of life, for example, the tree of life shows us certain numbers. And you notice they're numbered 1, 2, 3. Doth is not normally numbered. And we have 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then down here at the very bottom 10, when this corresponds to Earth. So we have Earth, we have Mercury, Venus, the Sun, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn. This might be the fixed stars. And then up here at the very top is nebula. And if you see the way that these things fade in, what they're representing here is they're representing nothing, and nothing kind of condensing into something which becomes a divine spark, which is what you see right here. And it's also called the first swirlings. It's called the first swirlings because Kether, which represents number 1 right here, is represented as the nebula. So when we take a look at creation, we're seeing something that happens just as it comes into creation, and this is exactly what we see in the Hindu texts as well. Now when we come back over here to the Fool card, which is what we're going to be taking a look at today, we're going to look at the real meaning behind what the Fool represents. Notice his symbol right here, the Aleph symbol, and notice what we see right here. We have Kether, and then we have Aleph, we have the Fool right here. So we have this first spark of initial creation, which is the nebula, and then that nebula is moving out into creation, creating the stars and the various planets of the solar system. So when we take a look at the Fool card and his number 0, and also if you take a look at the Magician, see the Magician here? The Magician's located right here as well. So these top 3 cards, you can see that they correspond to the very top of creation. So the Sun is behind the Fool here, and he's moving away from the Sun. So what this actually is symbolizing, and it is symbolizing creation, that the Godhead is projecting creation and inhabiting it. And this is a move from that Sun, the invisible spiritual Sun, moving into creation, which is Kether, and then the Fool card zigzagging down from wisdom to Bina, all the way down the tree, all the way down to Earth. So we also see in this particular card a very interesting symbol. We have a little dog here, and we have the sky right here. Now let's take a look at symbolism right here. When we take a look at the symbolism, the nebula represents the very first point. When we take a look at the Fool card, we can see that we have Orion and we have Sirius. And we know that the the Egyptians in their pyramid texts, they said, "Lo, Osiris has come as Orion," which means that the Godhead has began creation in Orion. He came forth as Orion. And so when we take a look inside the Orion constellation, we can see Barnard's Loop, which starts right here at the Orion Nebula and spirals out to create the whole constellation. This right here is Sirius, his little dog right next to him. So what this is actually representing, and we know that the Orion constellation was the very most important constellation in the ancient Egyptians. And then we also take a look at the name Orion, and we can see that if we take a look in the Bible, Kessel, which is Orion, also represents the Fool. It also represents the heavenly constellation, Kessel. Right here, Kessel, Orion. So when we take a look at the Fool card, the Fool also translates as Orion. When we take a look at the Fool, we see that this is Orion and this is Sirius. And then when we take a look at where he's located on the Tree of Life, he is located at that point that just comes into existence. And that is this area right here. So we have this condensing that happens from this giant sphere. And this is still the invisible world. And then to us, what we see is the first point within inside the circle. And those are called Brahmandas, or mundane eggs, and those are referred to as nebulas in the ancient Hindu texts. And that's why the crown represents the nebula. And we've seen that the nebula, being Kether, is also what we see painted in all these various cathedrals. The artwork that's in all these cathedrals, it represents the high altar. Because when manifestation happens in the universe, when we think of consciousness, it moves down from the head down to the feet. So in each situation, we start at the Godhead and then it zigzags down the tree. That's why you see the human figure right here, the cross right on his forehead here. And this represents Doth, or knowledge. So this whole area that you see right up here is kind of like a Celtic knot, which represents the nebula. So we have the Fool moving down, coming down from this sun behind him into creation. And he is represented by Orion. And Orion is symbolic of the way consciousness happens as it moves from the invisible spiritual realms and down into what we see into physical creation. And so that is the real meaning of the esoteric science behind the Fool card. It doesn't have anything to do with just some foolish person. Because when you take a look at the Tree of Life, he's located above wisdom on the tree. He's also kind of the joker of the deck. He can be anything in the deck because he is the point where everything manifests from. He manifests Kether, and everything comes from Kether and moves down the tree, just like that triangle that we saw. So everything manifests from the invisible. So he represents every card in the deck, really. So anyways, that is what this represents. The symbolism that you see behind it, the name that you see behind it represents Orion. And that first point of creation that comes into existence, Kether, is the symbol of a man whose head is in right profile. That is actually the magical symbolism behind Kether. And that's exactly what we see when we take a look at the Orion Nebula. So anyways, I hope you enjoyed that. That is the real meaning behind the Fool card, as shown in the Bible, as shown in the symbolism here, and as shown on the Tree of Life. So you guys take care, and I'll talk to you soon.
Hey everybody, I wanted to share some stuff with you tonight. This kind of picks up where I left off last time, and if you remember last time, I was telling you about Stephen Hawking and how he has redefined what he considers a black hole as being something that is actually a portal to another universe. This video, I just wanted to make some more connections. I wanted to find a way to prove to you that the Kabbalah is actually saying the same thing, without just me putting some pieces together without showing you any evidence. And in doing so and trying to find this stuff, one thing led to another, and I made all kinds of connections. What I want to show you tonight is the word Adam. Now, Adam in Hebrew is ADM. And what's interesting about Hebrew language and these ancient languages that are similar to it is they were hieroglyphic. And if you go and you start taking a look at the each one of the letters, that you see that they all have values associated with them. And they, which I find the most interesting part, though, is they all have hieroglyphic meanings. So each particular letter is also a symbol for a particular idea or concept. Okay. So have you ever wondered why God called him Adam? Well, he called him Adam because when you take a look at the three letters here and you break these apart, they tell a story. And they tell a story that is extremely similar to the story that we were just covering with regards to the black hole and the nebula and all this stuff. It's all told in these three letters right here. The whole Bible, once you get a chance to actually look in there and do some research the way I'm going to show you how to do it, you'll find it's written in a completely different language. Remember, the Bible's not only written in parable, but it's also written in a code. And the code is Kabbalistic, okay? But you don't know that by reading it. You think you're just reading these stories or what have you. And I'm going to point you to Proverbs if you get a chance after this, but it's important that you go grab a copy of eSword. It's free, okay? But these little numbers that you see right here, these green numbers, H2775, okay, so what you're looking at is the English language here, but when I see the word sun and I double click on that, it's important to understand, because that's the Strong's word. And what it gives you is it gives you a definition of what it means. For example, Orion is a constellation and it's H3684, any notable constellation, specifically Orion. And it says the same as, and then if we look that up, it says properly fat, that is figuratively stupid or silly, and then it says fool. Okay. Now, these types of clues are extremely important, because when we come over here and we take a look at the Fool card in the tarot deck, the Fool is actually number 0, and he sits right here. And that means God coming into manifestation. Okay, so we'll go over there in just a second. But these types of things are really important. But let's get back to Adam real quick. Okay, so people think Adam just simply means, it means like a specific person, that God created this man, that, this human called Adam, which was a male. No, that's not exactly what it is. Okay, so Adam, when it says, let us make man in our image, in H120, it's really talking about mankind, the individual or the species. But when you dig into the Hebrew letters, you find that you have Aleph, Dalet, and Mem, and these make this whole thing very important. When you take a look at what you have here, you have Aleph here, and you have Daleth here. Now let me show you what these mean. So, up here above Kether are the negative veils of existence. You have a 0, a double 0, and a triple 0. And if you look at that visually, sitting on top of each other, it looks shaped kind of like a pyramid, right? You're kind of moving up into a point, right? The reason the top of the pyramid's cut off is because it's a representation that you never can reach that very top point, okay? It kind of cuts off. And when you're thinking of this visually in the material world, the top of the pyramid is cut off because it disappears into the unseen universe, which is like what we discussed last time. So this describes a story. The creation of Adam describes a story. So Aleph Aleph means, and if we go over here to this right here we see a head, and you can see that it may have been based on an Egyptian hieroglyph, right? Well, Aleph actually means the first. It's the first one, right? Let's see. It stands for number 1. And the mystics, the rabbis and the Jewish mysticism, it represents the oneness of God, which is basically, we're right up there with Kether, right? So the negative veils of existence of Ein Sof are, it gives its light to Kether. Kether becomes the primordial point, okay? And then from Kether, we have the Fool. And the Fool moves down and it manifests itself into wisdom. And wisdom has certain symbolic meanings to it as well. Chokmah, it's wisdom, okay? So this is one being or one reality coming into manifestation and just simply dividing itself into parts. And until it reaches Bina, you can't see it, okay? So Kether, the primordial point, it can't be visualized. It can't be conceived, all right? As it moves down towards the Fool, you can see he's walking down the cliff, right? And Fool stands for Orion. Now, this is probably something that Orion is an analogy. It's an analogy given to us to understand the rest of how things happen in the universe, okay? So it's a great as above, so below picture. But it's the one specifically that all the ancients pointed to, and that's probably why. And it probably has something specifically to do with us, which is why they all pointed to it. So the Fool is moving down, which is basically Kether. Kether is now going to manifest itself. So the first thing that it does is it moves to wisdom. So let's come up here real quick and so he made a large vessel similar to a large excavation. It was filled with the water that flowed from the spring. Now, Chokmah is actually called the spring. So it says, afterward he made a small vessel that is the Yud. It was filled with the source, which is Kether, and he called it a spring of welling wisdom. He called himself in it wise, and the vessel he called Chokmah. Then he made a large vessel and called it the sea. He called it Bina, understanding, and he himself called himself the understanding one. Okay, so what transpired is that he turned himself into this spring, this welling spring of a river, and this is the river that flowed out of Eden, right? So Chokmah represents this force coming out of the primordial point. Now, here's the interesting thing about it. Okay, so this right here, Daleth, and remember, Chokmah still cannot be visualized. Geometrically, it would be kind of like a line. You can't, a line is kind of an abstract thing. The only reason we can see them when we put them on a piece of paper is because we give it 2 dimensions, enough to where we can actually see the line. Otherwise, you can't see it at all. So if you think of it that way, until it becomes a plane, we can't see it. So in this instance, we have this force, which is Chokmah, and then Chokmah goes through a gate, which is Daleth. Okay, so let's hear. This is from the Bible here. Wisdom calls aloud. Wisdom shouts in the street. She lifts her voice in the square. At the head of the noisy street, she cries out. At the entrance of the gates in the city, she utters her sayings. Okay. So this right here is a representation of how things manifest in creation. If you notice at the top, there's a sword. The sword is the flaming sword. And the flaming sword, for us, represents Orion's sword. Okay? So let's go back down here. Okay. So now this is interesting. He says, the water spread This is from the Zohar, by the way. The water spread from the sea to the 7 streams as into long receptacles. And so there is a source, which is Kether, a spring, which is Hokmah, and a sea, which is the way I described it last time. You have a force, a jet, blowing itself into this area, which is called the sea, and it's filling up this area with water. Okay, so, and it says, if the craftsman break these, this is the water, this is the spring. Now look at this right here. This is from Frank D. Roylance, 1998. It says a team of scientists using the European Space Agency's Infrared Space Observatory reports it has detected just such a water factory in a gas cloud 1,500 light years from Earth in the Orion Nebula. The cloud is producing so much water vapor that condensed into liquid form it could fill all the Earth's oceans every 24 minutes. Although we've only detected this sort of phenomenon in a single source, it seems very likely it's a widespread phenomenon. So it's describing the spring that's it's basically filling up this area, which is the sea. It's very symbolic, but at the same time, it's also it gives you, I guess, intuition into helping you understand the scientific part of it. So here's Adam. Okay. So this is God coming into creation, or whatever we want to call God. This reality, this consciousness, this manifestation of the material existence, which is the fool coming from Kether, okay, and calling himself Hokmah, the spring, the welling spring, right? And that welling spring goes through the gate right here. And it goes into the sea because Mem, let's see, where's Mem? Okay, so Mem, water, coming from water. So the Hebrew mem means a massive amount of water. And so what we see is that manifestation is coming through into a welling spring and filling up an area. So, until it goes through that gate, then you're not aware of it. So that's what's really interesting here, because it's telling us that this is the concealed wisdom, and until it goes through that gate, you can't see it, so you don't know where the source is coming from. You can only know that this spring it's coming from somewhere, and this is where it's coming from Kether, which we can't see, and Kether gets its light from the world of formation, which is right above it, which in one of the negative veils of existence. So this is how manifestation comes into being. So it's actually doing exactly what we're hearing scientifically. Now let me tie some of this together for you real quick. As far as Orion goes. Okay, so Dion Fortune, she was born in 1890. Okay, so she produced a text called the Mystical Kabbalah, one of the better texts out there as far as the Kabbalah goes. So I wanted to capture some stuff here for you and then tie a couple things together. So Kether, okay, which is this top thing right here. Okay, this... It says, among other titles, which we need not consider now, Eric Anpin, the vast countenance, the white head, remember the head is the chief, the chief person. And if you remember there, the old Hebrew, it was a bull's head, right? The magical symbol of Kether, according to Crowley, is an ancient bearded king seen in profile. McGregor Matthews says the symbolism of the vast countenance is that of a profile, in which only one side of the countenance is seen. The reason why that is because you can't see the left side of the face, because the left side of the face is pointing towards Kether, and this is wisdom. So you could look at the front side of it, but not the other side of it. So... And then right here, she says, it's interesting to note that in the world of Asiya, the title, and Asiya means the physical world, the title of the sphere of Kether is Rashith Gilgalim, or first whirlings, thus indicating that the rabbis were acquainted with the nebular theory before science was acquainted with the telescope. Okay. So then right down here she has the magical image of Kether, and it's an ancient bearded king seen in profile. Okay? And then here, which I think is really interesting, is the correspondence to the microcosm is the cranium, and actually it's the skull, and some of these body parts that you see in here, I've seen some Kabbalists, and when I say Kabbalists, I mean people that are from the stuff a long time ago. When you start getting into the later stuff past like the 1900s or the 1920s or something like that, you start getting into this weird trashy stuff. It's not any good anymore. So that's why I like to go back as far as possible. So anyways, the correspondence in the microcosm is the cranium, or the Sa. Okay, now that's an important work, but we'll see in just a second. Because she says, as above, so below, the microcosm corresponds to the macrocosm, and we must therefore seek in man the Kether above the head, which shines with a pure white brilliance in Adam Kadmon. So, Kether, being the nebula, is shining with a bright brilliance in Adam Kadmon. It's a reflection of what's above that you can't see, that's unmanifest. It's a rough image of it, but you're basically seeing some form of a reflection of the unmanifest when you're taking a look at this area. And the Egyptians called it the Sa. So Sa is related to Kether, which is related to the nebula, and we know that the very most important constellations to the Egyptians was Orion. Okay? Now here's what the Hebrew language does also. So the Phoenician glyph for a door looks like this. This is where the gate is. This is where the black hole is supposedly being looked at by scientists. And the trapezium is shaped almost exactly like Daleth, which means door. Okay. Now, if we take a look at the Hebrew version of Daleth, or door, it's an open door. So what we can see here is that these angelic languages, like Hebrew, these types of languages, when you create a word, the word is formed with letters that each have meaning that tell a story. But on top of that, the letters also have symbolic meaning to them as well. So they have a picture meaning. So that's the reason you can't do that with the English language anymore. And it's also really important why you dig into the code of these meanings. And what you'll find when you go into the Bible, when you start reading about wisdom and understanding and these types of things, if you'll go through Proverbs and start reading it, you'll see that it's speaking in Kabbalistic language, because it'll talk about it'll say get wisdom and get understanding, or if you can't have understanding if you don't have wisdom, and it shows how it manifests down the tree. And it goes in that order every time. So whoever did this, they knew what the code was. The Bible is Kabbalistically written. This is the lightning flash and this is for Orion's sword. And yeah, here's Sa. Sa was the deification of the constellation of Orion, representing Kether representing the nebula. These are all the things that I've been saying now for years. I was just able to put this together recently. Here's an image that Michelangelo created that you guys have seen before. And he actually did this, of course, 100 years before we even could see it with a telescope. Here is a zoomed-in image of just simply the head of this guy. And what I'm doing here is I'm showing you the image. I'm showing you a mix between the two, and then this is all just nebula right here, and I'm doing the same thing down here. So I've zoomed into a very, very small portion just to show you how I do the recognition part of this thing, and you can see that the stuff is copied all the way through, as well as you can see her all the way through. You can see the the image of the brain and in right profile. So what you're actually looking at is if you were looking at someone's face, looking towards the right, and you were to slice their head in half where you were looking at the left side of their brain, then what you're looking at is you're looking at the manifested part of Chokmah, or wisdom, the unmanifest being the left side, which is faced towards the opposite direction. So anyway, so everything he did was just genius with this. This Daleth here, this is Blavatsky talking about it. She says the symbolic signification of Kabbalah of Daleth is door. It's the Greek delta, D, so if think of Nile Delta, because the Nile Delta is an image of what we see in the trapezium, through which the world whose symbol is the tetrad, or number 4. And the reason that's important, and she says because it issued producing the divine 7. So when you have 4 points, you have your first solid, because this is the way things manifest as it gets down to here. So you have a point, then a line, then a plane, and then you have a solid, and at that point you have manifestation into the physical world. And that's why down here, this is the world of Asiya down here. And if you notice, he's holding one right here, and he says, the stars in the heavens sing a music if we only had ears. What I've noticed about all of this stuff is that there's definitely something going on here beyond what the normal, what people would consider normal, because these people were able to put this stuff together intuitively, and I think a lot of it had to do with symbolism and hieroglyphics. I think we lost something when we lost hieroglyphic language. We lost it's almost like because nature shows itself in symbols, and when those symbols are taken and put into a language and correctly assigned or correctly designed in order to match those symbols, then you understand nature, you understand everything so much better. And so what we've done is we've lost that. But anyways, I wanted to show you how all this was tied together, including Orion and Kether, and what's actually happening here with Adam, right? So you have Kether, which is that primordial point you can't see, moving into creation. This is the Fool moving down into Orion. Lo, Osiris has come as Orion. That is utterance 442. And that's exactly what we see here. He's come as Orion, turns himself into a spring, a welling spring, and then moves through the gate and fills up the area, which is the area that contains the whole Orion Nebula. And that shine that happens causes a reflection of what is in the unmanifest realm. And this is what you also read when you read all of the various texts. And this is also why you see this at the high altar in all of these cathedrals as well. The high altar area represents the head. The head is the first thing that comes into existence. That's what these 3 right here are. And this is the river that went out of Eden, right? And it became 4 heads, and those 4 heads are, they are Bina, wisdom, there's Doth, which is the central brain, and they're all right here. If you go read the Zohar, I can't remember the exact wording, but the Zohar is good about helping you understand the code a little bit, but when you start picking it up yourself, like if there's something you're interested in, if you start decoding these words, like for example, Chokmah is represented as the brain, which is represented as wisdom, but it also has the heart. It's a representation of the brain and heart together. Okay, so they are one at this point. But if you take a look at the formation of the word Chokmah, if you break it into 2, in the Zohar, it was saying that if you break it into 2, one represents brain and one represents heart. Over here, you have heart only. Okay, this is representative of why you see the Tetractys right here. So first you have Yod, and then you have, so this is where they're together all at once. And then you have them broken into two. Then you have the brain, and then you have the heart. Bina is the heart, right? Then you have three. And if you notice, you've got that same pattern of creating a man. Then you have three right here, and this represents the central area, and then this is the bottom area. So anyways, I'm rambling at this point, but I wanted to show you guys what I found here. And so when you start putting all this stuff together, it's just amazing. So I recommend you go grab eSword real quick and take a look at these Strong's Concordance meanings. You'll get a lot out of them, and then you can start understanding why something was called the way it is, because when you start breaking it all apart and understand the meaning of each letter, then it kind of tells a story. And you can also see the way that they look. Like, for example, gate looks like an open door. And this looks like the area of the sea right here. So it's just kind of interesting how they design these things. So anyways, you guys take care, and I'll talk to you soon. So are you guys ready for another one tonight? So I have found some information about Eve. Somebody had asked me about that after I had made the video about Adam and breaking down his name. And so he had asked me about Eve. And so I thought, well, I'll take a look at it. So when I started looking at the story, God created Eve in the Bible with Adam's rib. And but see, God created Adam from himself. So if we take a look at the tree of life, this is Kether. This is the infinite, or endlessness. This manifests Adam, and then Adam gives a part of himself and manifests Eve. And if we take a look at the Zohar here, it says, so the cause of causes made 10 Sephiroth and called Keter the source. So this is the source. And there is no end to the welling of its light, therefore he called himself endlessness. And he has no likeness or image. There is no vessel there able to conceive him or have any knowledge of him at all. Therefore it has been said of him, do not seek that which is inconceivable to you, nor search that which is hidden from you. And down here it says, after that he made a small vessel that is the Yud, which is filled with the source, and he called it a spring welling wisdom. So this is the spring, and this is where the river came out of Eden, right? And he called himself in it wise. So when we see this story of creation of Adam and Eve and everything, these are not separate things. These are divisions within something very, which is the container of all. And so then he made a large vessel and called it the sea, and he called it Bina, understanding, which is right here. And this is the lightning flash that moves down the tree. It moves down like that, all the way down to Malkuth, which is the kingdom and earth. And he called himself an understanding one. So as you can see, he's calling himself these things and all these things because it's really a division of himself. So he made this rib, or he took this rib from Adam and made Eve. So in other words, he took something from Adam and made Eve with it. And so I decided to take a look at the word rib and see what I could find out about it. This is the Strong's Concordance right here, and this is the Hebrew word for rib, as you can see. And the rib, which the Lord God had taken from man, made he a woman, and it's H6763, and you can see it's a rib. So here are the letters. And so this is amazing stuff you're going to see right here, because once again, it's telling a story of the process of the creation of Eve by knowing this one word. So we take a look at the first letter, and this is Sade. And I don't know if I'm pronouncing these correctly yet, so give me a break on that. I'll learn it over time. But right here it says, this Kabbalistic Rabbi Isaac Luria maintained that God created the world by an act of Tzimtzum, a voluntary withdrawal or contraction, in order to make room for his creation. Since Tzimtzum begins with the letter Sade, Loria reasoned that the first creative act was a voluntary humbling of God as he made room for the other forms of life he was going to create. Now, isn't that interesting from this one letter? And this is even more interesting right here. The mate of Aleph. So this is Aleph. This is the groom, and the groom is the fool. The fool coming into being right here with wisdom. So here's the bride. So the mate of letter Aleph. This is seen somewhat in the letter forms themselves and suggests that God and his redeemed creation will be joined together in love, since Aleph represents the creator and Sadi represents the reflection of his image, an allusion to call it the bride of the Messiah. Now, if we think of this as in a cosmic sense, we have the spring coming through the gate into the sea, and it's creating the sea. Now, the sea becomes understanding, and it becomes a reflection of the invisible, which is what it's saying over there. It's a reflection of his image. Now, so wisdom is also Sophia. So when we take a look at what's contained in the nebula, or if we take a look at what the reflection of wisdom is, wisdom, or Chokmah, is a representation of the brain. Because Bina, which is in the heart, is considered to be an understanding heart. It rises to Chokmah, which is like the brain. So it is a reflection of that. So it's the other side of the brain. Okay? So that's what we're looking at when we're looking at the nebula, is a reflection of what's coming through there, which is it's a reflection of Chokmah, or wisdom, and wisdom is the brain. Really interesting stuff. So we have that out of one letter, right? Okay, so let's take a look at this. This is Lamed, right? So this is the second letter inside Rib. And it comes from the meaning to learn or teach. Lamed and heart knowledge. Lamed can be seen as an acronym for Lev Mivin Da'at, meaning a heart that understands knowledge. In other words, the goal of learning and teaching, Lamed, is heart knowledge. Moreover, it is the only letter allowed to ascend above the other letters in sacred writings. Lamed represents the prominence of learning and understanding to the Jewish heart. And if you want to make sure, if you want to see the proof that Bina does represent the heart, well, all you got to do is go look up understanding in the Bible, and you get these things that come back for you. Give therefore thy servant an understanding heart. I've given thee a wise and understanding heart. God gave Solomon wisdom and understanding, exceeding much, and largeness of heart. For thou hast hid their heart from understanding. The wisdom is in the inward parts, and who has given understanding to the heart. The mouth shall speak of wisdom, the meditation of my heart shall be of understanding. The ear is unto wisdom, the heart unto understanding. As you can see, the Bible this is the same code. It's showing us this code inside the Bible in all of these things. So this is the brain, this is the heart, but it's also the other side of the brain. Because it's a reflection of what we're seeing here. Heart meaning a heart that understands knowledge. Now, da'at, when you reach this point right here and you connect these two together, then you are reaching knowledge, okay, which is da'at, a heart that understands knowledge. So let's take a look at the last one here. So the first one that we saw has to do with creation coming into existence and making room for it. Has to do with the mate of Aleph, the bride, and it has to do with an understanding heart. And it's a reflection of wisdom. In other words, it is it understands the wisdom and listens to the wisdom that's speaking to it. Wisdom cries out, if you remember. It cries out at the gate. So that is why the mouth shall speak of wisdom, because wisdom cries out at the gate. And Bina, being in the understanding, it listens. It lends its ear to wisdom. Now, wisdom is the firstborn of the infinite, because this is endlessness. He's endlessness. He is the firstborn. Wisdom is the firstborn. But he and this are really the same thing. He and the Father are one. So if we go over here to the Bible and we take a look at what also represents wisdom, which is the firstborn of the infinite, the Son is the image of the invisible God, the firstborn over all creation. Christ, the visible image of the invisible God. He is the image of the invisible God, the firstborn of all creation. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God, because, as you can see, it's dividing itself up as it goes down that tree. So, Christ is also the representation of wisdom. And so is Osiris. Osiris came as Orion, the firstborn over all creation. So, and this is also a representation of Adam and Eve, and that's why when we see Genesis, and then we see what's inside the New Testament, it's basically a copy of what's in the Old Testament. It's telling the same story, and they're both Kabbalistic. So, let's take a look at the last letter real quick. The last letter is Ayin. And it means eye. It means to see, to understand, and obey. What understands? Well, Bina. Bina is understanding. Though concealed in the Torah, the spiritual eye, which is what this is talking about, can behold the presence of this radiance, but only by means of the inner eye given by the Ruach HaKodesh. Ayin sometimes describing two eyes connected to a common optic nerve that leads to the brain, and understanding leads to the brain. The two eyes represent choice or the actions of the will, the heart. So here we go. So all the three letters here, Ayin, like the letter Aleph, is a silent letter. It is said that Ayin sees but does not speak, and therefore represents the attitude of humility. And this is why, when we take a look at the Tree of Life, all the Sephira on the Tree of Life have virtues and they have vices. Well, the virtue for Bina is silence. And if you ever wondered why it says in the New Testament some things, I think it's Timothy. It's in one of it's like 2 Timothy or one of these. It says the woman should be quiet, because it's actually referring to Bina, which means understanding, and the virtue of understanding is silence, because it means that you're listening to the wisdom that's being spoken to you. Kind of deep, huh? So the heart and the eyes are the spies of the body. So here we go. This is referring to the spiritual eye, the primeval light, this spiritual light of God. So what it's really referring to is the Holy Spirit. So what we have up here is we have the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. And when you see these people touch their head and both their shoulders, now you know why they're doing that, because it's Kabbalistic. The Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. So there you go. With the word rib, I told you the story of the psychological way and also the cosmic way that Eve was created from Adam. And now you understand that it's not about two humans and then he took a rib from somebody. Now you know what rib actually means. And I suspect there's probably a lot more stuff like this in the Torah or the first books of the Bible, and that they're going to leave. I mean, they're going to give all kinds of information out of them. But I hope you guys enjoyed this, and I'll talk to you soon. So I thought we'd take a look real quick at the word Orion in Hebrew and break it down by its letters and their meaning. What's really interesting about this is that when you break them down into their letters, they mean something completely different than when it refers to the Fool, for example. It says that Orion constellation here, the word origin is probably from Kasal, and Kasal is this word which means to be or become stupid. Well, this is not exactly what it means. What you're going to notice right off the bat is that these two words look literally the same except for the yod that you see right here. And so when we start breaking these things down, we'll see that what the true meaning is. And I find it really interesting. I discovered some very interesting things I want to show you. First of all, it says that these two are the same. And if we take a look at the Fool and we take a look at the Bota deck for Fool, you can see, if you take a look at the Fool card, it's the number 0 card, but it's got the symbol Aleph, which means 1, and number 1 would be the first Sephra on the tree of life, which would be Kether. Okay, so if you take a look at the placement of Orion and Sirius, I mean, this is the actual placement of the stars and the distance from each other, and they just so happen to be almost completely imitating each other. So I thought that was kind of interesting. But let's take a look at the letters real quick. What do these mean? And I'm going to give you some interesting links and references as we go. The first letter that I've got highlighted here is Kaf. Okay, and Kaf, it appears somewhat like a crown on the head of a prostrating king, and Kether means the crown. And if you notice, Kether, the first letter of Kether is Kaf because it means crown. Okay? And so it says here in mysticism, it's the latent power of the spiritual potential to be made actual in the physical. This is exactly what we've talked about before with this idea of Kether coming into manifestation by moving down to Chokmah, which is wisdom, and then moving across, with wisdom basically being the force going through, and then going through a gate into the sea, and basically causing physical manifestation. This is exactly what it's talking about here. So something interesting. This is from Pyramid Texts 442, and it says the king, okay, the crown, the head of a prostrating king, becomes a star. Okay, and if we take a look at the symbol for Orion, this is the symbol for it, and this is the star right here that they're talking about, and that's where the Orion Nebula is. It is the dim star below the 3 belt stars. Now, how do I know it's a star? Well, if you take a look at the Yoga Vasistha Hindu texts called the germinating seed, I've got these two areas highlighted here for you. Well, it says the mind, which is the subject of the thoughts, contemplates on the nature of elementary matter and thus becomes of itself the quintessence of 5 elements. The mind is opposed to matter, but being the principle of volition produces matter at its will. The quintessential mind next becomes a spark. Okay, now spark, which is divine spark, okay, of itself, because remember, it's moving down itself, and remains a dim star, right here, a nebula, in the midst of the vacuity of the yet unborn universe. So what this tells us, the Yoga Vasistha is confirming that it is a spark, the divine spark, which is Kether, and it's the nebula And right here, the king becomes a star. It says, lo, he has come as Orion. He's come as the star of Orion. And the Yoga Vasistha has told us that that dim star is the spark. That spark is Kether of itself. Once it manifests, and it becomes a nebula, which is what it's saying here. Lo, Osiris has come as Orion. This is Pyramid Text Utterance 442. And it says, you shall rise with Orion in the eastern sky. You shall set with Orion, because it travels with the 7 stars of Orion. It moves up into the sky with it. It moves down to the sky with it. And so once again, right here, we have, it also represents palm. And there's some old pictures showing the palm coming out of the clouds in the sky. This is the manifestation coming out of the sky and then basically pouring out on the lower Sephiroths. Once again, it says it's the shape of a crown on a king's head. Now, Orion, or Kether, as we learned the last time in the Kabbalah text called the Mystical Kabbalah, that the microcosm, the correspondence in the microcosm of Kether to the Egyptians was the Sa. Well, Sa is, if we look at the dictionary of Middle Egyptian, is the Orion constellation, and there is the hieroglyphs that represent it. So you can look that up yourself. Let's see if I've got anything on this more. Oh yeah, so right down here it says, the same fiery spark, figuratively called Brahmanda or mundane egg, became as a snowball amidst the water and conceived the great Brahma within its hollow womb. The spirit of God, dove-like, sat brooding over the hollow deep. And Wilten said that. And if you take a look at this picture of the high altar, what is that hovering over the waters here? This is the spirit, and this is the nebula that we're talking about. This is showing creation. This is kind of another depiction of the Tetragrammaton. This is let there be light, and it's happening in this nebula right here that is being presented. Okay, so that's the first letter. Okay, the first letter means crown. All right, and this is, remember, this is the word of crown in Hebrew. Okay. Now here's the second part that you'll find really interesting. The second letter, it says, is Samek, and this, they say, may be derived from the Egyptian hieroglyph of the Jed, and the Jed, if you look that up, you'll see that it's an ancient Egyptian symbol meaning the stability. It's the symbolic backbone of the god Osiris, which came forth as Orion. Okay? And if you notice that these Hebrew letters are a lot of times borrowing from the hieroglyphs of ancient Egypt. And I've seen this in many instances. And you can see how it's making a lot of sense what it's saying here. So now let's go to the next letter. The next letter is the Yod. And this Yod, the Yod is very interesting here. What I've got highlighted here is that it says, in fact, the word Yod itself depicts something of the geometry of creation. It begins with the Yod as a dot, and then moves downward from the divine toward the created in order to form a Vav, or the hook of creation. And what we're really talking about, the way it looks, is a line. So we have a dot, and then we have a line, and then we have, because this is Yod, Y-O-D, basically. And this right here is a picture of what? It's Daleth, and Daleth means door, and that means gate. So if you remember what we talked about, here's your dot, this is Kether, moving down, becoming the line, which is Hokmah, the force, and then going through the gate. So it's showing the exact same thing when we take a look at this. So it's showing the geometry of creation with the letter Yod broken down into its subcomponents. And the last one here was really interesting because it's saying that the last letter comes from, it means to learn or teach. And down here, and I believe that, who was it? The guy that did the Temple and Man. Oh, well, can't remember his name, but anyways, so this, if we take a look at Lamed, it can be seen as an acronym as meaning a heart that understands knowledge. Okay, so I remembered this phrase here, a heart that understands knowledge. So let me kind of read that to what that says in the Zohar here. And it says, he explains in his words, thus the smoke arises from Bina, which is in the heart. Now Bina is right here on the left side there. Wisdom's on the right side, which is the heart, considered to be an understanding heart. An understanding heart, it rises to Hokmah, which is like the brain. So the brain is on the right side, which is the wisdom side. What is the smoke? It's the central column, Zer and Pen, that rises and unites Hokmah and Bina and becomes dot to them. This is the secret of a heart that understands knowledge. So we're really talking about dot here. And that is right where this is. And if you notice, the guy in the background, his head, that's right on his forehead, and that's also where you're going to see Jesus' head on the cross. Okay, because what he's really doing on that cross, it's a representation of the tree of life with his head at dot, okay, at knowledge, uniting understanding and wisdom, a heart that understands knowledge. And so we have that represented here. The goal of learning and teaching, Lamed, is heart knowledge. Moreover, since it is the only letter allowed to ascend above the other letters in sacred writings, Lamed represents the prominence of learning and understanding to the Jewish heart. That doesn't quite sound like a fool, like a dumb person, does it? It sounds like it's exactly what Osiris is. Even talks about the Jed, and here are all of the references to all of this stuff, to even Hindu texts, showing that it's the nebula that first comes into existence. And even Kether itself mentions that it's the first swirlings, the divine spark of itself, a nebula. And it's a crown and a king, and it's Osiris, all this stuff. All that from these 4 letters by breaking them down like that. And it does not mean a dumb person. You can see how this has been coded. So I hope you thought that was interesting. You guys take care, and I'll talk to you soon.
Hey everybody, I wanted to go ahead and put something out real quick on kind of like an update on my research. One of the things that I kind of do is I am going through a lot of material all the time. And so these videos that I put out, in a way, are kind of my own notes. If I don't do that, then sometimes I can lose track, or I won't write it down, and then I won't remember. And so making these videos is a good way for me to remember and share with you what I'm finding at the same moment. So, of course, lately, if you've noticed, there's been a concentration on Atlantis, and Atlantis is extremely important in all of this. And now we have the evidence to show that there are important people in our history and even the mainstream science area that have taken it very seriously. So that being said, it's extremely important to know where we come from. And if we take a look at all these cultures around the world, we can see that they are all associated in some way. For example, the Atlantis, when it sank, we had people and stories associated to people that went to the west, which ended up being the Mayans, people that went to the east, which ended up being the Egyptians. And on both sides, we see these pyramids, right? So we can see that there is a connection there. Well, in all of this, and going back to the first thing that started all of this stuff, was the whole idea with Orion, right? And the Orion Nebula specifically. So guys like Robert Bauval and Graham Hancock and these guys, they've shown us that there was this Orion correlation, which kind of gave us a start. But the Orion Nebula, and more specifically, is where I think we're headed in all of this, because
that is something that you kind of need the 3 stars to kind of help you get there. But once you see those 3 stars, and then you go into the text a little more, and then you take a look at what's in these cathedrals, which nobody can explain how they were able to see this kind of stuff, but clearly they were. And obviously I was right about it, since if you look in all of these various texts, even the vortex or whatever that I saw that was inside of the trapezium that NASA came out a year later and said was there. They said there was a black hole they thought was there. I mean, either my intuition is extremely good, or I don't know. I mean, something. But obviously I could see things that other people could not see. I don't know why that is. Probably I was just giving it more attention. But I found a very interesting connection tonight. I have also discovered that the church has had their dirty little fingers in our history and other cultures' history, basically trying to destroy things along the way in order to keep us from understanding our past. Okay, so, and this goes from burning books when the Mayans were, after they were conquered, they basically tried to go in and, well, they did. They ended up burning a lot of their books. And then on the Hindu side, which I was unaware of, they had pushed, along with some scholars, this whole idea of something called the Aryan invasion, which the whole purpose of was to make the Hindu people look like they were savages by misinterpreting their texts and so forth. And anyway, I don't want to go into detail on that. I just want to kind of share with you that the church has had their little dirty fingers in just about everything. Okay, so, well, that being said, I found a very interesting connection I want to share with you. A very interesting connection between Chinese and Orion and the Hebrews and Orion as well, and its association to the Trinity. Okay, this is really interesting stuff. So, the Hebrew letters and the Chinese letters have something about them that are different than what we see in, for example, like English or stuff like that. And that is they're very symbolic. And the symbols they play a very important part. And also, if you take a look at the names of them, you will see that the names are very similar. And then when you take a look at the artwork, and one of them I'll share with you with Manly P. Hall, what I'm basically telling you is there's more than one way to cross-reference and check these things. So in order to be able to analyze it properly, you have to have more than just a far out thing. You kind of have to have some kind of repetitivity or more than one way to show something, right? So that's what we're going to do here real quick. So I had this guy. His name is, what is his name? And pardon me if I get this wrong. It's Shen Hui Sang, okay? And so this guy reminded me of something regarding Orion, because I had posted something on this. And you guys probably remember this picture of this stone, and you see the 3 belt stars, and of course the Orion Nebula right up here is the flame, which is associated to the eye inside of this triangle. And of course this can be related to the Mayans, which we'll go into in a different video. But all this stuff is kind of coming together as far as how they're related to each other, right? So anyway, so he says that the Chinese called Orion Shen, okay? Now that's really important, because when you take a look at this, and he goes, Shen means enter, and he says Shen means spirit. Okay, now that's really, really important. We'll go down and show that in just a second. So he's wondering how these guys, did they know about all this stuff, or were they connected? So I started to take a look at it. I said, that's very good information. I said, thanks. And so he started, I had him provide me a link where I was taking a look at this, and the 3 stars right here, and you can see the 3 stars, Chinese constellation, and indeed it's called Shen, right? So it occurred to me that the Hebrew letter for spirit, which he also says Shen means spirit up here, where is it? Shen. He says Shen means spirit in another Chinese character, right? So Shen is also this letter for the Hebrew alphabet. It's actually pronounced Shen, right? Same pronunciation. And if we take a look in the Secret Teaching of All Ages, this is really interesting because if we put the Shen letter in the middle of Jehovah, we actually get Jehoshua, which is Jesus, right? And if we take a look at Jesus on the cross, we always see him up there, and we usually see the Spirit right around his head reaching that area of Doth. Okay, so, and here's an example of that right here. And so what he was showing us here in the Secret Teaching of All Ages is that this Hebrew triad right here, that a long time ago when they made art and they did stuff like this, that it was a secret, but this is the Trinity that we see on the Tree of Life. And so when we take a look at this information right here, we can see that it's the same when we take a look at this art they've done. What he showed us in the Secret Teaching of All Ages, I found in this art, and you can see that he is doing this exact same thing with the art. Here's Jesus on the cross, and this area right here is associated to spirit, moving up until he reaches a point of Doth. Okay, but the point is this is the letter Shen, pronounced the same, and it means spirit. Okay, and it is pronounced the same as what we see in the Chinese character, which is also called Shen. So it's really interesting because Shen also means Orion, and Orion also has the 3 belt stars. And when we take a look at the all these areas across culture, this area is associated to procreation or creation. And even when we read the ancient Hindu texts, we see that when they start speaking of creation, they're speaking of this whole thing about Prajapati coming out. And that's going to bring me to another video because I want to show you some interesting artwork that's associated with that ties the Hindus to the Mayans. So all this is kind of coming together, but I wanted to share this with you real quick because Shen is pronounced the same in Chinese and for the letter and also for Hebrew. And for the Chinese, Shen is associated to Orion, and in the Hebrew, it's associated to the Trinity. Very interesting stuff. So I wanted to share that with you because when we take a look at the nebula, and let me just get to this real quick for you if I go into my reference album. This is from the Ladder of Lights. And it says Sephra Kether, right? Now, this is where Kether is, up here at the top. And this is the crown, the summit, and it says World of Expression, Prima Mobile Nebula. So you have these planets that you go through. And when you think of creation the way you would actually think of it actually occurring, right? The first thing that happens is you have a nebula that comes into existence in space. That nebula creates the planets, it creates the stars. This is exactly what the Orion Nebula does. And then it zigzags down. It creates these things, and right after the nebula, you have this point where the visible becomes invisible. The physical universe turns into the invisible universe, and it's spoken of in the Hindu texts as the mind bringing forth itself, that spark, into the waters, and then creating this form out of it, which then creates the rest of the chain. So in all of these cases, it's all pointing to the same thing, and for some reason, all of these cultures are pointing right here, right exactly where I've got my mouse. They are pointing to this particular area, which apparently has a vortex right there associated with the phenomenon that NASA is calling a black hole. Whether you believe in a black hole or not makes no difference. What I'm talking about is there is a certain phenomenon that is associated with it. And even if we take a look at the this picture I showed you here. It's showing us the same thing. It's that eye that comes out, and that eye is associated with the same thing that we see in the Mayan culture. So I'm just kind of going around tying all this stuff together, showing how all of these guys are related. And it's because of the artwork that I've seen in these cathedrals that made all this stuff kick off. It's obvious that these cultures knew about this place before they said they knew about it with the telescope. So somebody's either lying or something mystical happened, because they say that the Orion Nebula was not even visible before 1610, and I think that's BS. I think it was, because if it wasn't, these cultures wouldn't know about it. And I've got Wikipedia links and all kinds of links showing that people are admitting that the Mayans knew that this place was associated to it, and they even called it fire. They called it everything associated with creation. They knew about it. So why is it that there's a Harvard article out there that says Orion Nebula, where in history is it? And they go into a huge talk about why is it all these early astronomers just somehow missed it? And so you could probably ask yourself, why is it that Galileo was confined? Has the church ever been guilty of trying to keep people from coming out with the truth? Well, of course they have. So someone's lying, or there is some kind of a mystical thing happening here. But I just wanted to share this with you real quick. It's all kind of coming together as I continue. So you guys take care. I'll talk to you soon.
Hey everybody, let's take a look at something real quick. So this is from Job 9:9. He made all the stars, the bear Orion, Pleiades, and the constellations of the southern sky. Notice that it says the southern sky and not all of the sky. It says the southern sky. And that means that whatever made these constellations has to be in the southern sky or the southern heaven. King James Bible says chambers of the south. That's the same thing as the constellations of the southern sky. Now let me show you something really quickly. Circling back around, because I hadn't pulled this Bible verse out when I showed it the first time. These numbers are pulled from a NASA site. They're all, no matter where you go, are relatively within a few light years of each other. Not much of a difference. This chart that you see up here is a distance of the star from the Earth, and the brown is the age of the star, which NASA has declared. So if we take a look at these stars, starting from Bellatrix, the distance being the closest. Bellatrix is up here, by the way. So, and as we move along this Fibonacci spiral that we see right here, and you see how these stars are jumping out and moving up. Take a look at Betelgeuse right here, and you see how it's moving up. It's got a trail of this Barnard's loop coming off of it, which is this large Fibonacci spiral that circles into the Orion Nebula. What you're actually seeing here is you're looking at the Orion Nebula would be the farthest away from us, and this loop right up here would be the closest to us. So as the spiral moves this way, it's getting farther and farther away from us. Okay. So, well, here's the interesting thing. The interesting thing is the distance as we move around this spiral of these various stars, Bellatrix, then Betelgeuse, then Siph, Rigel, Alnitak, Mintaka. As you move down this, the age versus the distance is almost a smooth line. And that means as these stars approach the Orion Nebula, they get younger. The oldest stars are the stars farthest away from it. Now NASA declares that the Orion Nebula is younger than all the stars in Orion. But recently they published an article saying that they might have to revisit the age of the stars in Orion. And this is, of course, after I published my information on this, because NASA and these agencies do not have the ability to look at simple observations. It's quite easy. It's Analyst 101 to be able to say if all these stars, age versus distance, is a smooth line towards the Orion Nebula, that most likely the candidate for which created the stars in the Orion constellation is the Orion Nebula, because you have a smooth line moving all the way down distance to age. This down here has something to do with velocity of the Orion Nebula, and I was calculating the velocity of the Orion Nebula as if it were moving across from here to here, and roughly moved at a decent, this little wavy line right here is kind of the way we would see this this spiral right here as it moves, as it twists through the sky. And right in the middle of that, of course, is we know it makes stars, and that is a so-called black hole that we call. But we know that the Orion Nebula makes stars. The likely candidate for the maker of the Orion constellation is the Orion Nebula, and that brings us back to this. He makes all the stars, the Bear, Orion, Pleiades, and constellations of the southern sky. So I thought I would circle back around and show you that information. You guys take care. I'll talk to you soon.
So when we think of Egypt, and we think of the ancients, and we think of what they saw a long time ago, the only credit that we give them is what we can see currently in the sky. And I'm about to show you something here from a glyph of theirs that represents the constellation Orion. This right here that you're seeing is probably being nice for what we normally can see today, because normally you can't even see the Orion Nebula. It just looks like a fuzzy star up there. But more than that, we obviously can't see all of the gases that surround the whole Orion constellation. And the glyph I'm going to show you, I believe, shows that that the ancient Egyptians could see a lot more than we currently believe. We think that everything, or at least the most Egyptologists, even the ones that are forgiving, the ones that actually stem beyond the regular Egyptology that goes on right now, which is kind of a joke. But the guys like even like the Graham Hancocks and the Robert Bauvalls and stuff like that, even those guys that are well respected, I believe that they still think that they could only see the stars. And I think this is common among most of the people. But the glyph I'm going to show you shows something quite different. First, let's take a look at what another site said. Now this right here is a rebuttal from somebody who wrote, I believe, Christ in Egypt. It was a great book from what I could see. But I want you to see what happens right here. And this is the common mistake I see. First of all, I never really have liked the idea that people say that the belt stars point to Sirius, or that they point to anything. In my experience, and looking at what the Egyptians have done a long time ago, when they wanted to point to something, they actually showed it to you. And not only that, these stars are not in a straight line. So that means you have to choose if you want to go with the line connecting the first and third belt star, or if you want to go with the first and second, or if you want to go with the second and third. Because you're going to get 3 different lines depending on what you do there. To say that these point to Sirius, I never really have cared for that too much. But let's listen to what he has to say here. Because his rebuttal, the person who wrote Horus was not adored by 3 kings. And so he responds, he says, the motive of the divine child being greeted by dignitaries at his birth dates back thousands of years, long before Jesus supposedly existed. Regardless of whether or not the figure is 3, 4, 6, or more or less, the point is that the birth of a divine child who is subsequently adored by dignitaries is not new or unique to Christianity. We know that from texts and other artifacts that Egyptian religion, for one, possessed the motif of the Savior and the divine child being heralded by 3 notable personages, numbering 3 or more, who can be called the 3 kings. In the case of Osiris and the elder Horus being born around the summer solstice, these 3 kings are the 3 stars in the belt of the Orion constellation. Now here is where I believe that people tend to go wrong. Look at the glyph. Okay? The glyph is showing the 3 belt stars right here. Now if the Egyptians were so precise
with all of their other glyphs showing people standing up, their phi ratios to people's belly button. And so why, if they were so precise with all of that, why wouldn't they be somewhat precise with their glyphs as well? Because he says, which points to the star Sirius at the horizon during the births of these gods at the summer flooding of the Nile. Well, right here, when you hover over this, it says Egyptian hieroglyph for Orion, representing the 3 stars in the belt of Orion with the star Sirius. But that's not the star Sirius. Let me show you something from Orion Zone with Gary David. Here it is again. Notice the size of the star, right? Compared to the 3 belt stars also. O King, you are this great star, the companion of Sa. And people think because it says companion that they automatically assume it's Sirius, but it's not Sirius. Who traverses the sky with Sa, who navigates the Duat, the underworld, with Osiris. You ascend from the east of the sky, being renewed, resurrected, at your due season and rejuvenated at your due time. So, this guy here thinks that this is the star Sirius, and he's over here, he's pointing to the star Sirius. But that looks nothing like what we see in the glyph. Additionally, what I want you to notice is that this glyph has these curves coming off of the 3 stars right here. That's done for a reason. And just like I showed you right here, this is what we assume that the Egyptians could see. But there's much more. There's much, much more once you actually show what's really going on inside of Orion. So, Orion comes to life when we can see all of the gases and everything else that exist out there. So, although we believe that the Egyptians could see this, the truth is they could see much more. And I believe that whether they could see that I don't believe it was something had to do with the just them being able to normally be able to see something. I think that they somehow could peer into the cosmos and see much more than we know. It's only because now we have the proper telescopes being able to do long exposures and stuff that we can actually see what's really going on out there. And this is why I believe that one of the reasons I believe for a fact that these Egyptians could actually see what was going on as far as the gases and so forth, which means they could also see the spiral and everything going on out there, is because when we take a look at the 3 belt stars, you're going to notice that what is coming off of these top 2 belt stars right here, we have 2 curved lines of gas. And so, when we look at the hieroglyph, giving the Egyptians the credit that they deserve, because when we take a look at the hieroglyph and we stretch these out to where the belt stars are on each line, and notice that the big star that it's referring to is right under the center star. That's exactly what we see in here. And these curved lines of gas coming off these 2 stars that you see at the top here, and probably something that we could probably see a little bit better. It looks like there's some gas coming off that one. But these especially right here, you can see the curved lines of gas that come off those 2 stars. That shows that the Egyptians, from what I can see with their hieroglyph, based on the size of this star, which covers the whole nebula area, its distance to this upper part of the glyph, and the width where each one of these stars falls in line with this, and the curved gas coming off, then this right here represents the great star. You are this great star, the companion of Sa. And this, in my opinion, represents the Star of Bethlehem. It represents the star of Jesus. Sirius is a signal for the birth of Jesus. These guys announced the birth. And then when Sirius came up, was the signal that he was born. And so, right here in front of our faces, we see the glyph proportionally matching with the width, the belt stars, the curved lines of gas coming off, and everything. So the idea that this star right here is Sirius cannot be.
Because the Egyptians, when they showed us things, they were very precise about the way that they did things. So they drew these 3 belt stars, and they put the large nebula underneath it. The great star that they're referring to is actually the nebula. And the reason that it says that it will sail the sky with Osiris is because Osiris is what sits in the very middle of that nebula, the hidden or the concealed one, the black hole, which sits in the very center of the great star, and that's the reason why he travels with Osiris, and they both navigate the duat. And also remember that Horus is an aspect of Osiris, Horus. So there you go. I wanted to show that to you guys and show you why I believe that the Egyptians knew they could actually see much more than we give them credit for. And additionally, based on all of the artwork that we have seen, especially in the Church of the Jesu, showing the whole Orion loop coming around and centering on the Orion Nebula again, with IHS pasted right on top of the nebula. And this is what we keep seeing on all these other pieces of art from the collective unconscious. This right here, this is the Star of Bethlehem. This is the mysterious star. It's not Sirius. It's the Orion Nebula. It's the great star that we see inside of Orion. It's the divine child, the birth of divine child. This is the brain. Horus sits in the brain. Horus sits in the mind area, so we know this now. I thought you seeing the glyph would help you see that there's much more going on than what people give the Egyptians credit for. You guys take care. I'll talk to you soon. Hey everybody, well, I keep seeming to discover some very interesting Jewish mysticism. And so if you remember in the recent video I showed you this particular image of the Orion Nebula. It's called Journey to Heaven. And you see all these people journeying to heaven in the Orion Nebula. And it's on the BibleEncyclopedia.com. This is an actual picture of the Orion Nebula right here. These things keep popping up inside Bible Encyclopedia every time I'm looking for something specific related to the kind of research that I'm doing. And they just keep popping up. So I have a new one for you. And after you take a look at it, I think you're going to be pretty amazed. But then I'm going to proceed to explain to you why this thing keeps showing up in history. And I'm going to show you some examples from even some of the famous cathedrals that you've seen before. So I was doing more searches, and here we go on Bible Encyclopedia. Now we have Jesus on top of the Orion Nebula. Jesus in the Cosmos is what it's called. This is on Bible Encyclopedia. But you notice the key word here on this one right here is wisdom. And we're going to see why this is the reason why it popped up. And it's going to make a lot more sense. First of all, if we go to Colossians 1:15, we see that in the various parallel verses, and this comes from the first begotten, the Son is the image of the invisible God, the firstborn over all creation. Christ is the visible image of the invisible God. He existed before anything was created and is supreme over all creation. And that's what we see. Who is the image of the invisible God, the firstborn of every creature. So when we think of Christ, He is the firstborn over all creation. And so now we need to flip over and understand what this has to do with wisdom and what Christ actually represents. I'm going to show you a couple of familiar images you've probably seen before. And this is one from the Bible Encyclopedia.
Story in the Apocalypse of John. So we come to the great figure walking among the candlesticks, gathering the stars.
You see all these people on this pathway into heaven? Okay, this is the exact same thing that you see in the Mother Jesuit Church. You see all these people moving in to the very center? Well, they're moving into the center of the Orion Nebula. Just like what you see right here.
Now, if you also notice, the symbol that you see right here is IHS. And IHS is another name for Jesus or Christ, and that's exactly what we see when we look right here. You've also seen this image in the creation of Adam. And what did he paint? He painted a brain. We'll see why that's important in just a second. And derived from that is the actual picture of a brain in profile, which is what we see right here, which is what the Orion Nebula is. So now we need to make sense of all this. Why a brain? Why wisdom? Why Christ? We'll see why it all makes sense. So right here I'm looking at the Kabbalah by Adolf Frank, translated by I. Sosnitz in 1926. So I'm going to get right to the page, and we're going to look up wisdom here. And we see that the Lord has through wisdom founded the earth. Well, if we remember that Son is the image of the invisible God, firstborn over all creation. Christ is the visible image. And what we see here is for in him all things were created, things in the heaven, on the earth, visible and invisible, thrones or powers. Now we see right here again, just to remind you, the Lord has through wisdom founded the earth. So we need to find out what wisdom is. Okay, we know that wisdom is associated to Christ. We know that Christ is the firstborn over all creation. So what's the tie to wisdom? So the form of the ancient wisdom, the form of the ancient whose name be sanctified is a unique form which embraces all forms. It is the supreme and mysterious wisdom which contains all the rest. Mysterious wisdom, the highest of crowns, which all diadems and crowns are adorned. From the bosom of this absolute unity, distinct various forms and all relative unity go forth as parallels, principles, but inseparable in reality, one male or active, which is called wisdom, or chokmah, or in the passive female, is designed by a word which is customary to translate by intelligence, or bina. Now, let's get an idea of what's being discussed here. We have the crown, very top, which is kether, we have chokmah, and we have bina. So wisdom is also named the Father. It engenders all things by means of the 32 marvelous ways which it diffused through the universe. It imposes a form and a measure on all that is. The intelligence is the mother. Okay. One head is the secret wisdom which is never unveiled. Mysterious wisdom is the supreme principle of all other wisdom. Above that first head is the ancient, whose name be sanctified. Here we go. The crown is the head, the wisdom is the brain, and the intelligence is the heart. So, logos is also wisdom, and we know Christ was called the Logos. So Christ is the brain. So, everything was fashioned after the brain. I have this right here taken from this thing. This is an assembly of various texts taken from this, so I don't have to flip through it for you. God is good and wise by virtue of himself, for wisdom does not deserve its name because of itself. Because of him, he is wise, and who produces wisdom from the light that emanated. It's really interesting how Jewish mysticism somehow ties in the archetypes of the human form and these sayings which you would never know unless you knew what you were looking for. Okay, here we go again. God is good and wise by virtue of himself, for wisdom does not deserve its name because of itself, but because of him who is wise and who produces wisdom from the light that emanated from. So here's the light that emanates from, and from that light produces wisdom, and wisdom is the brain. Also named the Father, for it is said, wisdom engenders all things. By means of the 32 marvelous ways that diffuse through the universe, it imposes a form and a measure on all that is. So this is the archetypal form, this brain right here. And after which it constructs a great vessel like the sea called intelligence, which the name of God, intelligent. No form, no world could subsist before the human form, for it contains all things, and all that is subsists only by virtue of it. Without it there would be no world, for as it is written in Proverbs 3:19, the Lord has through wisdom founded the earth. So the earth was founded after wisdom, and wisdom is the brain. And that's the reason why we see the brain on the earth, and that's the reason why we see the brain here in the cosmos. And so if we take a look at the tree of life, you'll get a better understanding as well. So the heavenly atom consists of all of these up here at the very top. And this is the crown. This is where the light emanates from. Chokmah, which is wisdom. This is Christ, which is the brain. And then Bina, which is not Saturn. It's actually the sea that the actual brain sits in. So it's the heavens that the brain creates. So once again, if we go back to here, we see that the crown is the head, wisdom the brain, intelligence the heart, the trunk and the breast, in short, the middle column is the beauty, the arms are the symbols of grace. So what we see is that so this particular light came into being, and then from that light emanates wisdom, which is the brain, and it becomes the archetype in Jewish mysticism for everything that is created. And that's the reason why the earth is created after wisdom, and that's why we see that the Lord hath through wisdom founded the earth, and that's the reason why we see Christ tied to wisdom right here, the Orion Nebula, which represents the brain, which everything is fashioned after. So this is the very interesting thing about Jewish mysticism. And then once again, on top of everything else, we actually have a picture of the Orion Nebula, which is what represents Christ. This is Jesus in the cosmos. It's the firstborn over all creation, as specifically said in the Bible. The Christ is the firstborn over all creation. Everything is created after him. So we have the initial light. And then we have, he's the first visible image after the invisible God. And he is also a representation of the archetypal man. Now here's something else that's really interesting as well. I looked up the etymology for man. And the etymology for man, we see that sometimes connected to root men, to think, mind, which would be the ground sense of man, one who has intelligence, but not all linguists accept this. Lieberman, for example, writes, the most probable man, human being, is a secularized divine name from Manus, believed to be the progenitor of the human race, which is tied to thinking. Manus, the mind thinker, which is exactly what Manly P. Hall says as well. So the image that you see of the creation of Adam, with him painting a mind, he's actually, what he's painting is he's painting Christ, because it's the same thing as what we're looking at right here. Because when we take a look at the creation of Adam, is the same thing as the Orion Nebula, and therefore that is Christ. So this is the demiurge, basically. Christ is the demiurge. Through everything, through him, the whole universe is created. And we can also verify this too, because we can see very mystical images showing close-ups, showing the same images that exist. So what this is that Michelangelo painted is the Christ. What this triangle represents is Kether, right here. So we have to break this out. So what this is this is Kether, this is the crown, the triangle that you see right here. And from that light emanated wisdom, which is the brain, which is what we see as the whole Orion Nebula, which is the archetypal image used to form the Earth. And then we see this sea that it all sits in, and that's Bina, which is the heavens, which is understanding. And so that's what these things mean when we see stuff like this. But yet here we go, just another instance of the same thing that I've shown you over and over again in all these cathedrals. Christ tied to the Orion Nebula. This is where things began. This is the archetype that first formed out of the infinite. And this is what the Egyptians were also pointing to with their pyramids as well. Because the top of the capstone, or the top of the pyramid, is missing its capstone. And that capstone has the same slopes as the trapezium of the Orion Nebula. What they were actually pointing us to is the same thing that we see all over the place. And Christ is the same thing as Hermes, which also is the hermit on the tarot, which represents wisdom. It represents the divine mind. There's a lot of different names. It's also it's the demiurge. It's the first thing that started creating everything. So there's a lot of different names tied to it across culture. And we even see tied, to Buddhism, associated with certain things in Buddhism, associated with Hindu. It has names all across cultures. Christ is just one of them, which represents the archetype that's man, that basically is the archetype of the world, and it's the archetype of man as well. So, anyways, I thought you guys would enjoy that, and just another instance of the same thing, showing the Orion Nebula, the area of focus that we need to be taking a look at. Y'all take care.
The Ladder of Lights by William G. Gray. A step-by-step guide to the Tree of Life and the Four Worlds of the Kabbalists, 1975. Chapter 13, Sephira Kether, the Crown, the Summit, Number 1. Asiya, the World of Expression, Primum Mobile, Nebula. The treetop at last. Here we are at the very apex of the middle pillar, where we can make no further progress on the Tree of Life unless we leave it altogether into nothing above, or fall back to Malkuth and start all over again. Unless we have grown wings during our upward journey, we can follow the latter course. Kether not only signifies a crown in the regal sense, but also the summit of any height, especially a mountain or a pillar. It has an implied meaning of surrounding anything in a friendly manner. A proverb says, "The prudent put on knowledge doth as a crown." This gives a nice picture of the supernals together, with the crown of Kether ornamenting the prudent heads of Hokmah and Bina that have reached a position of knowledge at Dath. Some modern Kabbalists have made the attribution of Uranus to Kether, although this can scarcely really be a real ideal one. However, the Uranus myth does have its Ketheric contents at base level. As the oldest of all gods whose offspring castrated him, Uranus signifies the primal god instinct, reaching humanity in terrible ways that later became altered to less drastic ones by the course of civilization.
Our first God workings in this world were savage, cruel, crude, and violent by any standards of normal modern behavior, except atomic warfare ones. This was necessarily so. Nothing else would have reached post-fall humans. We can have little concept today of what life meant in its earliest stages on Earth except by contrasting it with an inversal of atomic destruction. Man saw evidence of divine power with fear long before a stage of love was reached. The earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, howling tempests, and other natural horrors that man survived during his earthly infancy produced the fear of God, which indeed was the beginning of wisdom. Whole tribes and families perished together by fires, floods, earthquakes, and other calamities. Man was provided with plenty of evidence concerning gods of wrath whose aim seemed to be the destruction of human life. Is it any wonder the first religions offered human sacrifice? In pathetic hope, the primitive priests offered the terrible deity a single life so that many might be spared. Such was better than total extinction, they reasoned. Today, those who attend the service of the Eucharist in its most beautiful and colorful forms should think back to the bloody rites of bygone times when human lives were offered on crude stones to a death-demanding deity. They should visualize the ritual morsels of flesh passed among the worshippers in the blood-filled bowl of a human skull shared by all concerned. None of this dreadful rite was worked with the slightest idea of inflicting pain on the victim or providing a horror show for spectators. Such feelings were quite foreign to primitive man. The bloody offering was made for no other reason than the sheer terror and agonizing fear our forefathers felt for the deity they sincerely believed could be placated by no other means. From that fear we have risen to wisdom only to recreate a new fear for ourselves, offering another height of wisdom to reach so that we may surmount it at another Kether. Our early God concepts may have been cruel as we see them now, but they were incredibly powerful. By our persistent depersonalization of the deity, we have carried out an emasculation of Uranus in more ways than one. Now we must continue the cycle until we come back to our old faith in a new way that will extend beyond form into force, and then into the supreme experience itself. Fear must become love, and fear drove us downwards, so love must lift us up again towards the Eternal One. Since Kether is both primal and final power, Uranus does provide a link therewith, but the best Asiatic attribute is the first one of the prima mobile, or the nebula, which eventually become cosmic dust out of which we came, and which we shall return. We should not think of the prima mobile as a cyclic or rotational power expression, which does not occur until Chokmah and Binah, but more like an irregular radiation or even oscillation. An inaccurate but useful analogy is the fitful stirring of a motor with its starting stages before an explosive gas takes fire to continue the work with regularized cycles. If we think of Kether as being the pre-explosive power behind created existence, and Chokmah as the expansive explosion regularized at Binah resulting in Dath, we shall see the supernal power picture, lacking nothing except the one who presses the button, the same one dwelling in nothing, Ein, behind all. The nebula are the first something out of the everything, which is the nothing out of our material universe. If we say anything is nebulous, we mean it is barely just in being. It is a pity we have associated nebulosity with the ineffectuality, because the reverse is the case. A lesser power does not produce a greater one. When we have nebulous ideas, we are actually contacting them on their most potent level. We may never be able to materialize them down the tree, but that is due to our own incompetence and not the feebleness of the ideas. All the same, It is our most nebulous ideas that have always led us to higher than the others. They are bound to do so if they emanate from Kether. Therefore, they are certainly worth following once we are wise enough to discern their star-like light. When we have outgrown this planet, there will be others made from the nebula awaiting us. When our ideas have become outworn, there will be better ones made from Ketheric supplies to take their place. Kether draws us back into itself as surely as it emanated us in the first instance. Here we meet the old cry of I-A-O, pronounced E-Y-O, which means, it goeth forth, it becometh what it will, and it returneth to itself. This was the call of Kether containing all others in itself. It is the point to which all energy must return after its expenditure, and such is the nature of Kether that the energy it reabsorbs exactly equals the original power it first provided. No energy can ever be lost, but only exchanged indefinitely. The point of Kether is the eternal cross-section of now in the whole of time, or the infinitesimal location of the omnipresent here in the whole of space, not a divinity or the divinity, but the natural behavior thereof. The human mind cannot grasp the concept of Ketheric energy. To say it is the power of the ultimate atom behind the atoms we already know of is only an approximation. Yet the secret of atomic explosion is so appallingly simple. Make sufficient mass of any element and it will explode. This happened with the power we term God in the highest sense. When God became sufficiently real and intense in him or itself, the initial explosion, the name, occurred. We should not have existed at all if the reality of divinity had not manifested this way. In the Kether of the tree, therefore, we must not only think of the primal potential at our beginning, but also the supreme state of peace profound to which we must eventually return. At the ascent of the tree, Kether is our maximum point of equilibrium between two pillars of polarized power. If at the exact instant we are able to take off, as it were, and leaving the tree, enter the great unmanifest of Ein Sof Or, then we shall reach nirvana and the light from whence there is no return. If not, we may fall again to whatever degree our natures permit. The Gita says, "Higher than Indra's shall thou lift thy lot, or sink it further than the worm or gnat." Very general terms these. None sink lower than the lowest in themselves. No one pushes us. We simply descend in free fall alone. It all depends at what level we encounter Kether. We enter it every day in minor ways, and hope not to sink to previous levels each time we fall. Our moments of peace may be brief, but they will ultimately extend to eternity, or so we trust. Just as Kether in its outgoing is the preactive state of power, so is the post-active state of force fulfillment Ketheric. We must never think of it as extinct energy at the return point, but as completed energy restored to its prime potency, plus the value of its happening. Not that it has exceeded itself, although it has changed itself, much as we are in ourselves the same being, but may become different persons. The lifetime of a divinity and a human have much in common on the basic principles. As the alternation point between action and non-action, life and non-life, Kether is the original life cell, both at its initial state of imminent mitosis or division and its terminal condition of complete ingestion of every separate life entity. If we can imagine a single cell, or a primary life, dividing itself into infinity until the whole space and time is full of innumerable lives, which recombine with each other so as to become a single cell again in a totally different dimension of being, This will give us some ideas of Ketheric behavior. We can only deal with Kether from our human status by paradoxical and unusual methods of consciousness, for it is eternal novelty and also the ancient of the ancient ones. If we look at a circle and attempt to find its commencing point, such would be easier than reaching Kether. The swastika has been attributed to Kether, and we are naturally tempted to think of it as the power cross in rotation, a thunderbolt in action, a dynamo revolving, and the like. So it might be at later stages than Kether, where it represents the pure principle of power itself, or ability to alternate between the pillars of polarity. A swastika may be interpreted by several methods. One is an arrangement of 4 pair of animal horns when the beasts are yoked to the central post of a mill, the oldest notion of a practical power known to man. Another significance is an incompletely circled cross showing the means of motion. Yet another is simply the blades of a windmill, for Kether is always associated with the breath of life. However we consider the swastika, it always presents a plan of power. So is Kether the plan for the entire existence, presetting the power of life and restoring it to its original order at completion of its cycles. A swastika is the wheel of life in a state of either completing its assembly before turning or commencing in its disassembly after its revolutions are over. We must remember Kether is at the top of the tree of life, and a treetop has a number of unique attributes. It is the point at which the tree appears out of nothing, so to speak, though in fact it emerges from itself, which is metaphysically the same thing. If we bothered to look down on the tiniest sapling, sending out its confident leaves from its own invisible heart, it may teach us something about Kether. The imprint of heaven is often discernible on earth if we take the trouble to search for such natural letters of celestial script. Treetops speak plainly of Kether if we listen to them in the wind also, and their movements trace its pattern whether we observe this or not. To enter Kether, we do not have to do anything, but we must be everything. We stop doing and start being. Having done all, we become none. The source and the summation unite. We come at last to the realization that it is not the outline that makes a pattern, but the emptiness that allows itself to be outlined. Kether is that and nothing ain more. Only nothing is more than everything. To reach Kether from the bottom of the tree at Malkuth, we have worked hard and laboriously at ourselves and others, inching our way up various branches one by one. Now, as nearly our last lesson, we discover that we need not have done any of it at all, had we simply opened out the top of ourselves to Kether like the tiny sapling. We should have grown up Ketherically in a perfectly natural way without doing anything else at all, like a bubble forming on the seabed from natural gas. We should have floated gently up to the surface to find release in the great atmosphere above the ocean. Living as humans in Malkuth, we think doing to be all important, but if we lived in Kether, we should smile at this, for we should realize above everything else that being is supreme and paramount. If we would alter anything we do, we must first alter what we are. There is a mistaken notion among a great deal of humanity that they cannot alter themselves out of their essential natures, but this is not so. We not only can, but must alter our beings constantly until we reach our primal pattern. That alone is unalterable, because it is our total which cannot be exceeded. Very few human souls can ever have reached that point. Most of us have not even got off the ground yet. Kether holds in itself the simple primal pattern out of which the entire divine design grew with all its intricacy. There are only 3 primary colors, yet they combine to make every picture. A few letters make enough words to outline all our thoughts, yet in Kether, We must return to primal potency, where all power is held together in being. The center of motion is stillness, and we make our last approach to it at Kether. Let us never make the mistake of imagining Kether as impossibly far from us. It is actually the closest Sephira to our real being there is. Kether is in Malkuth after another fashion. We have only to hold their circle closed in ourselves and let one run into the other, as it were, so that completion takes place, and we enter the kingdom of heaven which is within us. Once we have crossed the abyss between doing and being, we shall be wise enough to understand that the Ketheric axiom of I am that I am over do what thou wilt. Kether may be the apex of the tree, but it is still a Sephira through the four worlds, and so we must continue our exploration away from the mundane Ketheric phenomenon of the nebula and reach the next inner stage of its existence. Kether by Francis A. Morris, 1975. Copyright 2008, International Order of Kabbalists. The Ain is the unknown unknowable. It is the life force which contains all and creates all. It is the unmanifest. Kether is the known unknowable, that same life force, but now manifest. It is unknowable because it is so far removed from us that we cannot hope to understand it, and yet it is a part of manifestation as we ourselves, and therefore there is hope of the beginning of comprehension. We think and consider the Ein as light, which is blinding darkness. Kether is its antithesis, light which is dazzling brilliance. It is always represented as white, since white contains all the colors of the spectrum, and everything that goes up to make up life is present in Kether. Let there be light. This light is Kether, the stuff of manifestation. The Ein is the one which we cannot comprehend, since it is the same time multiplicity. Kether is the one we can understand, one which starts a series. The Ein is self-sufficient, but Kether cannot exist alone and must emanate Chokmah, even as Chokmah emanates Bina. Our understanding of Kether can be expanded by the study of Malkuth. It is said in the Exoteric text that Malkuth causes an emanation to issue forth from the Prince of Countenances, which is Kether. Malkuth is a reflection of Kether on a lower level and is referred to as the bride, whilst Kether is the bridegroom. However, the reflection has been distorted by the misuse of man's will, and it is the purpose of the great work to perfect Malkuth, making it a true reflection of Kether, so that the marriage between them can take place. However, we may see the maxim, as above, so below, illustrated with regard to the relationship between Kether and Malkuth. For everything present in the higher is also present in the lower, and we may better understand Kether by studying Malkuth, or by studying man come to an understanding of divinity. Kether is the first beginnings of life as we can know it. It is represented by the prima mobile, the first swirlings in the depths of space. Imagine the night sky. Let your imagination pass out beyond the moon, beyond the constellations known and unknown, beyond galaxies, out to the very rim of the universe, and then on yet still further. Let it pass through all universes till, leaving all the stars behind, it penetrates to the very center of the cosmos, coming at last to the birthplace of all life, the swirling cosmic dust of the beginnings, the germs and seeds of life, which must travel back along the path you have just taken, becoming more and more dense until they arrive back here in Malkuth, the hall of manifestation. This is Kether, beyond space, beyond time, and as the task of the great work is the raising of Malkuth to Kether, So for each of us is the task to find Kether within ourselves, commencing our journey again, this time through the inner universe, till we reach our very center, the still point whose movement is life. We may represent Kether to ourselves as we choose, selecting whatever symbol seems most meaningful: a sparkling diamond, a stately white swan, an almond tree in full bloom, a hawk in full flight. All these are Kether, and by meditating on them we may gain some intuitive understanding, but ultimately it is the inner journey which must be undertaken to bring us to the experience of Kether. Kether is also represented by Cronus, the god who ate his own children as they were born. This illustrates the eventual absorption of all life back to the source from whence it came, back to lose oneself in light supernal, where color and sound blend into an infinite point of peace. And a point is another symbol for Kether. A point has neither length nor breadth, and yet it is. This is Kether, nothing and everything. To the spark in Kether, the vicissitudes of manifest life, with its failures and triumphs, happiness and sorrow, are completely unimportant. They cease to have meaning. There is only the knowledge of immortality. The god name assigned to Kether is Ahia. It cannot be spoken, only breathed. It is the first breath, the breath of life that animated and sustains all creation.
Okay, so you ready to go one step further? So I figured out what this pyramid is biblically. Biblically, it is the Solomon's Temple. Thanks to the Order of the Rose and Cross and them further confirming the Pyramid of the Head, what we see right here on their home page is Wisdom, saith Solomon. Now, what was stored in Solomon's Temple? What was stored in Solomon's Temple was the Ark of the Covenant. But let's listen to what Manly Hall has to say real quick. This is from my older video called The Great Pyramid of Giza, Enigma of the Universal Mind. Now, the Neoplatonic Alexandrian mystics believed that the pyramids were the house of the second birth. The pyramids are located right at the top of the spine, as Manly Hall said in my last video, right where it meets the skull. And that is the same thing that you see up here.
The word pyramid itself is derived from pyr, meaning fire. Therefore, the building was flame-shaped. And in the times when the stones were all in place, it glistened like a glowing flame.
So right at the top of this blue line that you see right here is where the pyramids are located. Okay, so they're located right where the spine connects to the skull. This area that you see up here inside the Nile Delta represents the area in the head, as I was showing you in a previous video, and what the ancient Egyptians were showing us also, with Busiris being the location of the pineal gland. And we got that down to pretty exact definitions. Now listen to what he has to say about the Bible.
With its mysterious point upward. Also, it was a marker. In the Bible, it is probably the monument that was set up in Egypt, according to the Old Testament. In any event, the Neoplatonists and those of that period thought of it, likened it to a house of the second birth.
So right here is where the pyramids are located. And so here's what the deal is. The Ark of the Covenant between the two cherubims is what sits inside your head. We already know that the pyramid of the head, it's all over the place. It's in all the cathedrals, it's in the alchemical art, and it's on the site of the Rose and Cross. So this right here represents the spiritual sun. It represents the pineal gland that's located right between these two thalamus, which is right here. See the little triangle that you see right here? This is actually from Wikipedia. It's a Wikipedia diagram. Triangle,
triangle, triangle. This right here, this is the Ark of the Covenant, and the whole pyramid is the diagram of Solomon's temple. So, I hope that brings a little bit of resolution to that mystery for you guys. And stay tuned. We'll have more soon, I'm sure. Take care.
Hey everybody, I wanted to show you a couple more temples that follow the Solomon's temple design. What we find is that over history, this particular temple architecture is used over and over to represent the human body. And that's why we see the certain temples designed the way they are with, say, the Ark of the Covenant or the altar located in a particular location, which is actually the head. And we see that the second larger chamber, which is the chamber of the body, we see that the incense altar is actually located where the heart is located. Now, Ari Schwaller de Lubitsch, which I pointed out to you before, when he looked at the temple in Man, in Luxor, this particular temple right here, what he discovered was that as he went through these particular rooms and he read the hieroglyphs were actually pointing to these specific areas on man's body. And if we take a look at this as compared to the Temple of Solomon, we see that that kind of thing also exists. This is the Temple of Solomon right here. And where you see these particular things, such as the altar, the porch, you see this area that narrows. This is the body area. The heart is located in an area which is where the temple is located. Let me show you something that you can find from ancient Egypt also. In ancient Egypt, the Hall of Osiris that you're probably familiar with. If we take a look at this art right here and we overlay the Solomon's temple on top of it, we can see that the Ark of the Covenant is located in the head. If you see this area right here that's angled down, that's actually where the neck goes. And if you visit templesecrets.info, they have a picture of the Solomon's temple for you as well, the design of Solomon's temple. It shows you how it is like man as well. And I've got a picture of that along with some Hindu temples I've shown you before here. Now this is an actual picture of a Hindu temple, and you can see that they have placed the human body on top of it. The same design is there with the altar. And you see how the design of the temple, and this is with Solomon's temple overlaid on top of it. This is grabbed from templesecrets.info. This right here, which is also a picture of Solomon's temple, which is just a version of what you see right here with the altar and everything. But back to this design, when we overlay, for example, Solomon's temple on top of this, we could see that this is obviously the phallus right here. But if you see this right here, the Ark of the Covenant is located in the head, and this area is located where the heart is supposed to be. This altar is where the feet are supposed to be. So if you overlay the temple, you can see how it fits in there exactly. Okay. Now the Ark of the Covenant in the head is important. We can see this go all the way back into ancient Egypt, and we can also see it in Christianity and temple art. So here is an ancient Egypt version of the spiritual sun. The spiritual sun is actually the sun that's located in the head, which is your pineal gland. And right here, these represent the thalamus, and this represents the top of the backbone, right here. And you can see this is actually the backbone right here, and I put the spiritual sun on top of it. Now compare the ancient Egypt to the Christianity version of the Ark of the Covenant. Remember, the Ark of the Covenant in the temples is known as what's in the head area, because these temples are actually designed after man. So if we come down here, this is inside an old tomb. You can see where the spiritual sun is located, and here's a picture you can find on Wikipedia that shows the thalamus, and you can see how it's right on top of the ark, just like what we see right here. So what's being pointed to right here as Yahweh in the human body is actually located in the head where the pineal gland is located. Now, I wanted to show you how important sacred geometry is in art, the flower of life, and even more complex versions of it. There are
a few strange people out there that have been saying some weird things about sacred geometry. I've noticed saying that sacred geometry is evil and all this kind of stuff. Don't pay attention to those people. They're lost. Sacred geometry is found in all living things, and it comes from just about everything you look at in nature. If you go one step above this particular flower of life symbol right here and you make it a little bit more complex, I've shown it to you before. What you'll see are concentric circles that exist inside here, and that allows you to really take a look at stuff. But this is some sacred geometry that we see right here, and this is cell mitosis, as cells divide and stuff like that. So sacred geometry is really important. Remember, all the temples have to do with man, and it also has to do with the microcosm and the macrocosm. So when we see temple as man, we also understand that that's also the way the macrocosm of the universe is designed as well, and the ancients knew this a long time ago. So I showed you this right here, and you can see that the Ark of the Covenant is located in the head, and you've seen the temple design, and you've seen that also is the same. Now I've shown you some other images as well. What we found that is in Vatican City, for example, this was actually designed, Vatican City was designed after the human body as well. Now remember, Bernini, I believe, was the guy who did the design of this. And what we find in the old cathedrals and the old temples and stuff like this is that the people that put together the artwork they hid things in the images. They hid things in the architecture and in the art itself. Now, when we take a look at Solomon's temple right here, and we zoom in on the area that represents the head, and I want you to notice that we have a cross up here, and that cross is located in the head. I'll show you why that's significant in just a second. But if you take a look right here with Solomon's temple, we can see with an overlay what's being shown here in this design. And that's located in the head, and you can see the human body as it's meant to be laid on top of this, and how the legs follow the buildings, and in between the two legs you have the road that exists. I have another one to show you the area of the head, and if you can see the crucifixion, which is located where the pineal gland is located. And if you'll notice, this is slightly off to the right, but that's because of the way that Google Earth does the shadowing. They always place things, even if you're right on top of it, they always place things a little bit to the right or the left to give it that 3D look. But it was actually located right here in the head, just like what you see right here. Now I want to show you a couple of new things here. First of all, I wanted to show you how this temple architecture goes all the way back for a long time ago. You guys have probably seen the recent video I put out showing all the similarities between, we have Mithra, the moon and the sun. We have Christ, the sun and the moon. We have Osiris, the sun and the moon. We have Yaldabaoth, the sun and the moon. And we have Yahweh here, or some people call him God. I understand it to be Adam Kadmon, the idea of the universe, the first thing that came into existence, which is also what Christ is called inside Colossians 1:15. This is an old Mithras temple, but I want you to notice the same thing we have going on with this temple as we have going on with Solomon's temple. This area right down here being the porch, this being the body, and this being the altar right up here, which is what we see right here as the altar. This same design is found in temples as we start moving up in the centuries. This is Mithras, but this is more showing you that it's the same thing. Now, another one I wanted to show you real quick was, you guys are probably familiar with the Church of the Jesuit. Church of the Jesuit. Jesuit actually means Jesus. Now this is a Jesuit temple. And when you walk in to the cathedral, and it's the Mother Jesuit Church, this is also where the triumph of the name of Jesus is, and that is what you see right here. You see the sacred geometry that I've used here, and I'm going to go over this video here in a little bit. That's located on the ceiling when you walk in. But let's get back to this particular image here. This is what you see when you walk in, and when you take a look at the floor plan, which I decided to grab First of all, here's Solomon's temple right here. Now, here's something really interesting to notice. The Holy of the Holies, where the Ark of the Covenant is located, is in the head. Okay. The incense altar is where the body is located, where the heart is. You see the porch, the two legs that come down, the altar. Now, when we take a look at the floor plan for the Church of the Jesu, we can see that what they have done is that what they've incorporated is the same design that we see all over these other temples. The altar, right where this altar is located, that we see right here, that's actually in the head. And you see the incense altar from Solomon's temple is right there, right in the middle of that circle. And you see the width of the arms, and as they come down, and as they end right here, we have the same design going on. But this design that we see right here, where the pineal gland is located, is where the altar is located. And you're going to see that in all these temples, the ones that you look at. And the reason that's important is because it's called the Holy of Holies. It's also called the Ark of the Covenant. And so many people believe that the Ark of the Covenant was just this device that the people carried around with them. But they don't realize that there's an esoteric understanding of this as well. And that esoteric understanding of it, if you know your symbolism and your images and these types of things, and you understand that that Ark of the Covenant is located in your head. And your head is actually the winged globe. That winged disc actually represents the head. And we'll go over that in another video. But anyhow, I wanted to show you this particular thing here with the Church of the Jesu. And if we take a look in here, what we see is where that head area is located, is we see something that looks a lot like what I have shown you many times before. This is the lamb that you can barely see right here because this image has been shrinked. This is the lamb, but this is actually the trapezium inside the Orion Nebula. So if I'm looking at this as the macrocosm, which this church is full of, especially the triumph of the name of Jesus. We take a look at this image right here. The trapezium inside the Orion Nebula, that is what is actually located inside the head. And so this area up here, as we approach the end right here, is in the head. And so there we go. There's the Church of the Jesu temple design, and here's what it looks like with man on top of it. And so I'll be adding this to my temple architecture playlist. And you guys take care. I'll talk to you soon.
So, in a way, sorry that it was a little bit out of sync, but you get the idea. This is serious stuff. Now, Egypt expressed the connection to the gods via art and architecture, of course. And the art, and the language indeed, was symbolic. And we'll look into that now a bit, because one of the strange things about Egypt, I mean, one of the fascinations with it is that everything in Egypt is symbolic, and we, along with a lot of other things that we've lost the appreciation and the understanding of symbolism. We almost have no symbolism left that's valid, so it's very hard to look at a find my laser pointer. So when we look at a complex figure like this, actually, I mean, it's quite beautiful because it is, in fact, harmonically designed, but what the devil does it mean? The winged scarab on a boat over a large serpent with a figure of a god here, Osiris, and the deceased here making a gesture of prayer to Osiris. What's going on? We know it's beautiful, very well drawn and so on, but what does it mean, and what's the purpose of the symbolism? Well, to get a grasp of the richness, actually, and in a way, the superiority of the symbolic language over that of the let's say the secular linear language, which is what we use generally to express ourselves. There's one aspect of symbolism, it's not sacred symbolism, but that still works, and that is cartoon, particularly, let's say, the political cartoon. For example, the a good cartoonist will take a particular political situation and, let's say, juxtapose Uncle Sam for America, John Bull for England, La Liberté for France, and the Russian bear all cut up into 14 pieces like Osiris in a certain context or juxtaposition, and out of that you'll get, if you know the symbolic language and you understand what everything represents, you'll get from this an instant hit, an understanding of a very complicated political situation. If you're a Martian or an Eskimo or a Zulu and you don't know that symbolic language, all of this will be completely opaque to you. But if you understand the symbolic language, you get, not only do you get a complex picture, but you get it according to your level of understanding. So, somebody not very educated in the symbolic in the political situation will get one thing, and the same thing, but a much more advanced and sophisticated understanding of it will be had from somebody who follows the papers every day, or a PhD in political science or whatever, and you'll get it instantly. If you try to explain in linear language what the political cartoon is about, you have to start off to say why Uncle Sam is Uncle Sam, and La Liberté, and the Russian bear is the Russian bear. By the time you're done, and then explain the history of the situation, by the time you're done with this, 3 months will have gone by, and whoever you're talking to will long ago forgotten what you started talking about in the beginning. You've explained it in linear fashion, okay, but the totality of the situation will have long since been lost. Well, the sacred cartoon is, or the religious symbolism is like the political cartoon in that it encapsulates a tremendously complex situation, but to appreciate it you have to know the language. And of course with Egypt we don't. And even I, after all of these years and years of study, only really can get a tiny percentage of what these sacred cartoons are all about. But if you walk into a temple, of course you're struck by the beauty of the reliefs, and if you know a bit, you get something out of it. But to an Egyptian priest, walking into any of these temples or any of the tombs would give you this incredibly rich, instant hit of a total situation. This is what we're looking at when we look at Egyptian art. And so I can give you just a brief, as we go through now, a kind of an overview of what we're looking at and what it represents. Here we see the scarab beetle. The scarab is a dung beetle, and it represents, the usual explanation as well, it represents the rising sun. And the Egyptologists sort of laugh and sort of snicker about this, why a dung beetle should represent the glorious rising sun. But to understand what it really is all about, on the exoteric side, sort of the external easy side, the scarab is, the beetle is a little bug that lays its eggs in a ball of dung, and then it rolls the ball of dung along the desert, and in the evening when the sun goes down, digs a little hole and buries the ball of dung. And in the morning when the sun comes up, it unearths a little ball of dung and continues rolling it around the desert, supposedly for 40 days. I've never actually followed a scarab beetle to see if it was really 40 days or 38 days or 42 days, but metaphysically or esoterically it's 40 days, which is in fact a number of completion, the 40 years of the 40 days and 40 nights of the deluge. Christ fasted in the wilderness for 40 days. Moses wandered in the wilderness for 40 years. 40 turns up now time and time and time again in a context of completion. Anyway, it's what goes on. So this, you can see, this is a kind of simple-minded, not necessarily simple-minded, but simplistic explanation of why the scarab beetle is associated with the rising and setting of the sun. But really, what it really represents is the transformational power of the sun. And the reason for that is that, as I said, its eggs are laid in the ball of dung. Now what happens is it rolls the ball of dung along the desert, the sun beats down, it ferments the dung, the little eggs hatch into grubs, and feed on the dung, as it were. Now the dung represents matter in its grossest state. The little grubs feed on the dung, and then they go through the second stage, they become a larva, and then they go into a third stage, and they spin a little cocoon for themselves, they become a nymph, same as a butterfly, actually. And then at the appointed time, the nymph goes quiescent in its little cocoon, and then at the appointed time, it breaks out of its cocoon and flies off into the sunlight, a winged creature, and therefore volatile or spirit. So what the scarab beetle actually represents is the transformational power of the sun. And this is why it's sort of one of the central characters in the great cosmic drama that Egypt is enacting. So here we see the scarab beetle, and it's in a boat here. I'm not sure who's steering the boat, but usually this is the so-called solar boat. It really should be called the boat of eternity, and the boat is generally steered by three characters actually, two of three characters. It's steered either by two characters called Sia and Hu, which represent consciousness and action, or Sia and Heka, who represent consciousness and magic. Magic is the science of transformation. It's not conjuring tricks. So anyway, you get a sense here, anyway, without going into a long palaver, of the profound significance of that scarab beetle. Let's see a couple of other things coming up. Here's our scarab beetle in one of the funerary texts, the Books of the Dead. You see holding the sun disk in its arms, and these complex tableaus themselves, the funerary text, should be seen not as a bunch of mumbo jumbo, but actually as manuals, sort of like Microsoft manuals, equally hard to follow and very, very difficult to comprehend. But they are manuals for the deceased soul, which of course retains its consciousness, again, in Egypt and all the other civilizations that ever were, except under the Church of Progress. When it's over, according to the Church of Progress. But all of them should be seen as manuals for the soul. In other words, what it has to do after death in order to either reincarnate or become a star and reach the higher level of consciousness, which is in fact eternity. More scarab beetles, and here you see actually this is in fact the pupa, the nymph of a silkworm, but effectively the scarab is the same. And you look at that, this is the little cocoon it spins, and you look at that, it looks like something very familiar. Yes, it looks like an Egyptian mummy. And the reason that the mummy is wrapped the way that it is wrapped is because it is effectively a human cocoon. This is what's going on, and sooner or later, if the nymph within that cocoon has done his or her work in the correct form, he or she will fly off into the sunlight, or let's say the spiritual sunlight, as a reborn or spiritual creature. So that's the scarab. Now we'll look at some of the see in Egypt cosmology, I say, the creation of the universe itself is understood in detail, actually. And it's interesting that in physics and in modern cosmology, the more advanced they get, with each significant advance, it becomes clearer and clearer that the ancients understood this precisely, only they expressed it in myth and symbolism rather than in mathematical formula. And so here, at the very beginning, without going into a long, long palaver, because it is a long palaver, but one of the Egyptian myths starts off, it's called the Heliopolis, the cosmology of Heliopolis, and it starts off in terms of creation. There's the void, or unpolarized consciousness, as Schwaller calls it. And then out of this void, the void creates in and of itself a god called Atum, who is alone and without peer and without consort, without a female part to him. So in order to create the universe, Atum actually masturbates the universe into existence. In other words, he has no female. And I've got a book now that I'm just reviewing for a publisher called in French, it's Le Secret d'Hathor, The Secrets of Hathor, by an Egyptologist, an Orthodox Egyptologist. It's very interesting because she's, without mentioning Shwala de Lubitsch, she's right in there, and she's understanding that the significance or the cosmological significance of Egyptian myth. And according to this book, and I didn't know this before myself until I read it, but it's Hathor who represents the divine feminine, or let's say the cosmic feminine that actually excites. It's the vision of the feminine that provokes Atun into his act of masturbation, in which he produces a set of twins called Shu and Tefnut. Shu and Tefnut, this is the first sexually differentiated pair, representing Shu, usually he's called the god of air, which means nothing. He's not the god of air. He's the principle of extension, actually, of space. And Tefnut's a bit fuzzy, and Tefnut's difficult to get a handle on, is the first feminine, often shown as a lion, or a lioness rather, who they say represents moisture, but it's in other words, you might say that Tefnut represents the great womb, the moist womb from which creation will spring. They in turn produce, this is Hathor actually. I'm going to backtrack a bit. This is the temple of Dendera, and Hathor is associated with Nut. Nut is the representation of the sky. Interestingly enough, in Egypt, the sky is feminine and the earth is masculine. So here you have the sky goddess Nut, arched over. This is a chapel in the temple of Dendera, and you see that she's swallowing. Let's see if we've got a better figure of here. It's drawn out here. Here's Nut stretched around the chapel, and she's swallowing the sun by night and giving birth to it by day, and the rays of the light are raying down. This is actually a representation of the facade of Dendera between the two mountains of the horizon. Normally there would be a sun disk here between the twin peaks of the horizon, and this represents actually oneness, the division of the one into the two, the materialization into two. And the solar disk here is associated with Hathor, and the sun raying down. One of the interesting things of this representation actually is that the sunlight itself, I mean, normally if you ask a kid to draw sunlight or the rays of the sun, or if I ask any of you to draw the rays of the sun, chances are you'll draw straight lines. The Egyptians drew them as, I think they're probably meant to represent flowers, but you see that they're in packets, and I'm wondering if the Egyptians actually understood the quantum nature of light. In other words, that light is delivered in packets, because the natural way to draw this is a straight line. I think probably they did understand. Anyway, here we get here's Shu, here's Geb the earth. Oh, Shu and Tefnut give rise to another set of twins, Nut and the sky, here she is, and Geb the earth, and Shu is keeping them separate. These get very, very complicated, but it actually relates to the book of Genesis, where God creates heaven and earth, and then separates heaven and earth, and then breathes life across the waters. So all of this, actually, very interestingly enough, virtually everything in the Old and the New Testament is either taken from or derived from or related to the much more complex and sophisticated Egyptian, and much earlier, of course, Egyptian mythology. You might say, I sometimes get people angry with this, but basically Christianity is a kind of remedial Egypt. It's Egypt for the people who can't handle the science, and Judaism is a kind of portable Egypt. You can take it with you into the desert, and nice and short. But in Egypt, the whole thing is worked out in tremendous detail. So here you see the cosmology developing. Over here, then in other words, earth and sky and universe and so on is set up. This is an astronomical frieze taken from taken from the ceiling of the tomb of Seti I, one of the New Kingdom pharaohs. It's a gorgeous tomb that you can unfortunately no longer get into. At the center of the universe, this represents the polar axis, and you see the strange figure of the upright hippopotamus with the crocodile on its back. Well, these all represent constellations and stars and so on, but the upright hippopotamus and all of the animals chosen by Egypt to represent their gods, usually described as some sort of primitive animism, but actually it's a very sophisticated way of embodying the principles in an animal or bird or whatever that best represents that particular principle. In other words, if you want to understand why a particular animal is chosen for its particular role, all you have to do is look at what the animal does in real life, and you'll know why it's that animal or bird or reptile that serves that particular purpose. So, for example, the upright hippopotamus here is a goddess called Tauret, and she represents the principle of pregnancy or gestation, because what could be more pregnant than a pregnant hippopotamus? The crocodile, for fairly obvious reasons, represents death. So, at the very center of the universe, as it were, this is what is shown: a cycle of pregnancy. In other words, pre-birth creation with a crocodile on its back, or death. So, right at the very center of creation, becoming and return are symbolized through these two animals.
Hey everybody, I wanted to share something with you today, some news that came out regarding life and what happens when the sperm meets the egg. And scientists have determined that a bright flash of light marks the incredible moment life begins when the sperm meets the egg. And so we can see right here what's happening. And looking at this and reading it, I couldn't help but think that there is a Hermetic philosophy type of message with this as well. We have father and mother meeting and producing light, which is the first light, and the first light is what we see when we see the sun. The sun is the first light of the mother and the father. Now this is also can be found in Genesis when we see let there be light. Father, spirit, is the breath. And then the mother is really kind of undifferentiated matter, cosmic matter. A lot of people don't know that when the Bible is speaking in Genesis, it's actually speaking of something of a cosmic nature that's kind of going on. And it actually picks up a little bit later after things really begin, because things really begin in the kind of the invisible universe. The Bible kind of picks up where it says, let there be light. Also, you can see this in John as well. The first part of John is kind of like a repeat of Genesis. But I also want to read you here real quick one of the stanzas from what we see in the Secret Doctrine here. And if you haven't read the Secret Doctrine, it's a very long and complex thing to read, and you kind of have to read it over several times. But listen to what's said right here. Now, you got to remember that the mother is this undifferentiated matter. It's just matter that's not, it doesn't have any life in it. Kind of like just dust particles that you would think of in the cosmic ocean of space. And then we have this activity that happens, the breath, which is what spirit is defined as in the King James Bible. When you take a look at spirit at the very beginning, it's talking about the breath. So listen to this right here. The vibration sweeps along, touching with its swift wing the whole universe and the germ that dwelleth within the darkness that breathes over the slumbering waters of life. Darkness radiates light. And this is the same as spirit was hovering over the waters. Let's take a look at the Bible real quick. Let's take a look at Genesis. And the earth was up without form, so it was undifferentiated matter. It was void, and darkness was upon the face of the feet. And the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. Now, if we take a look at Spirit, wind, resemblance of breath, that is a sensible or even violent exhalation. Okay, so we have this matter and we have this spirit, which is defined here as breath. This comes from Hebrew, ancient Hebrew here. Okay, so we'll come back over here to this, and we see the darkness that breathes over the slumbering waters of life. It's speaking of the same thing that we see in Genesis. And then it says, darkness radiates light and drops one solitary ray into the mother deep. The ray shoots through the virgin egg. The ray causes the eternal egg to thrill and drop the non-eternal germ, which condenses into the world egg. So, your body is like a universe. Okay, so the very beginning of this, we have the sperm meeting the egg. It creates this light, and then it condenses into the world egg, which is yourself, which is the universe. And everything is fractal. So if we even take a look at these various systems all the way up to the nebula, things like this, the nebula is simply a smaller fractal of what we consider the galaxy. The galaxy is a smaller fractal of what we see as a cluster of galaxies, and so on and so on. And if we zoom all the way out and we take a look at the model of the universe and what they've shown us so far, it looks like the image of a mind, like the inside of neurons inside of a brain. And that is the reason Hermetic philosophy is so powerful. So what we're seeing here in this news, this news I will post in the description area, is that when Father meets Mother, it begins with this "let there be light," which means the mark of the beginning of life that's going on right here. And it says, then the seven fall into the four. The radiant essence becomes seven inside, seven outside. The luminous egg, right here, which in itself is three. Think of the Trinity, right? Because now we have Mother, Father, Son, okay, because it's luminous now, curdles and spreads in milk-white curds throughout the depths of the mother. So now you can begin to envision a nebula coming into existence, the root that grows into the depths of the ocean of life. So I've also got a link to this document on. I'll leave a link to this as well, so you can download the Secret Doctrine if you like. But I wanted to kind of show you that there is a similarity between what we see in the first part of Genesis, what we see in John, the Secret Doctrine here, and if you want to take a look at this document right here, which is the Life and Teachings of Thoth Hermes Trismegistus, you'll see that the message is also the same, just written slightly different. So this is really interesting news because it gives us a lot of information on Hermetic philosophy. It's good to think about things like this because if you want to understand the above, you take a look at what's below. Of course, this also applies to psychology as well. You know, it's not all just the physical; it's also psychology. But when you take a look at these types of things and compare this to what's kind of happening in the universe above you, you kind of better understand what's going on. And so when you take a look at these things all the way down to the very, very smallest atom and things like that, which is these things are electrical in nature, then you can just imagine that the whole universe is electrical as well. So we have this light happening right here at the flash when the sperm meets the egg, very hermetic, and I thought it was worth giving you guys in a video real quick. You guys take care. I'll talk to you soon, and I'll leave the links in the description area for you. Hey everybody, I'm going to go ahead and add this particular video real quick to my Kabbalah videos. And it's kind of an extension off of what I was showing you on this recent news where they said the bright flash of light marks an incredible moment where life begins. So I was showing you a couple of places in different texts how that was portrayed. One in the stanzas from Blavatsky's Secret Doctrine, which a lot of that stuff there is taken from the old ancient Hindu and understanding. If you listen to what she has to say, she knows all there is to know about Sanskrit, ancient Hindu religion. She knows all about that kind of stuff. And when we take a look at that ancient religion, we also see that these guys, including if you want to look at the Gospel of Judas, if you want to take a look at the Nag Hammadi Library, these types of things, you'll see that this whole story about the first light and then this basically being everything being created through it
Well, I wanted to show you something else that also ties to this same thing, okay? So a lot of people, when they think of Christ, the first thing that pops into their head is Jesus, okay? But Jesus is the historical figure who became the Christ. And this is also, and when I say he became the Christ, he merged with it. His consciousness level reached a height where he merged with the Christ. But the Christ is a title. It was not his last name. There is a priest who talks about the cosmic Christ, who I can't think of off the top of my head, but I've got it in my video list. And the Christ is the first light. Now let's look at what the Colossians has to say here. Colossians 1:15. The Son, capital S, is the image of the invisible God, the firstborn over all creation. So if you think of this cosmically, it's speaking of that first point. And since we're thinking also fractally, it would be the first point or first light of any system coming into being. Now, right down here on the next one, if we look at this next translation, New Living Translation, we can see that the Son has been replaced with Christ. Christ is the visible image, something you can see, versus the invisible God, which is, if we take a look at the ancient Hindu texts, it says that mind began thinking on the various elements and became a spark of itself, a nebula in the vacuity of the yet unborn universe, I believe is how the phrase goes. And that is in the Yoga Vasistha that you will find. So mind, which is invisible, becomes a spark of itself, which is something visible. And this is the reason I believe that there is significance when we take a look into the nebula, because the nebula is that first light, or it is the first projection of light that comes out of what we're calling this center vortex area that seems to be, according to recent news that we've seen from Hawking and other scientists, this phenomenon, what do we want to call it, a plasmoid or a black hole or a portal or a wormhole, whatever we want to call it. This vortex is what is being pointed to in these ancient texts, and it is the eye, or the very center of the nebula, the very first point in a chain of creation, whether it is the center of a galaxy or whether it is the center of a nebula that creates stars. It is that first point of the whole system. And so it says Christ is the visible image of the invisible God. He existed before anything was created and is supreme over all creation. So if we think of this fractally, it could be the whole universe. And there's probably a similarity between the whole universe coming into an existence and a nebula coming into an existence. They are probably the same process if we look at analogy. And this is the way we kind of have to look at Hermetic philosophy. So this is what the Bible says right here. So it's that first light. Now, and then right after that it says, for in him all things were created, things in heaven on the earth, visible and invisible. So through him, God created everything. Okay? So we see this is the point where everything was created from. That's what it's saying. Now this is very Kabbalistic, these two verses. And I want to show you a similarity between this and what we see in the Gospel of the Egyptians from the Nag Hammadi Library. Okay, so then we have the same thing. Then there came forth from that place the cloud of the great light, the living power, the mother of the holy incorruptible ones. And some of the Gnosis stuff in here, it gets really into detail, naming all the various gods, which are really just extensions or fingers on the hand of one god, right? It's all, they are just dividing up with inside themselves. But it says, for this one, Adamus is a light which radiated from the light. He is the eye of the light. For this is the first man. He through whom and to whom everything came into being. For this is the first man, he through whom and to whom everything came into being. For in him all things were created. Through him God created everything in the heavenly realms. For by him all things were created in heaven and earth. For this is the first man, he through whom and to whom everything came into being. This is the same thing that we see in the Bible. And this is very Kabbalistic. And this is why. If we take a look at Kabbalah, number 1 is Kether. 0 is the invisible God. So it has not come into existence yet. It comes into existence through Kether. And Kether is the first point in a system, and Kabbalistically we can see that Asiya, world of expression, prima mobile, nebula, the treetop at last. Now, let's take a look at what Manly Hall has to say about Kether and how he identifies it in The Secret Teaching of All Ages. This is from the Tree of the Sephiroth, okay? And so let's listen to what he has to say about this. Kether, the crown prima mobile, the fiery heavens. This is the area of the nebula. This is the first point in a system. And if we take a look right here, in the Tree of the Sephiroth, it's also Kabbalistic. Listen, remember what we just said? We just said this right here. For this is the first man, he through whom and to whom everything came into being, his name being Adamus, okay? Which is the same as Adam, basically. So if we take a look at Genesis or if we take a look at John, we're looking at the same story with different understandings. And in the Old Testament, Adam would be kind of like the Christ. In the New Testament, it calls it the Christ. Okay? So here in Colossians, we see the same thing. Through him everything was created. Now, in the Secret Teaching of All Ages, it says the four Kabbalistic trees described in the preceding chapter were combined by later Jewish scholars into one all-inclusive diagram and termed by them not only the Sephirothic but also archetypal or heavenly man. According to some authorities, it is the heavenly Adam, not a terrestrial man, heavenly Adam, whose creation is described in the opening chapters of Genesis. Let there be light, the great cloud of the great light. Out of the substances of this divine man, the universe was formed. Okay, so this is Kether, the crown, the fiery heavens. Out of him, the eye of the light, which is described inside of the Gospel of the Egyptians in Colossians 1:15 and 1:16. This is the cosmic Christ coming into existence. Okay, so now we move down, and Kether, remember, is tied to the pineal gland. So we have the Sephirothic tree is sometimes depicted as a human body, thus more definitely established in the true identity of the first, or heavenly man, Adam Kadmon, the idea of the universe. So Adam Kadmon, right? So when we think of Adam Kadmon, we're thinking of a universal system. Where, like, for example, your body, you are an image of the Adam Kadmon, your brain being something similar to the cosmic version, which would be the nebula, and then, of course, branching down the nervous system through all zigzagging down the tree of life, you have the rest of your organs and stuff like that, which are associated Kabbalistically to the tree of life. Okay? So, in fact, Kabbalistically, the sun of our solar system that we are familiar with, that is really close to us, the one that's 93 million miles away, that sun is the heart of the system. The brain of the system is where everything began. And if we take the human body and we put it on top of the tree of life, like I show you right here, this is the sun, and this is the brain. And esoterically, the brain is behind the sun. So if we're down on Earth here, at the very bottom, the brain is behind the sun. We're Earth, the sun, the brain. And this is what, we have two suns, or I believe three, even esoterically, if we take a look at it. But Kabbalistically, we have at least two suns here. We have the sun, which is the heart of the solar system. But this was only meant to be, to the ancients, an image of this sun here, which is an image of the invisible. Okay? All right, so back to this. If we take a look at this, the pineal gland. Kether is the crown of the prototypic head and perhaps refers to the pineal gland. Chokmah and Bina, which is right here, are the right and left hemispheres, respectively, of the great brain. Okay, so this is the pineal gland. Chokmah and Bina are the right and left hemispheres of the great brain, and this is how you place the human body on the tree of life. This is the nebula, the very center of Kether, and the way we typically will see the tree of life drawn is when we see it drawn Kabbalistically. We see almost like a pouring in of light into Kether. But this area up here, being Ein Sof, Ar, and Ein, these are the invisible portions. These are the negative realms. And then, of course, it comes into existence and then creates the universe into the world of Asiya, which is what we see right here. So,
So it says here that Kether is the crown of the prototypic head and perhaps refers to the pineal gland. Okay? And in the Gospel of the Egyptians, the first thing that came into being was, he is the eye of the light. For this is the first man. It's the pineal gland. It is the eye. And it is the center vortex within inside the center of a nebula or a galaxy or whatever fractal system we're talking about. In our particular case, which we see over and over in all of these cathedrals and everything all the way back to Atlantis, we see a specific importance tied to the Orion Nebula, because this is what they are painting in these cathedrals. The Orion Nebula was what was referred to by the Mayans as the seat of creation. We see in the ancient Hindu text, we see a reference to this as well. And of course, the ancient Egyptians believed that, and of course, this was the place as well. So we have this all over the world, okay? And then we also have it in the Bible. But the reason why they're painting this particular area is the mystery. Because even though we're all human, we all have different fingerprints. And the fingerprint or signature of this particular location is what the ancients were interested in, and what we see these Gnostics or people who put these cathedrals together, what they were doing inside the church or inside these cathedrals. Very interesting. And these are probably going to be some topics I talk about with Timothy Hogan, if I can get him on pretty soon. So anyways, I thought you guys would be interested in seeing that comparison between the Bible, the Gospel of the Egyptians, Nagam, and this is just one other place. I mean, there's many other places I can go and show this to you, and as time goes on, I may represent some of those things to you, trying to get it fresh in your head so you can see that what we're looking at are just the same story from different texts, whether it be the Nag Hammadi Library, whether it be the Bible, whether it be the Emerald Tablet, whether it be all these different things, are all telling the same story. And one of the reasons why I like Bible Hub here is because I can go down and I can look at that particular verse, Son, Christ, and I can see all these different people have interpreted it differently. But I can get a good idea about what they are referring to, because if I only look at one of these, it doesn't give you, this does not give me anything. Who is the image of the invisible God, the firstborn over every creature? Now, creature does give you something, because that's almost hermetic, and it shows that that of every creature, including yourself, right, that the Christ is the first visible point. So this is Hermetic philosophy. This is something going into something a little bit deeper, which I won't go into this video. Anyways, thought you guys would be interested in hearing that. I will talk to you soon.
Maybe we should look back a little to some of the things that were happening about 2,000 years ago. If you will remember from the concordances and so forth, that by the middle of the first century, nearly all of the original disciples had passed on. Of the 12, 11 were martyred. The 12th, John, retired to the Isle of Patmos, where he worked, some think, upon the fourth gospel, and others upon the book of the Revelation. Out of that original group, there was no one of the original group that survived to carry on the work. Also, if we study the various records of the Acts of the Apostles and so forth, we find out that Christianity was then a series of little isolated congregations living in a world that did not understand and could hardly tolerate them, and in many cases persecuted them outrageously. The church as we know it does not exist in this pattern. There was no Christianity at that time. There was a message, and all of the messengers had vanished. Now apparently there was not among these messengers any essential glimpse of a worldwide message. Most of the little communities that did exist were in the area where the older beliefs were still well entrenched. and as a result, they were simply a sect or a division or a minor revolution or a reform in the existing patterns. There was no real concept of a great mission, a great individual surviving revelation. And then for some reason, something happened that is very difficult to understand from the Bible records. A person by the name of Saul came along, and he persecuted the Christians thoroughly and mercilessly. He was basically, however, apparently a perfectly sincere individual who believed that the religion he had was the one to be protected. Saul had another and one or two other interesting specialties. One peculiarity of Paul that made him strangely useful was that he was a citizen of Rome. He was born in Tarsus, and when the Romans settled down in front of Tarsus to take the city, instead of a bloody war, the elders of Tarsus went out and voluntarily said, "Let us keep the peace. You can have the city. Let us not kill people." And the Romans were so delightful in this respect and so happy to have this happen that they proclaimed all of the citizens of Tarsus as citizens of Rome. Now, this was not an empty title. It carried with it great privileges, privileges of travel, privileges of protection by the various departments of the Roman government. It made it illegal to imprison a Roman citizen without a trial and without proper legal following. Also, a Roman citizen could not be crucified, hanged, or in any other way tortured. If it was a major crime and he had to die, he had to be decapitated. No torturing was permitted of a Roman citizen. Now, Paul had this peculiar something, and it was possibly that peculiarity that changed his name from Saul to Paul. As Paul, he was now a Latin citizen. He was also a man of good family, and he was an educated man. He is known to have spoken Latin, and he probably had some knowledge of Greek, if we are to remember his sermon in Athens. So Paul was a man with various accomplishments, but with a deadly prejudice. Yet here was an emergency. And in an emergency, heaven very often makes a pronouncement on its own. It was not at all likely that the little community at that time of Christians would have voluntarily selected Saul to become their spokesman. But on the road to Damascus, a mystery occurred. As he was riding toward Damascus to persecute the Christians, Paul was suddenly struck with a mysterious vision. A tremendous experience occurred to him. There was a great turmoil in his own heart, an incredible, miraculous occurrence. And in the midst of this occurrence came the words, "Why persecutest thou me?" Paul didn't see Christ. He only heard the words. But he was thrown from his horse, fell on the ground in a state of almost suspended animation, and stricken blind. Well, when he was in this condition, he was carried into Damascus and was treated and restored to health by the little Christian community that he had come to persecute. This was resulted in the tremendous conversion of Paul. He now presented to the world a person tremendously and devoutly moved by an experience which happened to himself. He was not converted by any ordinary means. He was converted by an act of the divine will. And in this state, apparently, it was his duty and his moral obligation to change his point of view and serve the cause he had attempted to destroy. And Paul did exactly this, and he became one of the most important spokesmen of the new Christian community. In fact, he was really the source of a Christian community. He suddenly picked a local faith out of the mystery and sand and dust of the Near East and laid the foundations of a worldwide religion that was to endure to this time and is still having a tremendous effect upon the cultural life and religious hopes of mankind. So Paul became the leader of a branch of the early revelation. And we find Christianity dividing very early into two great schools, one of them being the Jerusalem school and the other being the Greek school. The Greek school was led by Paul. The Jerusalem school was led by Peter. And in Rome, Peter and Paul died side by side for the faith that they had served. Peter crucified because he was not a citizen of Rome, and Paul decapitated. But the foundation was laid of two schools of Christian thought. One founded largely upon the Old Testament, and the other founded upon something else, probably Paul's knowledge of Greek and Latin culture. In other words, Peter was working with Jesus, and Paul had visualized Christ. And it was the Jesus of Peter and the Christ of Paul that became the two great forces in the development of Christianity. The Christianity of Peter was very conservative. It was very literal. It was a friend that was being honored. Peter knew Jesus. The disciples all knew him and were deeply personally involved in the story of the man, the life of the man, the things they had seen him do, the wonders he had wrought, the teachings he had given, and the final martyrdom which he experienced. Add to this the mystery of the resurrection, and the disciples of Jesus were a small group who loved him, knew him, and in a mysterious way thought of the religion mostly in terms of him, and in terms of him as a person walking with them on the dusty roads of Judea. Paul, as far as we can find out, never saw Jesus. He never met him. He did not know him personally. Therefore, there was a different point of view here. Peter was thinking constantly of the man that walked with him. Paul was thinking of something else. Paul was in the position to lay the foundations of a great religion, because while he was converted completely, he was not bound to the personality of the teacher. And in this particular case, this was very significant. So we find Paul gradually building the foundations of what we might term mystic Christianity. Now the question has been raised as to the source of the thinking which influenced Paul's mind in connection with the church. If we read the Corinthians and Thessalonians, we realize almost immediately that we are dealing with a person who had a knowledge, understanding, and an insight outside of the area of conservative theology. He was a man who was worldly, wise, and experienced, and now suddenly, deeply, profoundly dedicated. As the obvious facts remain that the mysticism of Paul began to change the shape of the Christian faith. There was to be, of course, the Jesus of Peter, but the Christ of Paul was not a person. The Christ was an eternal principle, a divine power. It was not a person. A person could have that power, but the power was not the person. The divine principle of infinite love was far beyond the control of any individual. And Paul was reaching out to the experience of the love of Christ rather than of his physical, historical, biographical setting of the faith.
So tonight we're going to take a look into St. Paul, who originally started out as Saul of Tarsus until he was converted. And as Manly Hall explains, St. Paul was the founder of what we might now call mystic Christianity. And mystic Christianity deals with the mysteries. It deals with the Christian version of the Kabbalah as well. And as we will also see during this, Blavatsky also was telling us that Paul was a Kabbalist. Now, with these two people, these two very important people, Manly P. Hall and Blavatsky telling us this, it should cause us to raise our eyebrows a little bit. But let's take a listen to what Manly Hall has to say about Saul real quick, and then we'll come back and we'll read something from Blavatsky.
He suddenly picked a local faith out of the mystery and sand and dust of the Near East and laid the foundations of a worldwide religion that was to endure to this time and is still having a tremendous effect upon the cultural life and religious hopes of mankind. So Paul became the leader of a branch of the early revelation. And we find Christianity dividing very early into two great schools, one of them being the Jerusalem school and the other being the Greek school. The Greek school was led by Paul. The Jerusalem school was led by Peter. And in Rome, Peter and Paul died side by side for the faith that they had served. Peter crucified because he was not a citizen of Rome, and Paul decapitated. But the foundation was laid of two schools of Christian thought. One founded largely upon the Old Testament, and the other founded upon something else, probably Paul's knowledge of Greek and Latin culture. In other words, Peter was working with Jesus, and Paul had visualized Christ. And it was the Jesus of Peter and the Christ of Paul that became the two great forces in the development of Christianity. The Christianity of Peter was very conservative. It was very literal. It was a friend that was being honored. Peter knew Jesus. The disciples all knew him and were deeply personally involved in the story of the man, the life of the man, the things they had seen him do, the wonders he had wrought, the teachings he had given, and the final martyrdom which he experienced. Add to this the mystery of the resurrection, and the disciples of Jesus were a small group who loved him, knew him, and in a mysterious way thought of the religion mostly in terms of him, and in terms of him as a person walking with them on the dusty roads of Judea. Paul, as far as we can find out, never saw Jesus. He never met him. He did not know him personally. Therefore, there was a different point of view here. Peter was thinking constantly of the man that walked with him. Paul was thinking of something else. Paul was in the position to lay the foundations of a great religion, because while he was converted completely, he was not bound to the personality of the teacher. And in this particular case, this was very significant. So we find Paul gradually building the foundations of what we might term mystic Christianity.
So as we can see, Manly Hall believed that Paul was the founder of what we might call mystic Christianity. It was him that said he was a divine master builder. We can see that right here. Master builder is an esoteric term that is a lot of times used in Freemasonry and other esoteric communities. But also, if we take a look in Isis Unveiled, Volume 2 here, we see that Blavatsky also called Paul a Kabbalist. And Kabbalism, as you know, is concerned with the mysteries. So I will read here, starting at the top where it says, Paul a Kabbalist. If we search in this direction with those sure guides, the Grecian mysteries and the Kabbalah before us, it will be easy to find the secret why Paul was so persecuted and hated by Peter, John, and James. The author of the Revelation was a Jewish Kabbalist, per se, with all the hatred inherited to him from his forefathers towards the mysteries. His jealousy during the life of Jesus extended even to Peter, and it is but after the death of their common master that we see the two apostles, the former of whom wore the mitre and the peloton of the Jewish rabbis, preached so zealously the rite of circumcision. In the eyes of Peter, Paul, who had humiliated him, and who felt so much superior in Greek learning and philosophy, must have naturally appeared as a magician, a man polluted with the so-called gnosis, with the wisdom of the Greek mysteries, hence perhaps Simon the magician. And down below we see a little footnote where it said, "It is needless to state that the Gospel according to John was not written by Paul, or was not written by John, but a Platonist or a Gnostic belonging to the Neoplatonic school." And if you read Revelation, you'll find that it is very Gnostic, and also Manly Hall goes into this as well. But what we're here to talk about today is Paul, his relationship to Kabbalism, and what we actually see in the Bible. Specifically, what we'll be touching on is the part where women are to remain quiet, and that they are not supposed to exhibit authority over the man. And the problem with this is that Christians have tried time after time to explain what this means. The typical Christian apologist, like I've said, will say that you're just taking it out of context, but they have not successfully translated what this means. Neither has the church. Because, of course, the church has always been lying to people about the true teachings anyway. They don't want you to be concerned with the mysteries, but when we take a look at the verses that Paul has given us, many of them are Kabbalistic. And if we apply Kabbalism to these verses, we will see that they are perfectly to be able to be interpreted. So before we go into breaking this down Kabbalistically, I want to show you what exactly happens as a result of people not being able to use their minds and go outside of things and look at other things. We have just a lot of craziness going on, and this following clip will show you just exactly how crazy it gets. So if we read 1 Timothy 2:12, we see, "I do not permit a woman to teach or assume authority over a man. She must be quiet." And over here, we kind of have several verses together. It says a woman must be quietly receive instruction with entire submissiveness. But I do not allow a woman to teach or exercise authority over a man, but to remain quiet. For it was Adam who was first created, and then Eve. Now, as you can imagine, this has caused a lot of people to be very upset about what is written in the Bible. But it is because people do not use their own minds and go outside and look at other things that this type of thing happens. So, let me show you exactly just what happens.
ABC News called me this week and said, we heard that you believe that men should be in charge of their wives. I said, no, sir, I didn't say that. I said, God said that. He said, husbands are the head of the wife. I said, if you got a problem with what I said, I was quoting the Bible, maybe I'll take it up with God. He says, do you think that's appropriate? I said, son, anything God says is appropriate, and you better get that straight right now. I never apologize for standing where God stands. I never worry standing where God stands. Somebody says, you know what they're going to say about you? Who cares? Stand in line, pick a number, slob. Get your little squirt gun out and squirt away. Bigger things to worry about. Heaven, hell, life, death. The Bible, what people say about you, not at all. If they're quoting me while I'm quoting the Bible, hallelujah, God's word is getting out. Don't you ever worry about your pastor being rattled or worried or unsettled or unnerved. I sleep fine. Too many people worried about somebody the other day asked me, this reporter, he said, I heard that that it'd be a cold day in hell before you get your theology from a woman. He says, don't you kind of think that's demeaning to the genders? I says, ask Adam what he thought about getting his theology from a woman. I said, it damned the whole world. I says, the reason your sorry soul's going to hell is because a woman told Adam what God thinks about things. He says, you're pretty strong about what you believe. I said, not half as strong as what God knows you ought to believe. I wouldn't get my theology from a woman. I don't mind if mama teaches the kids. I don't mind if a strong lady and a wise woman and a gracious, godly woman takes the lesson from the pastor. Hey, all you listen to me right now, I still believe it'd be a cold day in hell before I get my theology from a woman. I'm a preacher. I wasn't mama called, papa sent. No woman ever got me involved in ministry. I didn't follow a woman in the ministry. A woman didn't write this book. Not one woman wrote the scriptures right here. A man wrote the Bible, got it from God. A man hung on the cross. His name is Jesus Christ, and God called a man to lead the church here. Hey, I'm glad I'm a man. So many of you got nervous. So the preacher on the news. Praise the Lord, the Word of God is being quoted. More than some of you are doing about getting the Word of God out. I don't care about being politically correct. I don't care who had hair lips. I don't care if it bothers everybody from the White House or the old man sitting in the outhouse. I want to know what's going on in the church house, and I'm the messenger of the church, and what I say is more important than what the news reporter thinks I ought to say. God didn't call him to tell me what to do, and God didn't call anybody else either. You know, if that's arrogant, so be it. The problem is it's the truth in the scriptures here.
So how does that make many of you women out there upset when you hear that? It probably should, and it does. It makes me upset too. And it makes me upset because these guys at the church do not follow what is supposed to be meant by these verses. Now, we've already seen Paul or Saul was a Kabbalist. Okay, and what I'm showing you here is, I've shown this to you before. This is Kabbalah Unveiled, written in the 1800s. And it is showing you the tree of life. It's showing you right here Bina, which is associated with Saturn, the planet Saturn. It is also the mother supernal. Okay, so it is a feminine thing. And if we take a look in the Bible, we also see that Bina is something feminine, and it means understanding. So let's flip over to the Bible real quick and take a look at that. Okay, so I have picked a particular verse that has both wisdom and understanding, so you'll be able to see its relationship to the tree. If we take a look at the word wisdom, we see that wisdom is Chokmah. And if we go back over here to the Kabbalah Unveiled, we can see that wisdom is Chokmah. This is the Father, okay? And we'll skip back over to the Bible, and we see understanding, and this is understanding right here, and you can see that it is feminine. Now, the masculine feminine qualities here are not being referred to as genitals, okay? It is being referred to as the what you might call mental gender. And I went into something about this not too long ago in one of my videos where I shared with you the idea about real-world mental gender. And the feminine part of the tree of life is the receptive part. Understanding is receptive. Okay, and if we take a look right here, understanding being Bina, you can see right here in H995, it is Bina. This is related to what we see here. This is Bina. So Bina is understanding. It is also the mother supernal, and it is also related to Saturn as well, but is related to understanding. Now, all of these Sephiroth on the tree of life, they have virtues that are connected with them. And so what we're going to do is flip over to Dion Fortune, and she was born, I believe, in the early 1900s, but she picks up, she was a mystic, and she goes into the details. You can find this pretty much anywhere, but all of the Sephiroth, they have different faces, or parts of them, which you might call. So Bina is associated with understanding, as we see right here, and as you can see, it's the magical image of a mature woman. This is the mother supernal. But interestingly enough, down here we have as the virtue silence. Because with silence, you can understand the information. For example, let's take this from a psychological standpoint of view, and let's think of things as they come through Kether, taking it psychologically in the human. Okay, so wisdom, or Chokmah, is that flash coming from Kether. It's that knowledge which is still abstract. But with that knowledge, then Bina, which is on this side of the tree over here, on the left side, it is associated with the heart, and it is also associated with understanding, but its virtue is also silence. So if I take a look and I do a search for silence here, let's read this real quick. The virtue of Bina is said to be silence, and its vice is avarice. Here again we see the Saturn influence making itself felt. Keats speak of the gray-haired Saturn, silent as a stone, and in these few words the poet conjures up a magical image of the primordial age and silence of the Saturnian influence. Saturn is indeed one of the old gods and is concerned with the mineral aspect of earth. He is throned upon the most ancient rocks where no plant grows. It is this silence which has ever been held to be especially desirable virtue in women, be that it may, and by the way, this is a woman that wrote this, and no doubt her tongue is her most dangerous weapon. Silent indicates receptivity. If we are silent, we can listen and so learn. But if we are talking, the gates of the entrance to the mind are closed. If this resistance and receptivity, Bina, which are her chief powers, and out of these virtues comes the vice which is constitute blah, 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 blah. As you can see, it is silence which is the virtue that we actually see inside of the Tree of Life associated to the feminine aspect, which is the mother supernal. So now flipping back over to the Bible here, and take the whole idea of genitals out of this, okay? Because we're really talking about the microcosm, which we have the male aspect and the feminine aspect. Not related to a man and a woman, but related to mental gender. And so it says, I do not permit a woman to teach or assume authority over a man. She must be quiet. What he's referring to is he's referring to the virtue of Bina, the feminine aspect of the Godhead, in which they cannot get wisdom if they are talking, if they are not being silent. It is a feminine aspect. It has nothing to do with genitals. Okay? This has to do with the mind, your mind, everyone's mind. There is a feminine aspect and a masculine aspect. And this is what he's referring to in this. And so, with that, I'm pretty much going to leave it to you there. You can see what happens when people don't use their minds. You can see it in the church, and even today, the Catholic Church still has exhibited this authority where men are the only ones that are allowed to preach because they have purposely misinterpreted the Bible for everybody and used it to control people's minds, as we could clearly see in the priest or in the minister in that particular clip. So I hope this helps you guys and gives you a new perspective that Kabbalah is actually inside the Bible. And we will look at more of this as time goes on. You guys take care, and I'll talk to you soon.
Hey everybody, this is going to be my first video on this whole Son of Man thing. I find myself frequently needing to come back to the Bible. I want everybody to understand that when I do this research, I go across these various religions and I compare them. What typically happens is that in most of these various religions, they all have this same fundamental truth about them. But that fundamental truth cannot be seen until one starts to do the research and starts comparing among all the various religions. The reason this is always looked down upon by whatever that religion is. I mean, imagine this. Every religion out there just about, especially the Western religions, all think that their religion is the correct one and everyone else's is the bad one. Specifically, Western religions have a tendency to always say, don't look at that, stay away from that material, don't read that, it's heretical, you'll go to hell. Okay? This kind of thing is done specifically to keep people from looking at other things, because when they do, they start putting the pieces together and they realize that they have been lied to as far as the interpretations of what is inside the Bible. And that's really what I find the most appalling about all this, is that it's the Bible in itself is great information. Of course, you have to understand that the way that these things are written, they are not written literally. Okay? They are written many times figuratively. The only way to be able to tell the difference between the two is to start comparing among other religions and so forth. But there's also another way that we're going to take a look at today. One way that makes itself very apparent. And so if you are a Christian that it takes the Bible literally, I implore you to listen to this. This particular video will be kept separate from the rest of them that I go into regarding this subject, because I think in itself it is a very important video to bring light to some things that these supposed men of God should have been teaching people for a very long time now on the Western side, and they're not doing it. And I know that either one of two things is happening. Either they have spent all of their careers doing something other than they should have, or they are completely lying to people about the interpretations of what the Bible means. Because when you take a look at the mainstream out there, and you take a look at what they've been taught, they have been taught things that promote fear. And they have been taught things that have been purposely misinterpreted. Because I have this eSword application right in front of me here. And here's the interesting thing about these things. These strong words that you see with the letter and the number after it, that's very important if you really want to understand what these verses are talking about. If you don't use these Strong's words, then many times, for example, the word man is used many times in the Bible, but that same word, depending on the Strong's word that is used with it, means something different. So let's just take a look at this real quick. I don't like to have to go here and do this. Okay, I would like to be able just to touch on the topics and give you the information. Unfortunately, I find myself always coming back and clarifying what things are being talked about, because people have been completely misled and lied to for such a very long time, and I find it very appalling. So let's clear some things up. Okay, so what I've done is I've typed the word man as a search term into here, and it's pulled up every verse in the Bible that has man in it. We're not going to obviously go over all of these. I'm just going to try to show you what you need to do if you need to figure out what is contained in these particular verses. I highly suggest that you do more than listen to your preacher or your priest, because these guys are not being honest with you. And just a little bit of investigation will help prove that. So Genesis 1:26, it says, and God said, and it says God here. If we look at the Strong's word is Elohim, which is plural. But it says, and God said, let us, and that's very important to remember, let us make man in our image. It does not say, let me make man in my image. It says, let us make man in our image. Now, when we take a look at the word man, the Strong's word for that is H120. That means, and if you take a look at the Strong's word here, it is actually the word Adam. Adam with hyphen, or a accent over each A, pronounced Adam. And that means ruddy, that is a human being, an individual, or the species, mankind. So when God made man in his image, what is being referred to here is a general sense of the word of man. It means mankind. But what we're going to find is that there are two instances of the creation of man and woman going on here. And if you take the Bible literally, you're going to be confused If you do a little bit of research and investigation, you'll understand why. Okay, now let's take a look at 127, because it says, so God created man in his own image. He created them in the image of God. In 127, created he him, male and female, created he them. And then in chapter 2, we see that he formed man of the dust of the ground and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and man became a living soul. So we see the indication that he may be creating man twice. But we need to confirm that. And what we see here is that now, on verse 21, we see the famous caused a deep sleep to fall upon Adam, and he took one of his ribs and closed up the flesh, and basically he created Eve. He created woman. So we see this repeating of the creation of man and woman. So some understand what this means. A lot of people don't. But I'm going to take you into a subject a little bit deeper. I want to show you what they say in Kabbalah. And you have to remember that the Old Testament belonged to the Jews. Now, Kabbalah is not a religion. Okay? But the first 5 books of the Bible are the Torah. And so basically what we need to understand there is, as we go over to Kabbalah, we're dealing with people that understand the interpretations of the Torah much better than those who have interpreted it for mainstream Western people, mainstream Christians and so forth. These people that are dealing with Kabbalah have a much deeper understanding with what's going on here as far as Adam and what Adam represents, which is the first man. Now, what he is about to describe here in a very general sense, science appears to be recently beginning to catch up on. They have some idea of what is going on. But if you are familiar, Cornell University just put out a paper not too long ago that they are investigating that the universe may be a numerical simulation, which means that they believe we live in some kind of a matrix. Just like the movie that you saw, except that this matrix that we live in is not a malevolent matrix. It is actually the structure of the way that the universe works, because the universe actually kind of works in a spiritual, physical type reflection, where the physical reality that we perceive as physical is not actually what we think is physical. The physical, the mental, the spiritual are all layers of the same thing, and they kind of reflect off of each other. Well, let's listen to what he has to say here about this particular topic.
A greater diversity in quality started to grow between the quality of the creator, which is bestowal, and the quality of the creature, which is reception. And as this egoistic intention expanded, the first creature, the whole creature, the collective soul called Adam Harishon, meaning the first man, descended through a system of worlds, through 125 steps, to greater and greater egoism until the soul reached a point in which it became separated into what appears to be physicality. Our environment consists of all of the stages in our development prior to where we are, which include everything that went before, and also the situation that we find ourselves in at the moment. So let's just go over what our situation is in terms of where we came from. In our original first state, as we were created in the creation of a creature, the 4 faces of direct light, in this condition, there was one soul in relation to the Creator, with no boundaries on that connection. This is the collective soul, Adam Harishon, and actually, this is the state we still live in, except that we have lost any sensation of our true condition. As this state was lowered through a number of phases by the force of development, which is the development of desire and also the development of the will to receive rather than the will to bestow, it arrived at the independent desire of the creature. Now, this is reflected in our experience this way. This state is experienced rather as a kind of a matrix, a lattice that contains 600,000 independent parts, individual souls, all related to each other. The relationship one to another and the influence between them is enormous. They are all interrelated, actually, in the way that they were related in their original state. But the awareness of this relationship is lost to each of the individual parts. Anything that is done in one of these parts, which is an individual desire, is felt through this interconnection in every other part. That is, there is an influence, an enormous influence, that is felt throughout the entire system, given the condition or the interaction of the desire of any one of these. So nothing inside here actually functions as an individual. We perceive that it does. This is our sensation of it as a result of the hiddenness of our real state from us. And rather than feeling the interconnection, what we really feel is something more like this, that a person exists independent of others, right? And is a user and an exploiter of others. But really, the condition that we feel is more like this. I'll do it like that. Connected to nothing. But the truth is that this collective soul is our environment, and it puts tremendous pressure on us in the form of our society. Societal pressures, the way that everything in our environment affects us. So much of what we feel, and we'll see how much, comes from this and not from this.
So much like Hermetic philosophy, in which science alone, without combining the spirituality along with science, in other words, they're not combining the right brain expression along with the left-brained scientific mind, are catching up in a way, but they are missing a lot of understanding by not combining this right brain expression. So the understanding of the first man, Adam, is more of a spiritual understanding of it. It was the creation of a collective soul, which in fact we all still are a part of. Just like the fingers on your hand may seem separate, but they all still belong to you. And although we all seem like we are separate, and we all seem like this physical reality that we live in is physical, it's actually not. A good analogy to use, I can use a couple of them for you. Imagine that when you go to sleep at night, that when you dream, what you're really doing, in fact, is you're creating a whole world inside your head. This whole world that you create is still a part of you, yet it may seem like everything functions separately in that world. Another way of describing it would be to imagine that you are working out a problem in your head. In order to work out that problem in your head, you can't only see one side of the story. You have to see all of the arguments, all of the opposites, all of the poles, if you will, or the polarities that exist within inside that argument. And in order to do that, what you have done in a way of thinking about this is you have shattered the mental picture of that particular argument in your head into many different parts in order for these parts to work back and forth with each other and finally come together into unison. At that point, they go right back up, and then you have the solution to your problem. Another way to put this analogy would be to think of if you are a technical guy and you know computer systems, imagine what we have today. We have what are called servers, and we have virtual servers.
a physical server is a server that you actually build. You actually have the hard drives, you actually have the computer and stuff and everything like that. And then what is normally done today in the IT world is that large server is then divided up into as many what they call virtual servers that perform the same functions as the real server. And they are all contained as different operating systems, all contained inside the one larger server. And so you may have a virtual server that exists for accounting. You may have a virtual server that exists for sales and so forth. And all these are different servers, but they all exist within the same physical server. So even though they may seem like they're separate, they are all still part of the same larger server. And that is kind of what our souls are, in a matter of speaking, in that we are all fragments of the original collective soul, working out a dream, if you will, working out an argument in its head, working out the duality that we are constantly experiencing until we all come together in unison. At that point, it is said, even in the Gospel of Thomas, it's said in the Torah, I believe, that when people start coming together, that worlds disappear. In Gospel of Thomas, I believe it says this heaven will disappear and this and that heaven will disappear and so on and so on. And what's actually happening is all of the branches of the tree are becoming into a unison. And then they are moving back up the tree to that original collective soul that we actually exist in. So the physical reality that you perceive as physical is not physical. Now, the reason that I have used Kabbalah and the reason that I have looked around all over the place, and you have to remember the understanding that he speaks from is not a recent understanding. This goes all the way back. Kabbalah is ancient. It precedes just about everything. But from all of the research that I've done, and from the discoveries that I have made, I'm finding that it makes more sense than anything. And science, even now, is beginning to understand that physical reality that we understand it is not necessarily physical. So this is going to end the part 1 of this series called The Son of Man. What I wanted to show you was, and I don't want to have to go into the Bible that much more, but I implore you to, when you read this thing, and get the understanding that when you read something, it is not necessarily how it necessarily looks right here. You have to compare these things against the various strong words, and you'll find that the same thing exists with Satan, Lucifer, all these other terms that have put people into this incredible idea of fear. When you go in and start reading the strong words about it, you realize they mean something completely different. So, with the understanding now that the first Adam was more of a collective soul that eventually went down and broke up into all these different fragments, the 600,000 number that he gave is more symbolic from what I understand. It doesn't represent, in other words, there's 600,000 pieces that it broke up into, but we understand that there's 7 billion people in the world. But you have to remember that those 600,000 were then subdivided and subdivided and subdivided and so on. And that's kind of the way that it works. So the idea and about all of this is that eventually we move back up. So the whole world around us and everything that we experience right now is experienced, whether it be good or whether it be bad, in order to urge us to move back into that collective unity again. And I believe this is one of the reasons why we see things like quotes from Aristotle, where he said all earthquakes and disasters are a sign there is too much corruption in the world. Can't imagine why anybody would put a quote together like that, other than to say that the natural environment that we live in, nature that we perceive as being physical, somehow has a direct link to the consciousness of man, which even there shows that everything seems to be linked into some huge type of matrix in order to get us to all come together. And so where we're going to explore eventually on this is its tie to Orion. This is a very esoteric, extremely hidden subject. I believe that from the research that I've done, I have touched upon some things out there on the internet where I know that these guys that I just showed you, like this guy, for example, there are probably some guys that really do understand the nature of what it means, but we're going to explore that more as we go through the more, other parts of this particular series. Hey everybody, and welcome to part 2 of the Son of Man. In the last video, what we saw that the biblical terms that we have seen in the Bible when applying the Strong's definitions to them, they actually mean something quite different. And so what we did was we went into showing the Kabbalah, and these guys that know the Torah very well. For any of you who don't know, the Torah is basically the 5 books, the first 5 books of the Bible. The reason that I have explored Kabbalah is because these guys understand the Torah very well. And their idea of Adam is something quite different. When the first man, Adam, was created, according to Kabbalah, it was like a collective soul. And that collective soul basically fragmented itself eventually down into what we consider physical reality, which is not actually physical. It actually turns out to be some kind of a matrix. Now, this is coming from the guys that have studied the Torah, and this is before the interpretation that's done for the mainstream, which is completely different because people don't dig into the Strong's words and understand what they mean. These guys have been studying this for a long time. And so basically what they're telling us, and what science is now starting to realize, is that physical reality as we know it is not actually physical. So this first Adam, this celestial Adam, this Adam Kadmon or Adam Harishon, was fragmented into many different souls, all still belonging to the same one. The way I like the analogy that I like to use is that when you go to sleep and you dream, you are in fact creating a whole world in your head. Although all these different components of the world may seem separate, they're all still part of you. So imagine that there is this higher consciousness, which is really all of us together, that has fragmented itself by dreaming, for example, and creating our world and our reality and our environment, and basically putting itself into a situation of duality, allowing all these different parts of it to work either against each other or with each other until finally they come to unity, and then they go back up to the top again, and then basically unify and come to either a solution or something happens at that point. I don't really think that any of us know exactly what that is, but the point of this video is to take a look at this phenomena that is going on and see the evidence that's been provided so far. Now, for any of you that don't know, my channel and I've been interviewed by Red Ice Creations. I've also had my videos regarding some of these visual findings posted by David Icke not too long ago on his channel. So there is the people that are paying attention to this kind of material are realizing that this work is actually valuable. But what we're going to do here is we're going to take a look at some of these visuals. And you have to remember that when you envision that the universe communicates, and this is the way the ancient Egyptians thought. The ancient Egyptians understood, and this is according to R.A. Schwaller de Lubbock's, they understood that the universe communicates, and they looked at all of nature and all of their surroundings as a almost symbolic writing. What's important to remember about when nature communicates is it doesn't communicate in words and language. Nature and the soul, it communicates in images, it communicates in symbols. You can cross-reference this kind of information with people like Manly Hall and some of the greatest masters. They'll tell you the same thing. And that's the reason why it's so important to understand that right brain expression and these visualizations, the symbols that we see, are apparent throughout the universe, and there is this pattern that we find that replicates itself from the largest to the smallest, and it appears to be these different versions of man. This is exactly the way that the ancient Egyptians thought as well. If you would like to cross-reference this, you can also check Magical Egypt with John Anthony West. So today what we're going to take a look at is we're going to take a look at the evidence that we've found so far, and I think what we need to do is start it out with kind of just a really quick walkthrough as to some of the things that I found that eventually led to finding something that would eventually be announced by NASA. So for the instant credibility that we need in order to see that this phenomena exists, we need to go ahead and prove it. So here's what's been happening. In these various cathedrals across Europe, and these date all the way back to what I have found, all the way back to, say, 1500. There have been these high altars and these various altars that have depicted the Orion Nebula, both in infrared and full color. So what you're looking at right here is Karlskirch. This high altar right here was built in 1737. This is an infrared copy of the Orion Nebula. Now, I just happened to be looking through church art. The reason I was looking at cathedral art is because there you get past the whole filter of the words and language structure. As I showed you in part 1, the words and language can be very confusing. If you want to understand the way that these people are thinking a long time ago, they are thinking in visions. They are seeing symbols. They are seeing images. And so in order to understand them better, you have to get on their level. Words and language, once you run images through words and language structure, you get this filter, and then you lose a lot of the information. So I started reviewing the church art that we see, and back about 400 or 500 years ago, this art was very rich with symbolism, showing things like the sun and various things like that. But what's actually happened is an alchemy, and I believe some of this has to do with what we call the collective unconscious. And this collective unconscious would be these images and these symbols that we all share. Now, if you remember in part 1, we talked about the collective soul. So if that fragmented itself into many different souls, then it makes sense that there could be a phenomena that exists where people actually pull these images that are related. Once they reach altered states of consciousness, they all can pull from the same symbolism and the same images. It makes sense if we all consider that we're just part of a matrix that belongs to one collective soul. So I just happen to have this infrared version of the Orion Nebula up on one of my screens, and I happen to have Karlskirch open up here on the, this is the left side. And if you notice these images that I've circled right here, they correspond to what we're seeing over here from this arch, from the symbol that you see right here on the left side, the symbol that you see on the right side, and the bright spot in the middle corresponding to what they're calling Yahweh, or the Tetragrammaton in this instance. Here's a black and white version of the same thing, and as you see, I've taken these various symbols and I have magnified them, and you can see that what we're looking at here is basically the same thing. If these are not the same thing, it would be extremely rare considering all of the different parts, their positions, their rotations, and so forth. When you start plugging things like this into a probability calculator, you start getting astronomical numbers. So at this point, I realized something was going on. What I want you to realize is that these angels seem to be circling this bright spot. And this is what caught my attention, because I was wondering, why are all of these angels and so forth circling this bright spot? Is there any repeatability around this? So in fact, there was repeatability around this. What you're looking at right here is the Mother Jesuit Church. And this particular fresco is called Triumph of the Name of Jesus. And as you can see, it has this circular Fibonacci spiral that comes around and it centers in this bright spot. Well, since I had already found that the other one was pertaining to the Orion Nebula, I went ahead and took a look at this one as well. And as you can see, it is the same thing. One thing you can, there's several things that you can key in on here to see that this is the same. But you can divide this red cloud this blue cloud up, you can see that they are showing the same thing right here with the larger head down here at the bottom that you see right here. And then they come up and they split up into two, just like you see right here, and they circle around, and the Orion Nebula is seen right in the very center. Also on Alnitak, as you can see right here, we have this orange flare coming out of Alnitak right here, and that is also seen right here when you start plugging in the overlays. So this same thing is going on. This same circular spiral motion that we see right here moving into the middle where this bright spot is happening on this just as the way it was happening on the other one as well. Now, in order to further prove this phenomena, what I did was I plugged in some sacred geometry and created a flower of life. What you see right here is, if you take a look at these various areas inside the art, there are certain points. Let me find a better one for you. Okay, here's a good one. Okay, so as you can see, there's these certain points. One at the very bottom of this shell, and when you start plugging in the sacred geometry, and you can see how it follows these lines of the art piece, the dome around the art is part of the circle and so forth. And you find that your middle area right here where this is the bright spot. And when we plug the same information found in the overlay on top of the Orion constellation with this Barnard's loop circling around, just like we see with this right here, we find that that same bright spot corresponds exactly to the Orion Nebula as well. So here's where the credibility comes in. In September of 2012, Cornell University put out a paper investigating that they believe there to be a massive black hole in the very center of the Orion Nebula, the same place that I had discovered a vortex or some sort. I didn't know what to call it, whether it be a black hole. People say that black holes don't exist, and that's fine, but we have to use some terminology in order to name the phenomena. Thunderbolt's team cannot verify whether it is a plasmoid or what have you. There is no evidence to show what actually occurs in the very center of one of these things. But in order to reference the news article, as you can see right here, they call it a black hole. So I created a video in November 14th showing that I had found this previously all the way back into 2011, at least 1 year before NASA had ever discovered this, before Cornell University had ever put it out in a paper or anything. As you can see right here, this is just one of the pieces of news. There's something right here that says there's a black hole in the Orion Nebula. Now, if we go and take a look at my videos, for example, this is why this is so important, is because based on cathedral art, based on the art that we saw with these vortexes that we saw in these cathedrals, that I had discovered this vortex a year before NASA. Now that tells us something about credibility. What that tells us is that this phenomena, where we were looking at cathedral art and it presenting us information, and me going out and looking for it and finding something, and then a year later NASA showing us that it actually exists, this is called instant credibility. And what this tells us is, it tells us, I could have looked anywhere in the whole galaxy for a black hole, but based on the cathedral art that was presented, these vortexes that are showing in these cathedrals, and me tagging them as the Orion Nebula based on what I was seeing in the images, that shows that this phenomenon does exist and that we need to pay more attention to it because there's something interesting going on here. As you can see, these videos right here, this is dated November 28th, November 29th, 2011, November 30th. This is all about the vortex stuff. And I've got information on this all the way back to, well, I think the earliest video I had on it was November 27th of 2011, and it wasn't until September of 2012 when NASA put something out on this. So what was it I actually discovered? Well, when we take a look at the Orion constellation, we can see that this Barnard's loop, just like we saw inside the Church of the Jesuit, the Mother Jesuit Church, we have a Fibonacci spiral that circles around and it appears to end right inside the center of the Orion Nebula. Then when we take a close-up of the Orion Nebula and the gases surrounding it, we can see that it appears as though it looks like a hexagon right here. And what I did is I went out to the internet and I did some research. I looked at Mark Roden, his coils and stuff like that, and I also looked at various images for toruses, and I came across this particular image right here. And you can see that it fits into what we're looking at right here in the gases. And then when we zoom in even more into the very center of the Orion Nebula, where you see this, what they call the trapezium, this bright yellow area, forms a kind of a hexagram. This hexagram that we see right here is something that nature produces when it's doing a vortex. And so when I placed this right on top of here, on this particular, if you can notice, the angles of this particular hexagram are the same as what you see right here. Then what we find is that when we zoom in on the detail, we can find that see this tornado that you see right here, and you see this funnel coming up with these spirals around it. That's what you're looking at right here. This is what I located, and this was what was being pointed to by these churches. This is what led me here. So after finding this, I released all those videos on that vortex that I found inside the Orion Nebula. And sure enough, 1 year later, NASA put something out on it. To this day, they still have not shown this phenomena right here. Here is a close-up version of that same thing. And as you can see, the vortex follows the same lines as the trapezium that you see right here. With this, what I'm calling 0 point, for lack of a better term, seems to be right in the very center, right what we're seeing right here in the very center, and NASA is still, to this day, has not put anything out on it yet. So the point of showing you this is to show you that the credibility is there, and the information is being backed up. So it cannot be denied. We can see that Leonardo da Vinci has also played with this particular image right here. This is what we're looking at right here. And I believe he played with it because he knew exactly what it was all about. I also did some looking into, here we go, here's Marco Roden's vortex that you see right here. And as I was studying Athanasius Kircher, which was, there's actually even a book out called Athanasius Kircher, The Last Man That Knew Everything. And he's also the one that gave us the map to Atlantis, which I discovered that was actually on the news online quite a while back. So that particular video has got over 20-something thousand views on it, and it's actually, it's right on the money as far as where its location is and so forth. So Athanasius Kircher was a very smart guy. He was also considered the father of Egyptology. What we see right here is he's showing us some really interesting information in this alchemical drawing right here. He's showing us these two symbols, the hexagram and the pentagram. And what he's showing us right here, this eye that you see right here, and the image that you see right here, the number of points, looked very similar to the vortex, the Marco Roden coil. And this Saturn, the reason I've got Saturn right here is because this is a magical square that's the Saturn's magical square. So what he's showing us here that appears in this particular image is he's showing us that Saturn also has a vortex on it, which, guess what? He was right, because here we go right here. Here's this vortex. The eye is something completely different, and the eye is important because when we take a look at eyes are nothing more than vortexes. It's the reason you see things like the eye of the storm and things like that. They create eyes. They are vortexes. So when he shows that eye in the very center of that diagram right there, it makes a lot of sense, because what we're seeing is we're seeing a vortex. This right here are simply lines, black and white lines. And what they have done is they've been pinched and whorled. And then, so when you take these lines right here and you start blurring them over and over with your computer, and you increase your contrast, what you actually get right here is a perfectly shaped eye. What's actually interesting about this is you can even see the indication that it looks like skin. The white part of the eye inside the back here is even in 3D. So you get this very interesting image of an eye. And so I think we need to go ahead and leave the whole Illuminati thing. These guys have stolen symbols that are ancient and they mean something completely different. The reason why there's so much fear put out about all that stuff is because they don't want you researching and finding out what these things mean. Because the average person is all about fear. If you go out there and you take a look at these various channels, Illuminati this, Illuminati that, it's a complete red herring. It's a complete distraction. I'm not saying that there are not bad people in the world, but to put so much focus on that kind of information is a distraction from finding the information that actually exists in this stuff out here. And this is one prime example of it. You can see this particular eye. You can see this particular eye all over these various churches and so forth. And notice how it always has these sun rays coming off of it. Here's just some various images to show you. This has nothing to do with the Illuminati, what you're looking at right here. This is something that is a lot more ancient. And of course, this is a Freemason symbol, as above, so below, which was also completely misunderstood, the whole Freemason thing. It's all about pointing fingers at some group without looking at the research. Now here's a prime example of an eye, and it shows a vortex in the very center of it that you see right here. There's another one that I have. This one right here, I think I have a close-up version of it. See the yin-yang, and you see that it's a vortex in the very center. And you also see the same thing with the swastika as well. But these particular eyes that you see right here, what this symbol represents is something very important that we're going to find that ties to Kabbalah and what we've already seen so far. And what it ties to is something called Ein Sof, which is at the very, very top of the Kabbalah tree of life. And we're going to see that when we go on. I don't want to get into too much detail about that right now. But I did want to show you the evidence. I wanted to show you the symbolism. There is a ton of repeatability that I have on this so far, and we're going to go over probably some of those as we need to, as I go into the Son of Man in a little bit more detail. But I wanted to establish some credibility right off to show you that this phenomena does exist. It exists in these cathedrals, and by paying attention to it, I was able to find something a year before NASA ever released any news on it. What I believe is happening here with some of these images is that we have what we see in the physical world is a representation a lot of times of what's going on in the spiritual world. And we see this copied from the stars to the ground. The Egyptians even left us some important megaliths that give us some clues into some of this stuff that I'm going to go into later on. But I think it was important to establish this credibility. And I can't think of any better way to do it than to show you what my path was, show you the actual time and dates, and when I discovered what I did, and show you that NASA actually put news out on this particular thing a year after I discovered it, based on cathedral art. So this is going to be the end of part 2. We'll go over some of this stuff in a little bit more depth. We'll be looking at more images and so forth in part 3. Welcome to the Son of Man, part 3. In part 2, we basically went over the proof that the phenomena does actually exist inside these cathedrals, whereby we found art in a cathedral and were able to actually go out and confirm it. So once again, what happened is that I had noticed in these cathedrals these angels circling around a bright spot. We discovered that in Karlskirch. It's also in Assamkirch. It's also in the Mother Jesuit Church called the Church of the Jesu. And the fresco there was the whole constellation of Orion, showing this Barnard's Loop circling around into the Orion Nebula. And in all of these cases, as well as others, we see these angels circling around this bright spot. And since I had already tagged that as being the Orion Nebula, I was actually able to go out there and find this particular vortex. I found this in November of 2011, and in September 2012, Cornell University put a paper out saying that they believe that there might be a black hole in the center of the Orion Nebula, exactly where the church art had led me to. So now that we've established that this phenomenon does exist, we're going to start digging in a little bit deeper into what has been seen in these churches. And with the images and the symbolism that we're going to be provided, we're going to start putting the pieces together and find out exactly what's going on here. So after discovering all of these cathedrals where the high altars were showing the picture of the Orion Nebula, then I discovered Michelangelo. And Michelangelo, in the Sistine Chapel, he painted a picture of the Orion Nebula that you see right here. What's being done here to expose, to test for, and make sure that I'm looking at the same thing, is I find basically several points on here, and I line them up. And as you can surely easily see, there is a vesica Pisces that's created by God's arm and His body, which would be the same vesica Pisces that you would see inside when you're looking at someone's brain, which would be the lateral ventricles and so forth. And you can also see that they exist over here on this right side as well. There's also some very holographic images that appear inside the Orion Nebula. These have been pointed out in the news before, and you can see that there's a person's face looking to the left here, and then there's some other details as well. Once I line up on about 2 or 3 good points of those, then what I do is I just start with one original, I have the other original on the other end, and I just increase the opacity. And then what I do is I test to see whether these fractals are repeating all the way through. I also test for other things, like for example, the arm that passes by her head enters at this particular y coordinate, exits at this particular x coordinate. And we can see that that's repeated in every frame here, as well as the direction of her face, the size of her face, her hair, and so forth. It's not necessary that 2 pictures be exact in order to be able to tell that they're the same. For example, you can imagine that a satellite photo of Egypt and just looking at a drawing of Egypt, you can still tell that they're both Egypt. It's not necessary to have a perfectly identical picture in order to be able to tell us that something is the same or not. And that's what's going on right here. We see these things that are slightly morphed or what have you, but we can even go all the way down into the detail, and we're going to see that that's the same image. Let's take a look at God's head real quick. What may not be apparent from far off, once we zoom in on this particular photo, we can see that from the same XY coordinates, even things that are copied, such as the ear, are copied all the way down. Even though it's not a perfect copy, that's not necessary. We can see that by this end result right here, that we're looking at the same information. The data is just slightly morphed. The reason why that occurs is because when people are pulling from the collective unconscious, it's almost like pulling from a dream state. And when they dump this stuff out onto the canvas, I believe it's almost in a way kind of like shamanism, where they enter these altered states of consciousness. Somehow they pull this information, this same information, and they dump it out onto the canvas. The interesting thing about it is that whatever they seem to dump out onto the canvas seems to be relevant to the theme of whatever that is that they're painting, and that's the reason why we see that the Orion Nebula is painted over and over again. Now, each time one of these are found, it's very interesting because they all seem to tell a little bit of a story. It's almost like they give a puzzle piece or a little bit of a clue in each one of these pieces of art that I find. In this particular instance we see right here, we see that the Orion Nebula in some way is touching Adam, giving Adam the breath of life or the spark of life, making him a living soul, I believe is what this is referring to. So this one right here is another one that was done by Michelangelo. This was done in 1542. This was long before telescopes were even invented. They were invented in 1610. But as you can see, and we can zoom into these various areas, for instance, him right here. You'll notice his butt, her right here, and the shape of this trapezium right here. Let me just wait till it gets a little bit further. You can see how the shape of the trapezium of the Orion Nebula is starting to form in. The curve that exists up here, the darker area. His body, his butt still shows up all the way through, even when it's totally the Orion Nebula, which you'll see here in just a second. Okay, so now this is all Orion Nebula, and you can still see his butt's right there, she's right there, the shape of the trapezium is the same, everything is the same. So now we have another one. And we have a very interesting depiction on this one. And we can start putting some pieces together, because in our last one we saw that what he painted was a brain, so that gives us a clue. If we just follow the clues, they eventually work themselves out. Something to keep in mind is that when we take a look at Kabbalah, that there is this common relationship between astrology, or between the planets, between space, the solar system, and the human body. For example,
but in the philosophies of most nations, there has been this recognition that the solar system, the human body, and space itself are identical in law, identical in principles, differing only in magnitudes, and that we can explore them a little more carefully if we so desire.
There is this connection between this pattern that we're going to keep diving into, and we're going to see that it has this pattern seems to be working itself out as the Orion Nebula as compared to a brain, and even down to the specifics inside the brain area. This yellow area that you see right here being the trapezium eventually works itself out to being the pineal gland area. Now, if you've seen in one of my videos that I posted recently about esoteric alchemy, Christian and ancient Egyptian, we can see that this same kind of thing happened 5,000 years ago. They're showing the third eye, the pineal gland, and you see the same thing in churches today, where the dome represents the brain, and then you see this crucifixion, this where Jesus is right here, represents the brainstem leading up to the Ark of the Covenant, which is where God's sitting on his throne. So there's this relationship that we have to the human nervous system and what we see in these cathedrals, and it goes all the way back to 5,000 years ago. And it spans this particular kind of thing about the ladder, spans multiple cultures.
The ladder of Jacob, upon which the angels ascended and descended, is only one of many examples. The same concept as that occurs in the Revelation of John, where we find suddenly the universe stratified into various levels, layers. We remember the night journey of Mohammed to heaven from the rock Moriah, where he goes through the orbits of the 7 planets, and they become the steps of the ladder. We find Ishtar descending through the 7 gates to rescue Amos, the divine in man. We find in the mystics of the Middle Ages, the Rosicrucians, the alchemists, the Kabbalists, always a strange and wonderful story about this septenary mystery of life. We find it even in Homer's Odyssey. We find it in China, in India, in Greece, in Egypt, in Persia. We find it everywhere. This mysterious idea, the layers of which are the steps of a gigantic ladder.
So as you can see, the story of this ladder is all across culture. It's not just in Christian and ancient Egyptian. It spans all over the globe. And the theme that we're seeing in these churches, when we take a look at the esoteric alchemy, we can see that they're painting the nervous system, and they're showing that God is typically where the pineal gland is located. And one thing that we also can say is that when we take a look at Kabbalah, Kabbalah has this direct relationship between the human body and the planets of the solar system and beyond, even the fixed stars. So the reason we keep seeing the nervous system, the reason we keep seeing the Orion Nebula, one is astronomy or astrology, and one of them is the human body or the nervous system. So we see a relationship forming between the human nervous system and the Orion Nebula. So as we begin to dig into more of this art, what we find is that the area of focus inside the Orion Nebula, because we keep seeing the same pattern, the V shape that we see over and over again. And notice that we see IHS, which is the acronym for Jesus, located inside this area which represents the trapezium. And inside the trapezium is where we saw that vortex. And so all of these are symbols, and when you start assembling them and putting them all together, and you have to remember that this vortex right here, this area that we see right here, that's the trapezium, is also the pineal gland. And so this makes perfect sense now so far as the third eye, because what we saw earlier is that eyes are vortexes. If you remember in the last part, I showed you that these vortex, basically, when you blur it, you get a perfectly shaped eye. It's the same thing as the eye of the storm or anything like that. So what it's showing us right there in that trapezium area, and of course we need to qualify, since we already saw this right here, we saw this, and we know that he painted a brain. What we need to do now is we need to take a look and see how well the brain fits on the Orion Nebula. And we find that even down to the smallest details, that's exactly what we're looking at. We can see that the frontal lobe, the little V shape that you see here inside the frontal lobe, including the optic chiasm that comes down here. So what we're seeing is a perfectly sagittal brain, which is what the Orion Nebula seems to be. And what's really interesting is that very, very bright area where the trapezium is, where that vortex is located. Thanks to Michelangelo showing us it was a brain. That vortex is the same as what the pineal gland would be. And the pineal gland, this shape that you see right here, this trapezium right here, this ends up being the concentrated area. This is the focus of most of the paintings that we're going to see. We saw it in the conversion of Saul. You can see the trapezium, and you can see Jesus is located inside the trapezium, just like we saw in that other painting as well. Right here you see the same thing. Jesus is located inside the trapezium. So what's being communicated here is that Jesus, or what he is symbolic of, which is Christ consciousness, is represented as what is located inside the pineal gland. Or it's representative of this vortex, because you can see that Jesus right here is being replaced by this vortex. This is the way that these paintings communicate, and I believe that it's done subconsciously. And even when we back out of the close-up that we just saw, and we take a look at the Orion Nebula with a semi-transparent person's head with the brain inside there, and we place that on top of the Orion Nebula, we can see that that proportionally, even down to the nose, to the temporal lobe, and so forth, the cheek areas and everything. We can even go so far as to take a look at the various areas of the brain, because now that Michelangelo showed us that the Orion Nebula is a brain, well, we can take a look. And we can see the lateral ventricles inside here. We can see that the bright area still is associated to this little triangular region right here, where the pineal gland is located. Right here is where the pons is located. And this V-shaped area that you see where the frontal lobe comes out is exactly what we're looking at right here, this V-shaped area right here. And the temporal lobe, of course, down here. This is taken from a medical diagram here. You can see this area, this triangular area right here, which is what you're seeing right here in this yellow area. This little dot that they've got right here is the pineal gland, and that's exactly where that vortex is. The lateral ventricle that you see right here, this is a lateral ventricle. I placed it on top of there to see how it fits, and it fits absolutely perfectly. Now when you take a sagittal view of the brain and you overlay it on top of the Orion Nebula, this is what it looks like right here. So if we take a look at 100%, this is what we get. Notice where the trapezium is located. And when we back that off, this is what the Orion Nebula looks like without anything done to it. Notice the same vesica Pisces shape that you have here. Now, here's the interesting thing. Here is the cerebellum, as you can see that the white cerebellum that's been overlaid on top of that. So we need to account for the cerebellum on the Orion Nebula. And it's actually located exactly in the same place. What you'll notice is that right here, if you notice the dip that comes in on this area right here of the cerebellum, you have the same thing going on right here. So in order to expose that, all we have to do and there it is. The red area that you see right here coming in and dipping in that you see right here, this being the pons, is the same as what you see right here. This is definitely a brain that we're seeing out here, and what we're seeing in these cathedrals is that even when we are not looking at the Orion Nebula and when we're just looking at the esoteric alchemy, that God is located right where the pineal gland is, right here where the Ark of the Covenant is, sitting on the throne. This is exactly in the same place. So even if we're not talking about the Orion Nebula, we're still talking about a confirmation in the theme, in that God is still being recognized in the same location, because what we're seeing right here is indication of the brain and the pineal gland and the Ark of the Covenant where God sits on the throne. And this is the dome of the head, and this is the brainstem coming up. So we have the same thing going on, except for what we have with the Orion Nebula is we have some kind of astrology being tied to this particular area of the brain. And the trapezium of the Orion Nebula, where that vortex is, where that eye is located exactly where the pineal gland is located. This is a document by R.A. Schwaller de Lubbock's Ancient Egypt, Science and the Evolution of Consciousness. If we skip to page 5, we see that he says, the symbolic attitude of ancient knowledge cultivated the intellect to the extent of perceiving all of the phenomena of nature itself as symbolic writing, revealing the forces and laws governing the energetic and even spiritual aspects of the universe. So after all of the cathedrals, and there are plenty of images for you to look at if you'd like to look in my public folder, there are links in the description area. But after all of these images and after all of this focus on the pineal gland, on the Orion Nebula, the center of the brain, it's only logical that we take our findings to Egypt to see what we discovered there. And having known that R.A. Schwaller de Lubbock's and the ancient Egyptians, they knew that all of nature was symbolic writing. Well, it's not too far of a stretch when you take a look at the Nile and the way that it is shaped, just like the human spinal cord, where the top of the Nile, where the Nile Delta is, would be where the brain area is. Then where the pyramids are located, it seems as though they used the pyramids for several functions. One of those functions was to show us their largest hieroglyph in Egypt. And that was where the brainstem actually moved into the base of the skull.
We know that some of it has even reached into modern anatomy in names and words. We know about the pale matter in the brain, the thin, a gentle, a kindly mother. We know also that the upper axis of the spine, where it joins the skull, was known even in science as the pyramid.
So where the spinal cord joins the base of the skull, right there, is called the pyramid. And what do we find located in Egypt right there? We find the Great Pyramids located there. I don't think that's a mistake. Somehow, this idea of the pyramid was carried over into anatomy. And so we see all of these things fitting in. Now, in the very, very center of the Nile Delta, it gets even more mysterious. Because what we find is that the Nile Delta itself is a replica of the trapezium of the Orion Nebula. So when we see this brain inside here, right here, and this very center area representing the areas where Osiris and Ra and their souls embraced together. Their souls embraced together there. This area right here is also in the very center of the Orion Nebula trapezium. Let me show you what I'm talking about. I have several videos showing the correlation between the two, but what makes this very mysterious are the grid formations that surround the outside of the delta here. The shape of the delta itself, we can see that when our eyes move down these areas A, B, and C, we can see that these patterns are repeated all the way across. Now, once again, they don't have to be exact. You can see that the patterns are being repeated all the way across. They're just a little bit fuzzy in the Orion Nebula area. But these same patterns, for example, you wouldn't be able to take that one and substitute it there, or take this one and substitute it here, and so forth. It doesn't work that way. And if you notice, all of them are rotated in the proper direction. This peg shape here is rotated in the proper direction all the way through, and located on the left side. So when we start plugging all this stuff into a probability calculator, once again, we get astronomical numbers. Now this makes this very mysterious. The reason why is this. This represents the spinal cord. Osiris also represented, the Nile represented his backbone. So we have a smaller scale version of Osiris here. The soul of Osiris, Busiris, this area right here, House of Osiris, which is where the soul is located, which is where he met with Ra and their souls embraced, tells us that the soul is seated right here in this location, right where the pineal gland is, right where the vortex is. This is an overlay on top of the Orion Nebula trapezium. We've already seen that this is a brain. We can now see that this is at the top of the spinal cord. This is also being represented as a brain. And where they placed the Great Pyramids is right where the spinal cord goes into the base of the skull. All of these things were not done by accident. They were done on purpose. But even more so, the mysterious nature of this area being replicated in the Orion Nebula tells us something about our reality, in my opinion, because these are man-made fractals. These are not natural fractals. These are man-made grids. And this is not like the leaf is matching the tree. What we're seeing is that either we are causing this to happen on Earth and it's replicating out there in the Orion Nebula, or the Orion Nebula is doing it and we're copying it. Either way, it doesn't really matter because these things are probably less than 500 years old. The Orion Nebula is about 13 or 1400 light years away, and so there is a time here involved where they're matching, and they shouldn't be based on the speed of light. So the theory of relativity is being broken here. So let's do a quick recap real quick and find out what we know. So what we know is that in these various cathedrals, all the way back as far as I can find, all the way back to as early as 1500, when they shouldn't have been able to do it, people have been painting highly detailed versions of the Orion Nebula. The Orion Nebula has turned out to mean a brain. We found this with Michelangelo, and Michelangelo showed us that God was basically touching Adam and breathing into Adam the spark of life. And I believe that that's what the fingers almost touching have something to do with. We see that there is a focus on this particular area, this bright area called the trapezium. That the trapezium turned out to be the pineal gland of the brain. We took a look at the brain, and it overlaid even down to almost every part of the brain quite amazingly. We saw that all these various parts of the brain fit perfectly. So that let us know that the Orion Nebula was a brain, and it let us know that this area represents the pineal gland, having previously found this vortex, and then later confirmed by NASA. We also discovered that vortexes are eyes. So when we think of the pineal gland and we think of the third eye, and the symbolism of the vortex here makes perfect sense. Whether we're looking at the Orion Nebula, or whether we're just looking at esoteric alchemy in these various cathedrals, the same theme applies. We have the brainstem coming up and reaching the throne where God sits, where, as we can see, the Ark of the Covenant, which is actually the part of the brain that we see here, but this third eye, see here, the pineal gland right here in the center, we see this replicated in these cathedrals. So regardless of whether it is the Orion Nebula or just art like this that we're seeing right here, the theme is the same. What makes this special is that the Orion Nebula ties us into something pertaining to Kabbalah, where Kabbalah sends us through the 7 planets and into the fixed stars. The Orion Nebula seems to be positioning itself in the area of the pineal gland. We've seen how this kind of alchemy goes back all the way 5,000 years ago, and we've also seen from the ladder that the ladder spans all these various cultures, from Jacob's ladder to Muhammad and to Ishtar and the 7 gates and so forth. This whole system of the ladder spans across cultures all over the place. What we're seeing here so far is that we're getting to see for the first time in history the actual visuals that pertain to these areas. We don't have to take a drug to see it. We don't have to enter some altered state of consciousness. All we have to do is pay attention to the images and the patterns that are in front of us. The reason why this work is so valuable is because it forms a connecting link between the scientific and the spiritual, which is what we so desperately need right now. We're so stuck in left brain world, but now we finally have a way to prove to the left brain folks that the spirituality part of this stuff does exist. So while NASA and the Thunderbolts team is fighting over whether to call the vortex that's sitting right here a black hole or a plasmoid, those of us who are paying attention here can realize that it has something to do with something spiritual as well, and it has something to do with the pineal gland. And so perhaps if we understood ourselves a little bit better and what was occurring inside our own heads, and maybe took a look at the pineal gland, we might be able to figure out better what was going on out here. This is the way that we increase our intelligence by leaps and bounds, by stepping outside of the conventional science, conventional modern physics, and start taking a look at what's right in front of us. Start taking a look at the spiritual aspects. Connect the two. Connect the spiritual and connect the scientific together. And in that way, we can go leaps and bounds ahead of where we are right now. So stay tuned for part 4. Hey everybody, I thought I'd finish this up for you today. This is going to be the last part of this Son of Man thing. So what I've got open here right now is eSword, and I've typed in Son of Man into the exact phrase here. You know, there's a lot of confusion I've noticed about this whole Son of Man title, because there are a lot of Christians out there that believe that Son of Man specifically means and only means Jesus, and this is incorrect. Jesus would be referred to as the Son of Man, but not the only one. And also depending on the Strong's word that you use, because if you notice all of these highlighted Son of Mans here, But all of these titles of man and some of the titles of son do not necessarily mean the same. For example, Numbers 23:19. It says God is not a man, and we have H376, and that basically means contracted for. And then, so we see here, Job 35:8, it says, may hurt a man, H376, a contracted individual. And then it says, may profit for the Son of Man, H120. Now, H120 is commonly the one that we see, if you notice Adam, the word Adam is right underneath there, which means human being, individual, or species, or mankind. This is what we saw in Genesis as well. So this isn't the one that we're looking for either. And if you notice, there are tons of verses that use the word Son of Man, and they are not all pertaining to Jesus. So what we really need to look for is we need to look for a verse that says something similar to, and I will see the Son of Man coming with the clouds, or something like that. That's the one that we know that we're talking about. So that's the kind of man that we need to look for. So right here we can use these two if we want to, and just to test them. Matthew 24:27. For as the lightning come out of the east and shineth unto the west, so shall the coming of the Son of Man. Now this one is G444, and this one actually means anthropos. It's Greek for human or man, and it also may refer to anthropos in Gnosticism, the first human being. And then when we open that up real quick, it mentions something about true and perfect anthropos called Adamus. He was the helpmate, perfect knowledge. What I believe it is indicative here of is the divine in man, is what the Son of Man title that we're actually looking for is. And we're going to confirm that, but we're not going to go through all of these right here. There's so many of them. And they don't all mean Jesus. So I happen to find on the Gospel of Thomas, in which many of these verses are also found in the Bible, you see this on 105 and 106. And he says, he who knows the father and the mother will be called the son of the harlot. The reason why that is because when he says, if you know the father and the mother, he's talking about the if you are not one, if you are still divided between the masculine and the feminine, and you're not one. You know, we've seen Jesus on this cross, crucified, in many different pictures, showing the moon on one side, which is the feminine, the sun on the other side, which is the masculine, Jesus in the middle, because he's the one that's in the middle, it's undivided, and that's what that means. He who knows the father and the mother will be called son of the harlot. That's what that means, is because this person is divided. But, he says 106, when you make the two one, you will become sons of man. So the title Son of Man is referring to this divine in man that's reached. So that being said, we refer back over to Kabbalah, which I find is very useful, because this is actually showing us the divine in man. And if you remember the Adam Harishon, which divided or fragmented itself into 600,000 parts, kind of gives us a reality check to understand that physical reality as we think is physical reality is not. And therefore we have this subtle part, this psychological part, which is played out in the emotional aspects of these symbols called planets, called Sephira, and then all the way up to the top, which is where we get to the crown, Ein Sof. But it seems that all physical that we see around us is pretty much symbolic of the spiritual. For example, we hear the quote from Aristotle saying that all earthquakes and disasters are a sign there's too much corruption in the world. So I believe that it's very possible that the sign of the Son of Man coming with the clouds of heaven may appear to be something that manifests physically as a result of increasing in consciousness or unifying. So, in fact, the whole universe and the physical that we see around us may actually be a reflection of wherever we are psychologically as as a collective, as a species. So when we take ourselves back to Genesis, and we take a look at what we saw as two creations of Adam. The first Adam that was created was the one of the earth. The second Adam that was created was when God breathed the living soul into Adam, and that was basically like a rebirth. And what we see here is this thing called the dying and rising God, and it's found in various cultures. The dying and rising God is a death of the ego. It's not a death of the physical death. And we see the parallels between Osiris, which was actually a resurrection god. I believe that's the first one that we go back to. We see the same thing with Mithra. We see the same thing with Jesus. They all have parallels where they sacrificed the death of the ego. And then, of course, all of the details are slightly different, where they say Jesus died on a cross, but actually that meant crucifixion, and where he was crucified was a place called Golgotha, which is a place of the skull. So we see these parallels across culture, and as this unfolds, we're going to see the evidence that in the so-called physical reality that we're in, the target area that is being pointed to. Even we take this resurrection back to the Mayans. About 3 hours after midnight, Linda identifies the visible portion of the Milky Way with the cosmic canoe illustrated in the classic Maya art that conveys the maize god through the underworld to the place where he will be resurrected, the hearth of creation in Orion, which is actually right here. Also, Osiris is also tied to maize as well. So we see the same resurrection occurring and apparently pointing to this area of the sky. With Osiris, Mithra, we see killing the bull, and there have been some that say that Mithra is also associated to Orion as well. We also see the same thing in Quetzalcoatl. Just like Osiris was tricked to get into a coffin, Quetzalcoatl is tricked to overdrink and then burns himself to death out of remorse for his own shameful deeds. In this particular instance, he doesn't resurrect per se and come back to life as himself, but some versions of his story have a flock of birds flying away from his ashes. In Osiris' sense, we hear about him resurrecting, but he comes back, I believe, as Horus. So as we keep looking at this, we're going to see how this unfolds, and it's basically going to unfold into Orion. I caught during Manly Hall, he never comes out and says it, but he gives very good clues. And what I caught twice was him switching Christ with Osiris inside Jacob's ladder that leads to the stars. So let me play this first clip.
The 7 different levels, like Muhammad climbing the 7 rungs that fell from the sky, which led him up to the uppermost, and at each of the 7 gates was one of the 7 patriarchs of the Old Testament. But when he came to the 7th gate, sort of strangely enough, in a Muslim book, the guardian of that gate was Christ.
Okay, so it was Christ. So not only was it in a Muslim book, but it's Christ. But now, later on, he says this.
Now this individual has followed this line through. He then comes, as the Egyptian mystery showed, and the Eleusinian, and the Batic and Osirian mysteries, he comes into the presence of the Great One. In this sense, in Egypt, we follow very closely the story in the Apocalypse of John. For we come to the great figure walking among the candlesticks.
Okay, the great figure walking among the candlesticks. Let me show you something real quick. In the Bible, it says, in the midst of the 7 candlesticks, one like unto the Son of Man. And when he continues with this, he says,
for we come to the great figure walking among the candlesticks, gathering the stars.
Doing what? Sound like he said carrying the stars among the 7 candlesticks. Well, the Orion Nebula is a place where stars are born.
For we come to the great figure walking among the candlesticks, gathering the stars.
Okay, so he's interchangeably used Christ with Osiris, and now we see a pointing to Orion, more specifically the Orion Nebula. But does he say it anywhere else?
Now we can go back to the modern world and we can say, but there doesn't seem to be any proof of this. There doesn't seem to be any reason why we should expect to find something strange or mysterious at the top of this mysterious ladder that we talk about climbing. The ladder that was known to be pointing up to what the Egyptians called the Jewel of 7 Stars, which formed a constellation at the head of the ladder.
The Jewel of 7 Stars. Well, when we take a look at the Orion constellation, the only one that's colored differently in a very beautiful red color is the Orion Nebula right here. So when I see this Orion constellation right here, it becomes very obvious what the Jewel of the 7 Stars is. And remember, he also said that it formed a constellation at the head of the ladder. Well, now how can we prove that? Well, in fact, we can prove it very easily just by coming back to the fresco inside the Mother Jesuit Church, where it shows us the ladder right here, and everybody on this ladder circling into the center of the Orion constellation. And this being the base of the ladder that we see right here, and circling in, where here is the head of the ladder. If we look at the Orion constellation from a side view, and we draw these lines through, and we see the distances of the stars, we can see that the distance versus the age is a very smooth line as it goes all the way up to what this head of the ladder would be. This spiral, this staircase, this ladder, this Jacob's ladder, this is representative of Jacob's ladder, just like what we saw in the church, which is actually a depiction of Jacob's ladder. But this right here is at the head of the ladder. And how do we know it's the head of the ladder? Well, we've already shown that this is a brain. And so when we take a look at the tree of life, the tree of Kabbalah, we know that at the top of that ladder is the head. So if we take a look at this, for example, because we know this is the physical world, this would correspond to Earth, which is what we see right here, and we tilt this thing sideways because this is a spiral that's basically going out to the head of the ladder. And if we follow this yellow line that zigzags back and forth all the way up this Kabbalah tree of life, in effect we almost get the same as we do with a Fibonacci spiral, ending at the Orion Nebula where the head of this thing is. Now we can take ourselves to the Last Supper and take a look at Jesus. Now we already know that the red on one side of Jesus signifies the sun. The blue signifies the moon. Jesus is supposed to be in the middle of that. What represents the sun and the moon would be Orion. And what you notice there above the table is you notice a goblet, or a larger goblet with 12 surrounding smaller goblets. Just like you see Jesus at the table, the constellation that you see on that is Orion, and this is antediluvian. The one on the right, this is actually Klaus Dona's artifacts that he's discovered. The second one on the right is the pyramid with the eye, and if you turn it over on the bottom, the writing on the bottom of that is actually pre-Sanskrit. It's older than the oldest writing, and the constellation is Orion. The pre-Sanskrit on the bottom says, "The Son of the Creator comes." Right here you're looking at all of the constellations, and Orion is the constellation that is in the middle of all the other ones. And what you'll notice is in the summer, during the summer solstice, when Orion rises up in the sky in its zenith, it'll be holding the sun as a torch. And so I believe that this right here is indicative of Orion. So let's dig a little bit deeper into the Kabbalah tree here. So all of these sephiras that you see right here, these lines, these connecting points that are in between them, they actually, you'll notice that they have tarot cards on them. So I decided to do a little bit of exploring, and here's what I found out. In the Bible, and this is in Bible Thesaurus, In Hebrew, Kessel means fool. It also means the name of a constellation, which is Orion, as we see in Amos 5:8. Seek him that made the 7 stars in Orion. The Lord is his name. The Lord being the Tetragrammaton, which basically stands for I am that I am. So Kessel and Fool and Orion are all the same. And the Fool card is an interesting card. It's not what you may think it is. It actually has the exact opposite of what many people believe the Fool card to be. One thing you're going to notice on the Fool card is that he has a dog right next to him. If you take a look at the Orion constellation, you see Canis Major right here, right next to him. The Fool card is labeled as Trump 0. There are 22 cards in the major arcana. The numbers are important because they kind of act as a key. And when you get up to the very top here, if you notice I've got the Fool right here, this path at the very top in this Trinity, the very top past Chokmah, wisdom, path of the Fool, right next to the crown. The Fool, the card's number is 0. And this is important because it acts as a key. When you get to crown, then you get to Ein Sof R, Ein Sof, and Ein, which means nothing. And those are labeled as 0, 00, and 000. So Ein Sof, 0, corresponds to the Fool number 0. All these cards have specific numbers, and if you notice right up here, you see the Fool is 0 or 22, and then you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and they're going down the tree. So just as you look over here, you notice the numbers increase as they go down the tree. So we can confirm that the Fool 0 is actually representative of Ein Sof, endless light. Now I captured a little bit of interesting text down here I want to read for you. It says, what existed before the universe began, and what, if anything, will exist if the universe ends? Scientists believe that our universe exists within a metaverse. Metaverse is timeless and eternal because it has an absolute void and totally unmanifest. Kabbalah has a term that exactly corresponds to the metaverse. Ein is the infinite nothingness, the void, non-existence, the eternal empty background, the 0. Kabbalists also, if you noticed, when he wrote the symbol for Ein Sof, he wrote it as an infinity symbol. And an infinity symbol is, and what we see is that the eye, the vortex that you're seeing right here, the black hole that is in the center of the Orion Nebula, would also be a symbolic representation of the black hole, or Ein Sof, the infinite, which would be located right in the center of your pineal gland. This is what it's showing us right here. It says the universe is widely believed by scientists to have originated from a singularity. So singularity, the black hole, in the pineal gland. A single point that contains the infinite potential of the universe. Once Kabbalah has an equivalent term, Ein Sof is the limitless potential, the absolute source of creation, the One. The Hindu term, Brahman, has the same meaning. So I went over here to Brahma. It says Brahma was originally the Vedic Prajapati, and his beheading by Bhairava is, in fact, the later Hindu version of Rudra, piercing his victim, Prajapati, as the latter, in the form of an antelope, was uniting incestuously with his own daughter. Prajapati is equated with the sacrificer. Here we go with sacrificer again. Victim and sacrifice, same thing as we see with Jesus, same thing that we see with Osiris. During his embryonic regression, wears the black antelope skin, conferring the Brahma. On being pierced, Prajapati, or his head became the constellation, the antelope's head, Orion, right down here. So let's take a look at what the Fool actually means, other than what the majority of the people think. The first card of the tarot is also the last. It encompasses all cards and the language elements. It is Akasha. Unmanifest it is in the origin of all manifestation. Manifest, it creates the elements and is the sublime force that leads to all creation. The 0 can be seen as before the 1 or after 21, thus possibly giving it the number 22. The 0 has been associated with the Hebrew letter Aleph. And this is true, yet it shares this letter with Trump 1, which stands at the beginning of a manifest creation on Earth of the quadrupolar magnet. Trump 0 is in fact all letters, from Aleph to Tau, plus the non-manifest creative power that gave rise to the letters in the first place. In Greek letters, it is the Alpha and the Omega. Does that sound familiar? In the Bible, in Revelation, it says, I am the Alpha and the Omega, the first and the last, the beginning and the end. As Akasha incorporates all qualities of the elements, thus representing a possibility and any possibility to be or not to be, sanity and order or insanity and chaos. The Fool is the symbolism for this. He can rise or founder, influence, or remain passive. He incorporates all the faculties. He is a reflection of God, the ultimate universal force in abstract language, fluid light, or the universal magnetic oscillator. Now this is from The Secret Teaching of All Ages by Manly Hall. So we have another confirmation. The Sepharic tree, sometimes depicted as a human body, which is what we see right here. This more definitely establishing the true identity of the first or heavenly man, Adam Kadmon, the idea of the universe. The 10 divine globes, Sephiroth, are then considered as analogous to the 10 sacred members and organs of the Protagonos, according to the following arrangement. Kether is the crown, which is what we have right here, and perhaps refers to the pineal gland. The Son of Man walking in the midst of the candlesticks, the jewel of 7 stars at the head of the ladder, is actually focused on the pineal gland, which we have seen throughout this series, even on the ground, and represented as God. We've seen it in Michelangelo's creation of Adam. We've seen it in Egypt on the Nile, in the Nile Delta. We have seen in the center of the Nile Delta that is the area where Osiris, the divine in man, soul, met and embraced Ra, which is the highest order of the infinite. And so we see once again that this represents the head of the ladder, the crown, and also the pineal gland, just like is mentioned in the Secret Teachings of All Ages. Now when we take a look at Egypt again, and we see that the Nile, the spinal cord running up to the brain up here, one of the things that's very interesting is we know that the water of the Nile flows north. And this is exactly a metaphysical representation of the way that Kundalini would flow up the spine as well. We can confirm this. Let me show you. So nature does actually speak. We've seen this now repeatedly. We've seen it in art. We've seen it definitely on the Nile and the Nile Delta. We've seen it copying land. We have all of these indications that our physical reality is not physical. This particular image right here is a WISE image of the Orion Nebula. And if you notice, it has a spinal cord attached to it. And what is actually following up out of it, and I found a diagram of Kundalini right here, going up the spine and going right through the pineal gland, which is exactly what is happening in this area. If you notice, this line going upward is the same as where you see this yellow coming up and going through there. It's doing the same thing, moving up through the pineal gland, which is what we see right here in Kundalini. This right here was taken from another astronomy site, and we can see that it is coiling around, just as we see it happening right here inside, or as far as Kundalini goes. Now, even more interesting, there are some other archetypes that you can flip through on my images. But this is an ancient Sumerian. I believe this is either Sumerian or Babylonian. I can't remember. But you see the tree here Well, the tree here is the same thing as what we see when we take a look at the Kabbalah tree of life. It's just a different version of it. And what they show is they show that winged disk sitting at the top of it. Well, in the infrared version of the Orion Nebula, you get the exact same winged disk. And the winged disk is sitting at the very top. And if you notice, they are holding pine cones up to it, because this represents the pineal gland, which is exactly what we see right here. When this is switched over to the infrared version, we actually see a winged disk. And what I've done down here is I've shown you 3 versions, where the first version is the original of the Orion Nebula, and then I kind of fade in this winged disk right here so you can see that it exists in all 3, but I'm going to go ahead and show you the version of it as well. So when we take this vortex, which is what I see right here, and we put that winged disk on top of it, it's the same representation as what we're seeing right here, with the winged disk representing the pineal gland as well. And it also makes sense because they're holding pine cones up to it. Once you know what to look for, nature speaks, and it speaks just like Manly P. Hall said, and just like Hermes said, that all things follow one immense pattern. And once you can find that pattern, you have the key to the whole mystery, and everything else starts falling into place, from the artwork to geography to everything. And this is what it's telling us. But there's nothing. I don't think there's anything that is anything more about Orion than something more. It's more symbolic than it is anything. Just like the planets of the solar system are symbolic. They're symbolic of these emotional centers, or of the psyche, of the human psyche. And I believe the same thing is occurring everywhere in nature. Everywhere we look, our whole environment is a representation. When we look around, take a look at what's going on right now in our environment. Take a look at where we are spiritually as a species. It's representative. And I believe that we have things that more stand out as kind of like they appear to be miracles. And I suspect that when our consciousness starts beginning to come together, that we will see something happen out here. Those other people that Manly Hall mentioned were not the only ones that went through the planets. Ellen G. White did the same thing. And a lot of people have given her hell, but I don't know why. Because she tells the exact same story as all of these other cultures do. From Muhammad and to Ishtar, the 7 gates, and Osiris and the ladder. All of these, she tells the same thing. And at the very end, she says that in the open space in Orion, the open space that she's referring to is she's probably referring to, they said that she was referring to the Orion Nebula, but now knowing what we know, I believe that she's referring to the open space, which means the so-called black hole in the very center of the Orion Nebula. I believe that's what she's referring to, because that black hole is another representation of infinity, which is also another representation of Ein Sof, which is also another representation of the Tetragrammaton and I Am That I Am and Yahweh. These are all the same. They represent this achievement of boundless light, of man at his most divine. Now, to cross-reference the latter once again with the oldest version of it that we have, and that is the ancient Egyptian version, we take us back to the pyramid texts. And it says that I've gone up by means of the staff, which is in the place where his soul is found. I've gone up on the ladder with my foot on Orion and my arm uplifted. This is from pyramidofman.com. This person does reference all of his material. In fact, I checked it out, and what we have, here's what he says. He says the first quote above is from Utterance 410 of the Pyramid Text and shows that you of Jadu, and Jadu was located in the very center of the Nile Delta, as we've seen. A title of Osiris and the Jed Pillar itself are situated in a mythological place called the place where his soul is found. And the reason that this makes sense is because when you take a look at Jadu, this pyramid right here because it says in the pyramid text that this pyramid is Osiris. Remember, Osiris is the divine in man, so this pyramid is the construction of Osiris. When we take a look at this, and right here, the very base of it is where the Great Pyramids are. At the base of the skull, where the spinal cord goes into the base of the skull, right where the pyramids are. And we put a pyramid up here to complete his construction. We can see that the king's chamber is sitting right on top of the pineal gland, and that is also located where Jadu is. And if we perform an association between this area and the Orion Nebula trapezium, the place where the soul is found, it's right here where we see this vortex. And this vortex represents Ein Sof. It represents boundless light. What I'm going to be starting to concentrate more on now that I feel like that I've figured most of this out. I still need to learn about it. I still need to progress spiritually. But I think I'm going to move more into the understanding of the holographic universe, because there are many sets of data that I could use to test things as far as the time that things are occurring. What I can show, basically, for example, that the time is not real, just by some of the artwork and how I apply it. And I think I'm going to start going down that road just a little bit more and starting to take a look at the collective unconscious and the archetypes and things like that, and possibly expand on what Carl Jung gave us so much of a long time ago. Anyway, I hope this series was helpful to you. I hope it was informative, and I hope you found a good case argument out of it. That, in fact, when we go across culture and we take a look at the data, that there's a very good chance I may be right on this. Regardless, peace out, y'all take care, and I will talk to you soon.